has gained a lot of experience. Asempa is one of the, not the forerunners, but in terms of coverage and listenership, you stand tall. The new FM stations that are coming into the arena are not calling on you to exit, them to survive. Is that what is happening? No. They are learning from you. They are learning under your feet. They are also trying as much as possible to find space. And, there's enough in the world for everybody. There's enough in the world for everybody. And so I think that those who are coming up, we definitely will encourage the injection of new blood. But you cannot also totally do away with the experience.
It's always a pleasure coming to Asempa where the truth is spoken.
We wish you well. We wish you well. Thank you so much for.
Thank you too. Thank you too. Nyamisha, you are also doing very well. We are also very, very proud of you. Very intelligent journalist. But one-on-one with Obi, as I said, will prepare. He knows how to pass all kinds of corners to get what he wants. And Kososa, we are proud of you.
The Honorable Samuel Okujeto Blakwa and Samuel Atachi, Honorable Minister in charge of Works and Housing, Member of Parliament for Ebuakwa South.
Time I have that. If I have any aje, na any man that down never to accommodate so. Minimum set Ghana that wakumaso. So how's been a damakumaso? And Tiana, or man in Pija.
Dr. Michael Bwedinyamiche, or a Sofo, or a trainee, or more UPSA. University of Professional Studies, Accra, or graduate school, or being Seja, and Doc Abekansa was a business consultant, Doc Akwaba, official Panso.
Obi me Joso, that was official pa to you. You look well though.
Oh, really?
You look very well. I think your wife has been taking very good care of you. I have to send my hamper to her. She has been doing the trick. But ma obi awo oti Asempa bia woni wa pamfo any etiefo ahwefo on Facebook, all the social media platforms, ma obi official pa. Welcome to a glorious 2024.
Freshest burger in town. Chama what you akwa ba saying?
Obi. Nyami adum device selection akan yi de ya betu nso na wa won so ho efe Obi minimum say wo fans sa
hey e wo he fan
miss me call convention apostolic convention so wa we Pentecost but me call apostolic convention wo Baltimore apostolic forward the law okay Mrs. Ketchy no money krom wo no me na Obi na Obi no wundi na afi because bisa me say Obi wa ware na me say masa me ni Facebook to pa bisa no they love you too much. But why are there? Price no cost. Inti echa obusafo nyina oba hu se obomode na utumpon.
Me continue na me check ho wuyi. Ansa me free mako be go fra mako.
E be sia ba be din komo bio. Why?
Yo the flow say.
Me din your say Bonsu.
Because Bonsu.
Who me now friend me Obi ameje so. Why?
In the zone Obi amwane na.
Chairman Medase pa. Chairman Kutin, Central Regional Chairman, Hedima MPP. Hey, Chairman Kutin Robe Kunipa. Wow.
Obi. Yes. Ya chia for now.
A chia for Jones.
Any other for now. Program you say we do say Hana swing na tie. Hana ndi for na tie. Some for correct you.
Ekosiisen On Asempa FM.
Na said that we are tentene ho. Na yesu adwen I betimi dey abo man kana. And so be how and somehow pop.
Oh, okay. It is a Ghana Nibia 8 the person should not be confused about separate identities, no.
Oh, na internet no crown so obo media. And now show me Wikipedia or some recognize me as Freedom Jacob Caesar. Okay. Okay. No, and I make an acquaintance say Jay-Z.
And Sean Carter.
Check it. Wikipedia is here or be connected the two. Until and you must how any pa ebodino. No mudi combining and no mu yet search engine.
Oh, okay. It means that cheddar and a nickname, no, and a
nickname. I just say Obi. See what they will cast cheddar namaka Obi.
Oh, okay. Okay. Wow. Chief Bine, Akwaba na apom to then.
Osei Bonsu.
Ekosiisen On Asempa FM.
Fantastic. Now, mete fote on catcher. Bibi abokoa.
Oh, Yakupona dum, Bibia Daddy. Now, what's what?
Yaminadum, kakra. Ye pimso kakra.
Asempa, I will know what you watch this. So, Ghana, I have been to wonder Abra, one dinner ramble, Morocco to be out of my aswat.
Fantastic.
Ghana Manda on us.
Openness, I think that this shouldn't be a problem at all.
Mida itself should come out, yes.
Yeah, Mida should tell us, Miracle, this is a shareholding structure. Indigenous Ghanaians only maybe X percentage, and the Philippines they only Y percentage. And I think that should settle this matter.
Honorable, it's always a pleasure talking to you. May that's a powerful for your time.
What be, that's
it. And the Honorable John Janaponi attending Kano.
That's na me fa kunya osu enchia etifo nyina omutie Ekosiisen dwumadie na ebedo so ase because Asempa Asempa nyina so efi etifo and me gigi self Ghana fa na nyina obi a radio eda a wuti na adwuma pa maye but I permit samrenti member sama money adwuma fo mpenifo nyina
Elder Amos Kevin Anan asori penya kwa ba net saying
me just so many of them official pa
papa comment to officer say na bibi ekoyi
say na love life lessons and a legacies in common atoni pa koma so mo bia di adwuma o di enim kan na obeboy ho ban that's so mo dwuma pa mo di ewo Ekosiisen so tie mo pa
that's it
the guy said me call Nigeria last time I was listening tie pa from the University of Nigeria that was where I was based
ora kwakwa anyi do hot na say kwakwa aba.
Thank you, Obi.
Bibi aboko there.
Yaboko. I was there.
Koyi.
Good.
Koyi pa.
Official pa.
Afin komode me hu na ache.
Yabo. You know?
Yes.
Sometimes it's not easy to find me.
Yeah.
It's good to be here. The idea we started here years ago no. So I think that you two have come now. You are doing a great job. I will continue to support for as long as it's possible.
Kofi.
They will turn against them.
Boem constituency for nyina.
Boem for Joe because we program omumfa in the agro and they listen to it a lot and also you are doing very well. And let me use this opportunity to congratulate you. More platform program award it's a great award. More you are there and you are doing so well. People will criticize you, but that is the success some of them. It helps you to listen and then do more. That's why you are winning the honors. And that's why you are winning the honors. And to keep it up.
Obi.
Yes.
Mechia na machia wetifo na makase u program with ye akoye se prekese jamadu. Kukumutia insa hompo ha na mafuti u kai e boy yinate prenda Ekosiisen na uze bibia wa magana
Ekosiisen on
na hana Ghana tie ntino ewiase de eduru ha yemfani agro
dodo na obi na eba Ekosiisen so a kawo no nke ofufro pa supreme ho a kawo ye el chamano so ka ho na Ekosiisen so de yero na mposa wo no ese kusi inti yebo mabaso yes the good the bad and the ugly obetini na so Ekosiisen na niema miensa na mode ye adwuma eba radio to inform, to educate and entertain. The sana ya meka ya na mrebi mobo no mo ye program mo political program mo asante hene and now kamo ka station ewo eye gonja enka ye program mo yabonra and na kamo kopie so ewo eye mampusia enka mo ye na yiri program na sisi na mo won kan ide we gama Ekosiisen eno ano sorry that's nice one.
And your gap you be ayo say 1 after 12 years what be resting 2 97 when you now obesa back and I want is that question yes e wo dwom wa wo dey happen what do me dwom me nko kan eno asem enye ni here but a fact that happen on the ground in the constituency. Why? Because they are angry say what say o samba but no a politics or won kwan
So
Osanba because only who can party be disqualified.
Yes.
But party na man can say on be contested there. Then the delegates will have to speak. The delegates no be can say because of ABCD intino. Yebema watwaso. And now because of ABCD intino. Yemao and twaso. That is the way that the delegates will go. But we also know that the delegates no so near Mashumua Eyomoya. Delegates no so research. Obi, me pese Asempa FM, moko the constituency. Now mo fair MPP members 100. Now mo biso mo say you sign a bibia on beto abama ya na, on beka say DB this muslim. Inti yenso no, we are listening to the population. We are listening to the voters because we delegates no. Abana wo koto no. Wo koto aba akoyi obi abeton no amatimemufo anamebwa.
Yes.
Enti no se wo kopɛ de wo pɛ se wakɔgye sike bi ana wakɔyɛ nieme bi a wo pa candidate no beton ma ho because delegate e wodo me kwabenya the largest constituency in Ghana 1,800 plus
100 okay mo delegate 1,800
plus.
Wow.
But the constituents no over 100,000.
Over 100,000, sure.
Enti wo sa 2,000 fiano e was so to me to aba the larger constituents no epe. It's a son of beto aba as delegates no e was so bisa we area for no. So we area mama and area papa. Aze
why
they were alete. Jack, young kon say into two way near the bar, ya toma mombeto. Yo yati. No.
So na wo jamfi elu so na say delegate koto ni ba wo fra. Ya pre no. Wa be din konim bia no. Wo asudie kase. Ya ne ya ofro say declare no. Ya nya 1 kilometer kra obi. 1 kilometer odotobri. Kota le ho ye Afako Junction. Etwamu Jakobu. Etwamu Fiankoma. Behena se ekura se na nkara ebesi hia. Ona kota wo. Ba bie no kota wo odotobri. Ufri fanaso number 3. Kronkwa ho machem nyame be kire numre so ehia kobo su bi majaman no kota bebia na ahyawan hye no na esan sef omutu fo mogudie kakra ho ntino yakwan de obi eyare hosem yan kansem enti afi primaries ne de kwan bia so police station executives no o me amadwen say be ma bebi o ma me ni nyina na kromofo na ni bra bere o mo so no cause kromofo no se mo ikotoma onabu bia mu amamure mfi se mo ya 741 Omo free mo omo tu kwan kura yi free mo aka be 720 afa na dodo na ankasa no ye ba beto e be ma hu se mo ye delegate na so ye ba bia mutumi ekokoduru
and I also registered voters in the constituency ye be saying
the patrol exact 20 make about a little above 51,000
wow now one of the constituencies that move vote airdrop here na
obi so ba me kwanya medical ni nyina wa ha honorable Emmanuel Kwasi Jamfi 2004 no buy or the 80.0% and about parliament.
Okay.
The following year, 2008, or the 82.5, or the 82.2, I stand to be corrected, 82.2%. 2016, so Teminoka say, when you 2020, when you 57.9%.
From 80, no?
From 80 above 57. And this is one letter above 21%. Today, what should do to bring on? Obi kakra me catch Odotobri constituency esi ahene etu ahen for ne say ebre na nie Odotobri constituency obi ani ho awaba akwa wetin san ba bio na honorable mekowe me nkobio ne dia akwa sabi ajabi tiase candidate da wisia mekowe me nkobio no ache afina nkobia nim se form kronkon kofa bi ko beto ne nsa frɛ delegate fo nyina nanka omakɔ na ase asɔre nanka wagye omokwan no bia kɔ ne fie no se asan kwa kofa forms menka so onye hwe menka sa asam de biara da de waye no Odotobri adehye so ya de onfansi ho no bi meto aso esan say your first deputy speaker of parliament no jana konwa to ho your Kwabri East maybe sin cancer Francis Cotier Jane
yes
oko 2 times no jana seat ato ho eno mom keka ho tepa MP jana seat ato ho de a ade na 20 e de pan kwa na parliament odwumadi e ben na ye de ahya ne nsa onwie ya eni to person to aso obi menim say delegate no omo me bra nye kwa na me no matena edi ne ye nso nti memenda Yankopon omo ba Jakobu a Yankopon emom ho ban ne omo nyina anim omo meto number 1 yakoya ballot na de ebe ye buburu kosu ensaida ko hi number 1 no be a hot cake o ohwe Ghana ha nipa be bro mo fa number 1 no mo te mo konwa so dada enom ko form konwa ti ye kwan yankopon ma me fa so yi number 1 na bro adwene nti ase so me na vetting me call last me so na me ko yi first nti obi dey make an say don't be delegate 28 electoral areas no don't cause electoral area don't cause be grass do brem akrofrom atobiase amponya penipa sikesu omo nyina tunsuo moduma se monsiefo krofrom nkoduase fiankoma unity ase krasefo mometa machi me ba me na mechi mfa nkyerɛ mo na mankasa ba hu se okwadwa bomienu ko bekwa adwa ekwadja kobodwa na hunu de ba omo so tv on behu me radio so on bete menka me wura agimpuntuduma de aba me nkotena faako enkonkotena kakra meka no.
Yeah, that's it. Lord, we wish you very well.
Ekosiisen on Asempa FM 94.7.
Tuesday afternoon, 23rd day of January 2024. Ekosiisen live and airborne. Asempa FM. So welcome to yet another exciting edition of our show. 21 minutes after 2, live from our national studios here in Kokomlemle, Accra. And flying on the wings of our benevolent sponsors, Star Times, Enjoy the Guitar Life, Flumal Triple Action, DBS, Inchense Papa Pafie, Obapa Product, producers of African Queen Mackerel, Kingdom Real Estate, Syntax Tank, Air Strong, Air Tough, EcoBank Ghana, A Better Way, A Better Africa, Provident Insurance, College of Medicine and Allied Sciences, Kingdom Herbal, No Challenger, Seahorse Engine Oil, and a Franco Trading Enterprise. Phone Papa Pafie and Mekwena Boyame de Ekosiisen Ebremo. Media say Bonsu from Yobi. It's not to say at 6:30 p.m. and the Jumediano Eba area. Yesterday was a difficult day for most Ghanaians. The Black Stars of Ghana disappointed everybody. Hey, Black Stars pan. But we are back. To work hard for Mother Ghana. Area Damunyana Ase for making time to listen to our show. 6:30 p.m. Jumediano Ebeba Ewie. And then we have a lot of issues on our table. We'll do football, Ebedin Komo. We'll do a post-mortem of the performance of the Black Stars. 3 group stage matches. It's difficult at this moment to say Black Stars FE tournament because technically we can still qualify even with 2 points. And it's Osha would later on get to know, say, the team will still be in La Côte d'Ivoire until, say, Yabo group stage matches every year. And then that determination will be made whether you qualify and say you qualify. And for now it's difficult. You win and automatically you qualify. You win we have our destinies in the hands of other countries. Very, very difficult. But then they will be there in La Côte d'Ivoire. We'll speak to some of the senior sports journalists in Côte d'Ivoire. Now, yamomo who situation and what we can do going forward. Later on the show, from 4 p.m., Eko would put together some of the best sports pundits in our country. Ibibeba studio, and been waiting come on phone, and then we'll dissect the issues some more. After that conversation, you see the way forward for Ghana football. Some might say, anytime a Ghana Beko tournament and your man we'll sit down and do this dissection. We are no biya. And I remember vividly say call Cameroon in 2021. What has become our worst ever AFCON tournament. Yebedi hun komosa and yemubi ekan say once we decide to do things in an ad hoc manner, yebeda tournament ne ba be so na afia free players 2-3 be free baby you say we in bobo hane akofa no that is not planning. It's not doing things according to a plan, Inti the result is what we are seeing. In the end then come on, we want it to be something very solid, something very concrete. Be practical and workable. The way forward for our national team. So far, suggestions be Brenana Eba, but we think that we have to put all those suggestions not on board. And what can we do as a country? Fortunately for Yenino, we don't have to reinvent the wheel. I mean, other African countries and we are seeing results. And Senegal Boboa as a European and a South American team being able to. You can see telepathy, you can see coherence, you can see understanding solid. I mean, everything about their team, is solid. And what they've done, we can also replicate same. Ghana. And you bedin come up, but in between that, the majority chief whip in Ghana's parliament, on one say MP, in Sawem Adwejiri, or say Genebio. Say party for Ntwaba Emano at 3 p.m. Honorable Anodompre will join us in studio. Now, Edin, come here, the chances in that constituency. Why he wants to still be MP for the people of Insawem Adwejiri. An exciting show. The first interview would be with award-winning sports journalist Sadiq Adams, our friend Sport Obama. Ebedi Enkomo. He'll tell us. And Munim said there are some videos in whereby some journalists were angry. ADD players, it's something we all have to condemn in no uncertain terms. I mean, our society is not known for Sanioma. No matter how angry you are, and especially say Juma tournament as a professional journalist. I mean, it's not within your place to be insulting players and coaches near the end of the entry. And I think we have to be honest and tell our colleague journalists that was a bit of a stretch. Omuko too far. Yes, we're all frustrated, we're all angry, and but we can do things in a certain way. And especially for us journalists, we have platforms a bit more useful to vent, in a decorous manner. And yet ukojina hona players ebesina udi players atemi di coaches atemne ade eno ne de ntwe ankoye kra ma yentie wonso wadwentra ye WhatsApp number ne very active inti. What do you think? How do you feel about the performance of our national team? Your WhatsApp number is 0548 443 523 0548 443 523 0548 443 523. Let's hear your thoughts. What do you think? Osei YouTuber ma yentie wonso wadwentre. You might have watched the game yesterday and me yentie dia wonso wo my mo amhwe YouTube Asempa 94.7 FM. That's our channel on YouTube. Subscribe to the channel and watch our live stream. Leave our comments ni ego my. Unfortunately, Facebook we are not streaming on Facebook and And please, you would have to join us on YouTube. Uko YouTube, very simple. Just search for Asempa 94.7 FM, your channel, and subscribe to the channel. Na yeba live or benya notification na bibi etimi akoye nti mo a mo pese mo hweye on social media. The platform is YouTube. Na na ekua mo aboaten o say a happy birthday to the founder of Traveling Women Outreach Ministries, Prophet Millicent Asante. This from the Dankwa family and members of the ministry. They say God bless you greatly. Donald Apu says, good morning, Obi. Watching you live from Beaumont in Texas, US of A. Charles Dankwa say, this is how Ghana's economy is the worst in Africa. It's not just football. Just copied Ghana to other countries. Is it copied and now compare? Hey, Nathaniel Agri says, Obi, please, we should give the national teams to Right to Dream to manage for us. Okay, P. Kumson says, greetings, Obi, and the great team. I wish myself a happy birthday. I thank God for all the mercies and grace on my life. My wish is to see myself grow within the path ordained by God. In the P. Kumson, happy birthday to you. We say, watching you live from South Africa, Jeffrey Bay, Shaddai Amwating, George, Osei, we need Songo. And the countryman Songo will be passing through the show and as well. Asante Godfred, Osei, Obi, what are you talking about? We're talking football today. We would also interview Honorable Anodompre and James B. Apo says, watching you live from New York City. My greetings to Signal Training School instructors in Burma Camp. Obi, we can still do better as a country. The core pillars of our football foundation is extremely worse. I've been to Morocco, Algeria, and Senegal. You'll be amazed by how they invest in sport. Wode Adams, Eddie, and Afari Princess, Obi, welcome. Watching you live from Ayinsuano. Thank you, my brother. Suleimani Moro says, hello, Obi. I'm watching you live from Jeddah in Saudi Arabia. What a fantastic job. I see yesterday I couldn't sleep. Sorry, Charlie. You know, I just said, Charlie was said, you never forbid to quench the pain, you know. Okay. And let's see if you have a thought to share with. And the birthday of a very good friend of mine, Eric Ewudzi Arthur. Eric Ewudzi Arthur, or Assistant Administrative Officer at National Identification Authority, and also incoming Justice of the Supreme Court at Ghana School of Law. In the Eric Ewudzi Arthur, Assistant Administrative Officer at National Identification Authority. It's your birthday today. Happy birthday to you, and live to be 94.7 and beyond. We wish you very, very well. Wish you very, 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 very well, and to have a really good birthday, Eric Arthur. Happy birthday. My main family called Cote d'Ivoire. Ne Sadiq Adam Sport Obama inni enkomo. Obama kwa bana pom to saying.
Nyame adom obi na so
Nyame adom bibi aboko. Enim se enra ye nyina ye rehoi. Minim anope ba be si awie what the mood in camp say in the city.
Medase obi mood no dey enye good, especially make us for some of the players that I've spoken to. A few of them are very broken. If it is genuine, meaning, but that is what they say. It means so they are not concerned as they some of them are also optimistic. Said for all the matches to be played. Now you share the ranking of the 4th best placed teams, you know. Now you share the my qualifier and see. Obviously, and yet there will be any better what happened in the mood and you're good for fans, for players, for journalists, but so far I've not spoken to any administrator and our management member here.
But for now, all of us are waiting to see a group matches no every year, so we can know whether you qualify and I say you qualify. Is that what you've been told? Say team no ever train until see about group matches every year.
Exactly. Situation now a woman, you know. I don't think that officially and not professionally team ne betimi aka say omo depart Ivory Coast and I say omo disassemble so omo tena na omo ema cap empenyu for no hihyewie because you have a chance, you have a slight chance regardless of how insignificant it is and I say how very light a chance light is, you know. We still have a chance until they have to stay. Now you're burning in area now possible outcomes and permutations, you know. Say most of the years now it means they beat me 2 points and I qualify. Say Mamudia now one said Dana Ambamuno. That was the day you were eliminated. So once we have a chance, I think from where those are spoken to, or more breaking camp every half.
In Cote d'Ivoire, no groups near saying, group B, groups near saying.
Groups, remember, it's first, and they say, now you were 12 teams, and they call 16, they say 24, and 4-4-4, now 24, see group EF, and your mobile in area, now you have baby see 12 teams, you know, or movie now, so more than 4, no, aka home, now Baba be 16, round of 16. And to me, find so mbe chemu too. Na omo automatic qualification for the first and second. Sa kusi 12. Omo via na to omo ba be share the best of 4. No the account na 16. Na so ya ball round of 16. So that's how it is.
And we are hoping say Rebecca sa 4 best third place teams na home.
Yeah, it's a idea. Yeah, that third. Anti the bet me ayana say 4 best third place teams. No, and only bet me aka. And he said, second there, even second with 1 point, the automatic qualification. Tina Egypt for the 3 points. At the second, a automatic, almost next stage. By the end of the year, train, now you should say, you bet me the 2 now qualify as one of the 4 best third place teams now. And it's an a confirmed way a group, no maybe a da. By a better other groups, and also, almost third place teams, they will bring up more points. Na yetimi e dia hwe se tie breakers ba mu a na yakwohwe goals enti bi mo 2 points se say yen na bi omo less goals than us na yetimi dia qualify enti ye hwe se ye benya obi a owo 2 points no na ye san hwe se team no on win na ye be share no more than 2 goals so the be ye betimi deduct from the goals or wo ana wo shimpa on share more than 2 goals so the be ya encobrate ye dia so enti permutations na a bit convoluted and very complicated, but so they make and once there is hope and a chance, you know, you have to wait and see the outcome, possible outcome.
But Enra in the game, I mean, said Kudus Mohammed Khan, you know, this was an easy game, easy win for us. In 2 goals, 90th minute, in with 2 goals. Referee the bear 4 was 5 minutes in the torso, and everything went haywire. A day in a course. So speaking to minim say coach near post game presser any day. Mubusa the questions are what was wrong with the team at that point? Na idea.
Anyway, one kasamfa idea is see or collapse or taking responsibility for what happened. To him, he did well in this competition, but I would say some of the players they will speak to you privately and I say, very childish errors to them. No, they don't know where that comes from. Or errors, no more, you know. At once, so all the 3 games, boy, you know. Every game you concede 2 goals. Into 3 games you concede 6 goals. A move 5, directly caused by us. Say goal you will be creating all the shower. No one will say all their show. But goals now concede a move 5. Idea it needs to happen. Very unacceptable errors. The ball maybe a walk miles away from and meters away from goal post. I'll be to my gyno at the BT 2 minutes. Now what would on so we thinking with milliseconds, you know. Ball bow or chance over walk through and our corner. And I'll be national piano, but what they call 8-yard box. Na aben ugo area and now when your ball I was all clear once only keeper ne wo but open say o ba wo na mu ye na ball no obi abedia say all the 5 goals out of 6 errors are yen e cause you the players ne won say they lose focus too easily. And sadly, and it's psychological. Psychological, and working on almost psyche and a level of mobile board, no soon to mean can say be a fin war division 2 and division 1, or we are well exposed, or mobile top professional football. Psychologists or to be a national team, no mobile. Definitely, Obi, there is something fundamentally wrong in our camp. Camp, na mimi who you know. Any of the players be a country, there was no excitement. Some camp na Obi who say some of the things you own to mean and football, but account factors and all. See, be a John Mensa or who Asian, any John Pinto. They've known themselves from under 17 and under 19. They are friends. Said they now know you who Derek Boateng, Sule Mutari, John Mensah, Michael Essien, if you're moving out to one term, John Pinto, even after retirement. Who's a more yardina, when you produce a more say you own the thing, and as I dear no, a yamudia, na credit about Munina and Mocha. Munche Manen say there is some sense of brotherliness to do. Some of the players not catch me. I say, Edimu Homa, but team Nimu new. Edimu Homa, but team no more Hodada. And be a new for any be boss. Old for any be more. You cannot tell me that there is nothing wrong from the way or mulu or outlook. If you are Monte Casa, Chico or Mocano, if you so into the or more country, when you win a yard down for, but say, be a team, there is some bond. Oshe teams need the ultimate bond. Yene Ivory Coast for the Yaya pet. If you are we about Premier League in Guinea, the number we both say no maba. Players no more any party say they feel intimate. They might be service as some of the players. No, Oma many Oma say be or no more be more, but more experienced players. If you are more Bobby, but almost you be a young player. They who say, I said there is no bond. Say boy, we man to me and Clay, John Mensa to me and Clay. But when you say Asian they are on any ball 5 from under 20, no. Asian the ball power no John Mensa on Quadi or Becquaco Clay or Cobani we are no be dinner them no master. Sa cordiality our camp no. It be Mr. Team Wim. And no the main team can say be a management committee or more aware. But say as journalists no, you perceive a butcher say how come and the players are mobile top leagues. Maybe obi of division 4, division 3 put it together. Solid team. Now some team put 2 passes 5, 6 mm. It looks as if they are disjointed from the hotel and are translated into the field. That is exactly what me come on me did, you know. And yeah, idea will be a can, but this is what I see. Say, bond do need you, sir. Like say, players or more or more we and me and cover. I know him too well. Say, from 80th minute, this guy loses concentration. The ball be initial the man back pass. From long ago, and I say more our friendship, you know. Say no, when you have this problem, and the area on yes psychologically well, no. Anyhow, players name found more. That is the truth. Be a bonnet there.
Enra, when you heard the coach say, substitution or yeah, they die you bear mu at the start of the second half. No, because pencil a break. Subsequently, after the game, pencil can say. Breben fatigue ben and almost no breben and almost no wabre. I mean, how did that scenario no play out in this whole debacle, Enra?
Yeah, clearly. As I established my previous point, and say, and Tiasi ni camp for her. Because even say you be change play video be abamwa. Play and crab it me abusa. Before coach no be take action. Say what we sure say wabre. As a ball and son or no crowd coach na communicate say no ball na ball okay and our coach yen home and the idea coach na ye untiase. It didn't make sense to all of us. And say be Andre Bebomumpoa na game no ya we Mozambicans na do baby or my breath na ye pese ya she two na wie na ye koye nimo a ye ka se be Andre Bebo be 5 minutes. And as a captain, I'm for minimum other factors. But time now, Bermuno, pencil line confirm say now I'm ready. Pray. And I say, coach, any decision I will take here, you know. Clearly, even the technical team, no, it can tell you, say, there is no coordination. yen journalist fans obi owo fie bi anim say 1 2 3 changes be a coaches na yen this tournament no ye change na e course it means omo train ni na omo ye technical team no how do they coordinate and san omo yes and the player na say more kind a defeating manager na dey and of course untumi kan tell me say 15 minutes of rest time Samson I walk 3 times of cooling break o call 15 minutes of recess player our Breno our Bobo one of the top players in the Belgian league on to me and for 15 minutes and recover better than what was our regular football no crowd it didn't make sense but be a coach in the person Andre Bum what me name said be a pressure being a done so say was Andre Bobby and I say one Mubia it didn't make footballing sense and technical sense and it show clearly on the field and then I cover a defeat in a buy and yet the question I'll be telling you I want trade you know I make sense to us player not confirm it there was no fatigue because it was just after first half it can only be about performance or injury who say your performance and your injury fatigue the boy says he was not fatigued then the coach you know were defeated ne thought echo into the substitution which caused us dearly in the game.
When you acquire Busa goalkeeper's trainer, how Richard Ofori became our number one? What me Busa no?
It's a question I specifically asked coach because goalkeeper's trainer on my press conference on my make zone and the coach in the Casamano. South African journalists are Omoha and Busa said they are shocked. South Africa for bar press conference say Richard Ofori or your third choice our team now or born over South Africa. We know him pa. Now since 2021 on that regular football. Now for the entire season on that go. So how is he Ghana's number one? Coach, you know, as to a question, it's a Richard Ofori bar will be a contribution in the team. Now or make impact or one of the leaders of the team. And it is not about maybe what you think. But as we assess him on the broad the sana okay, but when you make it statistical point to be at the weighty and now from data weighty near man die because amount for cassette yards at Izigi and now say be a coach and you're happy with at Izigi and you call US Mexico no we understand the coach was serious about some 1 or 2 players we don't know if Atizigi was passed and the other goalkeeper Wolcott and so on. But as to how Richard Ofori be number one after maybe an entire season without competitive action, no? It is only up to the coach and the goalkeeper's trainer, Olele, and a bit my explaining. Yena explanation of the Maya, no, and make it any football sense and famobia.
May the interview ni be see what as an experienced journalist, no, what should we do now as a country? With you in football, especially the senior national team, or recommendations and Penyamubi or Mampenya Tonsafrel, says Sport Obama, then yenye about the national team going forward. And then I'll be catching.
Obi Meka said, many work on same way, baby. 5 years ago, you call Egypt by a bow. My recommendations are the same.
Asempa FM.
Yeah, Babeka Consulting or the minutest of our problem, even though say or your coach was show clearly so may improve your team no. But or your obia or no Ekosiise or be yes, you be appointed a 7th coach in like 5 years or 6 years. Clearly, and yet on a problem. The problem is that we have a disorganized football system. The football structure in as open be said the omotie na omosi omope football said the level na drew a generating income revenue ma mine and a social capital and other things na let's say from the top of government even though the football a autonomous body you know government of Ghana about national teams in the general aspect of the game omo play omo a key stakeholder. Omuna may start from Omo. Ministry for Youth and Sports. I was say Openia or Minia Mustafa Yusuf say ono ne wo ho so bi ne wo ho say obetumi atake action on fa ne nan si form na oma yaya wo mai mu haye hu say you think right say you be invest in the right areas obi 2019 amena okasa ye say you put it together under 15 team, the best under 15 team from inter schools, just like a package on men Samona. And I can put you among 20 years by now, or more peak. We don't have any structure. In the time, Obia or Germany. I'm not saying say it's not good, but no, football is about culture and tradition, national team football. And Yekofa will be from Germany, Konisdorfer. You won the first game.
Asempa FM.
Only who the to me monas on new level crowd of Ghana national team. But because we are lazy, the ministry be funded executive council for a more business class ticket say play a BFP or Germany or the Konisdorfer, ISO a Ghana, Patrick Pfeiffer, Inaki Williams. Meanwhile, or my BIA football national team, no majority should come from or more Mabo league in Ibidana or Mabo or national youth level. There is no national team or Europe proper or more players no over clicking in this or no or more any of the national teams of the country that is the national team no ebini ho and more banner and say even Morocco, Mauritania, any other teams you have to play at least under 16, under 17. Now what they call. You come to understand the culture and tradition of the country. Ulusua, you know what it feels. Put in the weight of the jersey. Tanyamano a factor, a kapa.
Yeah.
Ghana ye tradition in the sanity. So might be or munibia because you are blessed footballers. How can a country like ours sponsor supporters to the tune of $1 million? Say you 2 weeks of a tournament. That country like Ghana, you need $1 million. Say you try a national team of juvenile and youth level coaches for 5 years. So among footballers and policy or more. Into for 5-6 years in all coaches of all national teams except the Black Stars and Yeti Moka. And all of them are not paid. They go to work every day, train. Where do you think they get money from? How do you think the selection will be honest? No minister cares. And so we will get players who are good, but the manager is good. No, Tieska. A idea also structure now, Obi, you know football. You know that John Mensah, Lai Kingston, Gordon Atram, Michael Essien, they formed Ghana's under 12 way back in 93-94.
Yeah.
That players are more under 12. Omabo from under 12 to Black Star, 18 years of playing together. Omuko away or abroad, no more background. They know themselves from whenever. Omu near the Dombo Taba. Omubono Mudu 17, 18, and the Sulemuntari Abesim. In Jomabo Muache, that group, no, and Omukutai, core of the team, no. Yenyabium, yet Black Star, Penagana, Fulina Diabaso, $5 million. Management 100,000. This is a country that we don't have a single playing field. One of the players came to me in the mix zone. Now, also say, "Mo ye juma. Unim see ni baby cry training one field per ye training." In such a country, is it appropriate to be say sika at the top of the pyramid? Meanwhile, the pyramid near juvenile, or national complex, that training or more, or league. Then some amount of function all of a sudden under 20 function, under 17 function, or Chan Air function, and no better translate for Black Star. But I can say, sir, it is a proven test. Say, started planning and Quadia, but we have 7-8 players, Abekan Kudu Sumo, on the form the nucleus of the team. 5 years time, over 7 of them. They played in Diambes Academy, I told you. International team now, you have the World Cup, African Cup, now Minister of Sports, any DFA. Sumanipa, Munko Inaki, Namonko Fawimra, to be for 1 year, and more blended that. They said they have played through the ranks of the country structure of football. Sabakubi now the neighbor same dia, say team no. Jiku, Odoi, Inaki, Konizofa, a lot of them. Majority of them have never played football together at any level except the Black Star. There is no bond, there is no coordination, there is no understanding. You kofa coach in national team Obenya 5 years he built from the base so that 7 out of 20 of them will progress to the national team. No more so team now the other count. You close the star every year. You have a recruiting near Sakeno. Near cover another coach $50,000 aba. Near said to play a cover player Division 2, Division 1 because our Ghana D. Not talent they will be into me and build the basic structures. Not too much money. $3 million can start a project that in 5 years you can say the best players from Central Region Taku, best from Ashanti, best from BA, Omunina 50. Ghana be campion. The free SHS and I share more pram. Omo be dark up into 18. Omunya clubs were butcher. You bet you be a mapino. But Omo Bomo side to Omo Kono Munya top team no more. They are not coming to the Black Stars as first timers. They know themselves from there. They know their weaknesses, strengths from their childhood. That is how you build. It is out to play Uber, Abidjan, and now Cameroon, and now go AFCON World Cup. Now could blow 5 million. Now our national team coaches can bribe and are selected poor talent. League but you can pay the championship of the league, 30,000. But you can pay 30,000 to one player for winning or drawing 3 games. Now up to $100,000 to management committee members who are catered for. In the end, once they 10 million or 5 million or all tournament. Zambia and Equatoria, obi the $1 million. Ababa cap after the hotel. Ghana to me boka 3 times, 4 times. Now you diaba. Obi an can want them say share ya. America will be a very simple, honest leadership from ministry or more table sports to GFA.
Okay, Sadiq, Unim, I will let you conclude. Mame some few minutes. Unia Patrick was a Yajaman, Countryman Songo studio ha. Mame Tieno nafe yenhwene yenkong. Inti Oreku Akwaba etesen.
Boko na mani wie.
So tio manintia obi.
We obi bi fufu ya. Obi anu odi ni kra.
I mean, you have the rest of the time. Now, Enra after game no na we video na na woto nyom na why dada. No. After game na we video no.
Oh, yes.
Na kwa semikan moment on.
Enye
semikan.
Obi to nyom ante nyom no.
O metenyo erade di hene wa ade nyina so na
meten hene wa ade nyina so. Bibia etibia no mu fama nyame.
Ye free mono, ye be free mono.
Na me si fama na on fama nyame na ade be ma hwan. Na wo di manyame anu wa ye se wo believe in nyame se bi pa bi wo biase a no wadi ne kure. E no ma ekoso nyina ye ne kure. No kure na wo se motiate se blasters way forward e be yi Ghana football be yi e no kure the truth. See the truth shall set
you free. Na truth ni e hwan truth. E wo no kra na hwan no kure.
Senia game ni si no kure o say wo game no.
Okay.
Eni ho emfa maye. Nti di no kure wo game ni na game no football net me akon akonenim. That is all. What the mean can players. Yes. Players. Even so be a more national team for maybe 17 or 20 The best thing is you see national team blasters.
Yes.
You pay the best players. You pay the top players. Omo sefata. Ote. And you will be agency players. And then you will be a player or managing an asset official be player. It should be based on merit.
Now players are why the agency player.
It's no time for me to mention names.
Okay.
I deal with problems. I see we.
What I be say
problems not in ya can't sports na make no. Unim be the be ba and moreover as mo okay say one money agency players. You into I don't think I will complain who so team in your players then yard. Say you be na influence you be and will be no manage obi and will di player no Ghana jersey na atimia ton player no amasa player no timi isika ba no nso anya bia ye free player bia keke national team na ye free player bia ye see the best players for the national team ye free player bia keke onimbo se ne hu obi se ne hu enibi so ofiri Ghana ha no oti akurase ba bia ne maami ni bi so wo abrochire so wo hiu nipa ni nimbo na o rese standard na ye hwehwe no omiti ampaso mo ba no mutimi be ye ho adwuma based on merit sa na ye eye national team eye simple enye obi agency say me koton players me pese me share players national team colors no na ton o mo na sikaba. That is what they are doing. Now we have the afraid 3 goalkeepers. Omunyina no confidence. Kosusu ye catch us the goalkeepers in here. Wome ba catch us the goalkeepers in here. Madago da minimum goalkeeping. Se wo pese uji tournament you need good goalkeeper. Se wo pese uji tournament you need goalkeeper. You good.
Confidence winning.
Yes, I will because they do baby. Brazil mu kura no mu ye Brazil mu ne Germany for no kura no. Oliver Kamu ne save you omo. Yeah. A do baby a goalkeeper no also save you because if your players na ba wo mabre. You go our boss shot na Messi abona pimba. Ronaldo abona pimba. Oti na me kana say eti
goalkeeper. The last line of defense.
Eti the last line of defense no. San goalkeeper no. One so edu baby a ya bobia ya sha ye dey do finance ayeso ya bre no. Critical moment you have to be there to save the situation.
Now, apart from 3 keepers, we know you will keep a bit of baby.
We are keeper.
Fine.
And the young Kasani Yanko. And the young 2 radio stations, who catch them say a population of more than 30 million. Oh, Oshabo, Utimini Kotoko. Okotoko goalkeeper and couldn't go that chance I keep us with him. Mediama goalkeeper and go that a chance I keep us with him.
Omomi and saying
Olympics goalkeeper no go that chance I keep us with him. Oshe local league, you know. We are the Pia only make discussing local league.
Yes.
Only make Kakotoko once discussing local league. O should be utimikasa match we and ya kotogo nkwade because we kotogo ni all right but utimikasa o share match we it one good goalkeeper be at say 3 goalkeepers we Charlie tina me so we are 2 station we me ekọ so tina me kana say ma woni na professional it's no yes ni braba
many
omo ha Ghana for oti ama ebi yare ya twinsu agum kofo so bia frenti say minim say kofo tete ho sa o mani tete ho
o pe Black Star
yes ayen o ye de ya o ye Ghana ni die no abrochifo no say win ni basa na ye baby girls ye o mu abrochire o mu she jesi no ko adwuma o mu she jesi ni ko adwuma Ghana those things that day no kura no o ti ase no ma koye di mo etu omu no omu manipa na omu kura na omu kura no kasa wo ho kod blasters no ho mo kura chan ya ye wo kuru wi ye ti Ghana eti Ghana fo sun Ghana fo tete but omu so omu so odin bi fire bend them
Ghana fo
oh yes na so odin because all the time ye kire omu ade a or say ekoso football ni na football ni konanim
obi an ka he
no ma yi wo mani at the time no do say no more expecting luck to win. Luck. Jesus Christ. It doesn't know okay cano. Almost expecting luck. Adia also we for good administrators. No more football ni ayi unya ayi good coaches. No more to me bring it up the best of players. No boy mine based on merit just say utim so mu dini kura adwuma no na omoye but akoye friends and chronics a job for the boys adwuma heti ni oni kwaso position bi kura of football
na man position
ni amani di play
e do reku sisi
na football na kwede
sisi yenya den
okay
what's the way forward
and no say embarrassment mo hwe
yes
okay under leadership of Eket meboa
yes.
Okay. Funny enough, timer in Kugu, Befan say, a bar say, didn't see a qualify.
Yes.
no masa eja wo jani nkofo agum sa job for the boys na make mo ko kase coach na one nim say you coach no before even World Cup no na dudu na Ghana for dudu na fi say coach we nye the coach also dey ko AFCON no ti coach ni dey nye ono nko ani problem no eti o se Ghana for ani da ho omo person mo dey say coach ni nko coach ni dey ye nim say wa anya ni no mayi ya mu bi ni empe coach ni because ye hu te coach ni nyaade e but enye coach ni nko ani
any problem no
what in America
and we should not buy into some narrative say coach
no Kurt now they have to chase them.
Kurt mo
yes, chase those crazy boys out of town, chase them.
Hey.
Yes,
na so mo no dey vote na election no more 4 years o say
no I dey some now can mo de mu hwi o na for mu nya hu hwi kura o ni kura na make to no o ni kura utie hwe almost tournament no. They were wishing doom. Some no man go ye from coach no. Football people getting in go for.
Say a man your man koye.
Oh yes, now even before tournament o man fa krata nko so o mun pe coach no. And I'm paying for tennis. Mama ka hand no. So mo sete Nkunyama president and president ka say time so nti wo so. Yes. Enti mo mo ba ye o mo ti sa so o mu su bi o mu problem. Omono epeso omu yi coach we free ho
and this is what they waste for.
Yes,
no imagine so dey coach
trouble ni nyina nko coach no na omu so call football people for no ket no omu mra no omu san take over for omu coach omu no pemra no omu fa mbo World Cup qualifiers no na tournament bi ana se friendly matches bi edi enim bia blasters omu da so dey business sika die na that is it woman no they are happy and you say woman no katasu mumu asubi yes that is what
and we should resist any attempt to sack the coach resist
coach in there was san obeko
okay
but coach ko Kurt mun so also resign we have to sack them also resign oh yes also resign then sports minister also check you woman so no honestly also agenda sack o sports minister
Yusuf
yes Yusuf wa ko African Cup you know e dey na si ni nyina wa hwe World Cup wa hwe ko Cameroon wa hwe o ko Qatar wa hwe wa sa ko ahasi hwe ni gwase wa Ghana for why because on timin check wo mo oh now you minister so tina make a choice say it's say we be check wo mo to make sure say football no e ko nim on that score because blasters the taxpayers money you got it but minister transparency on the part of football people our blasters krano ya woni ye onu so yedin and waji atumusa because of benefit free what are you telling me and your minister no na ekotua sa sikana sadeki kano 13 billion old Ghana cedis each
100,000 for management
member
World Cup deal.
O tuya wi a minister no be fa say.
Send you name to me
o be fa more than that.
That's speculation.
Me na maka, me fire nya na woka. Me suro ka. Masa.
Asa wo ka on me platform.
Enti maka e de na be ye wo. Bibia nya wo. No kure kan ye ba ko pe. Walk by faith not by sight. E de asem na okeka no. Jai ni okeka no. No kure da me anka na eku o mai. E de abone na obi aka. Obi ade abone wo ma wo kutaska sesi akwakwokye ama ya nyina ama ya nsa aka bia wo be kwakwoda pan wo be kwakwoda empty stomach me busa wo what are you telling me
you walk by faith not by sight
yes me nyankopon no so wo pese hu nyankopon kro na maka kiro go and look for it wo be hu so ade asem na wo ka no
it is say I will say coach na bon yem pam no and
coach na
get to come so am resign
yes
football people no
yes
esco no
of course because the piano they want to buy their way out sanity they will find ways and means and then woman the court tamale koye that illegal elections and endorsing say 4 years now misuma sa football administrators no because woman you know woman nonsense why am I saying that see woman and ashe ama cat no behavior even deputy mate when kwon me use allege obi kan allege attention say
e say un say da nye sure papa
deputy general secretary girl be say na downfall said the girl whatever wonu na o promoting akwa ho. Why football administrators so te ho say nipa no ontimi nye ba nipa no say ni girlfriend say na downfall no anything am say alleged what I say what piano show as deputy general secretary at the Ghana football and a so-called football people she show mo ebi. And why is it administrators in woman Timinka said the guy, or say football guy one coach way Chris Hilton. Only the coach here or Cameroon you 1 point.
Derby.
Fantastic. So clearly and your coach no a problem. What's half what must Cat ekunya 1 point. Guya ni masi ewo Cameroon yere. World Cup. Coach when a coach you am yere. Me busaw.
Derby.
And your cat and a rear. Nyan administration. This same cat. And Shania to ye. Ewo Cote d'Ivoire. Shania to ye. You what's all follow sending Asempa
na mibusa so reku into way no the wakan na in this particular case Kurt nanka onye the FA no ombe provide campaign facilities am a team no ye the mobile camp am pe friendly matches am be arrange am coach na friendly players ye the mako Cote d'Ivoire ye person mo benya be papa da cars be am be ko training san yo mani na FA na ye into football people nanka dey bi no mo nsai
anya no kure sound no mo and say
na kasa mo ko come
we what are they doing to improve the game and kasa be ma what me say unya the right materials to make sure say ukuta winning team will develop a national team no from the grassroots to the top. You understand? I quite say yeah a bit is home court tamali endorsement. I didn't also on call no po say call endorsing. I didn't penny groom her.
Nasa omubi.
And now
I'm for by.
And
according to the law.
Yes, because San Omaya system, the Babylon system, no kuta system, no kuta sikane power, no manipulative system, no treat any way out. Now if we was stay in power. We stay in power, we are. Honona. It's a set Oma also omu ya adwuma emu positions no yam fasa positions no yadai emfa omu ya adwuma no. That is the issue here. Anything I say Kurt Shadi bi wa ha say
okay
neighbor I want to see something here you are me ma di bi wa
mate
and 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 that cat, you know.
Yes. Yes.
Shadi B. Joe. Ghana football under cat. World Cup 2022. Group stage ye film.
Yes.
AFCON 2022 group stage ye film. CHAN 2022 group stage ye film. Under 23 AFCON 2023 group stage ye film. AFCON 2024 group stage. See, we are hanging in the balance. And Guasikuraba. Whatever. Women's under 17 team.
Yes.
Careful to abandon 2 years because Korea age.
A man under 17.
My age. So will be only 17.
Yes,
I now get what as an administrator, FA president, who knew Ukutan Kofua, while point to more various positions, Omuya Juma Papa Bia, and Nanny Biaba. Ya be age. Yama age say. Timi bani o man nyina for 2 solid years esa akotua whiskey the taxpayers money in his etua
na a man qualify and say omo ye de ehimo princesses
eno ya brehu ya brehu but na ye omo qualify no omo mo tournament me hu say omo progression in development no
I say no so dey obe bucket ma ba so na
what are you saying
the omo qualify no
what out of 10 but now the woman qualify no out of 10 we qualify we tournament kwa mo me bisa out of 10 we qualify we tournament kwa mo out of 10 ba kwa qualify na age agu a what are you saying about so bobo and a wo baby chira me about so bobo na wo baby no out of 10 oba kwa konya 1/9 when you jam our banner meboa obi sana wotete o man wo fi o
that be na questions
o man ko school 10/10 no what the 1/10 abre o e ode o so so nkwacha se moiso
oreku no anya abot
mate professional
no anya
ne me pese o ti ase ne se ya under 17 team kura ne wo mutimi qualify bi
emema de
yes ema no de o na age ban grassroots no o si e grassroots ni na 17 wo mutimi qualify bi o mu kwa na afiri ho ne records ni show adwuma oye dey oye utin anya about say ya kojiska ama campaign akoso ama yetu kwan ama ya free players you understand even in yaba kwa afcon we o mo plan na say obi a wa plan de enka wo hwe weather situation any acclimatization any bibia mu a enka wundi kan ka say o South Africa masa we on top of issues o yenim ne yeka enka wundi wa planning wo de ye wunim say the taxpayer and sika no ho Ghana the outrageous budget na my dem de ko buga ne eno ano ne free players of your interest your choice your agent players who are your manage wo mo
Cameroon your budget saying the coy and 5 million no and we they see in budget no
meba ho so I make can say and I say we need pay what everybody go for politics make we need pam person just all politicians and so politics meba why would we sports minister one YBM
Yusuf Mustafa
one YBM on say so sad and bad say obi a wunima de wona wo ye politician wonim say dey bu o man na wonim mra say the taxpayer no ye disrespect no ye munanim tia ni sika na odi ya de ama no wo say wotimi bu ho akontama ni hu no what time the kokodi bu ase wo kodi na wo ba why dey wa ba be catch na obi say tweda mponya kopon be mana abasa
but sisi a wonim say still a betima qualify here
it's not tie tournament ni be sha se kwa na me say udimi nya hwe say wo be qualify you say wo qualify you me here cap ba me nim say wontimi fa cap ne ma it will take a miracle and a big cap be bad but it will also hurt me say obi hard work no obi edi miracle edi akwakoje cap feeling sem no obi aye ni football ye after correct players afa good coaches and make sure say tournament no obo when you Cape Verde Cape Verde did you believe so bet me a top group way I qualify the first country war a year AFCON because when we say football no development scientific utina mekanase you need proper administrators no matter me a I'm a football na kwa nanim okay and then I'm a Cape Verde na mlebu ko hia oh enye team bia ma wo no sule mu gina park ne so a against Cape Verde no mu ye mu butu ni say sa
e be sure mu sisi a
thank you
you see how they
no what fear and odini kula we look at the players even no omu nyina free bench by yes though wa ma Egypt anche no anka ye to aso kula na ko betima she Egypt for so
very well
so Ghana your so-called football people are kept a deal money no omu here so me resign omu here say o si omu get omu sag no matter sa yakoto aba funu omu koto ya omu eye kalabule ekoye yi nkofo free mu no sa abato no eye fun kankan a enya no no se ye hweso because nipa ne yes anu ma no nyina no wo ni modimbo ene ni dwumadi a wodi ne records a ye digu wo nyina no e kire se I mean enoma nkoye and it's so sad say MPP aban to na sa no ma wo nyina but then we will try the NDC aban na hwe so mo na betimi ayi sa nkofo mu kwasasem na mu di no e wo football mu di say Ghana for football in dia then you need to try a different NDC of course to see because I don't get it say MPP aban etimi atena wa nkofo egu o mani matesa World Cup 2 AFCONs what you say I didn't know so I didn't know some people for the now say omu na rule Ghana enei no mutimi tena Emma so called football people. Etimi be every say my ning na uncle viachire. One minister, only my Jumani
FIFA regulations, no.
What is FIFA?
Hey, against interference from government.
What is
that's a winning Moreko.
What is FIFA? What is FIFA? It is there. It is there, please. I'm of who you are talking about FIFA. Ghana for who you are talking about FIFA. Ghana for taxpayers money, dear. Who blasters who are your bone. You are talking about FIFA. Our no telegram. Ufri studio Hana Nado Ton Safra or Sebra Jubilee House. No, but also Reku. Way forward, many day, person be taking decisions being I mean take here. And then I'll be catching another. Na yem fancy, any honorable income. Reku. Makani na achi dena bi. Sisi aso kasa kanyo mami you know onye sisi a then onye. On Saki sports minister. Ono ayi no on Saki ayi. On making sure says football people for ni na resign. Esco ni na. Yes. Omu ni na resign. Of course. What you say? Aha. No after no agasa Kufuado no so sacking no. Ono aso sacking no. Yeah. So what na say ahwama ni ma na. At least we only you see Mustafa. Yeah. Oma Esco ni resign. Yeah. Now ono our president and so resign. And resign because president what now? Free education. The be ma bo aba so say at least fantastic. Ekoyi. At least on said omo ni made no and e mo Ghana ti na kan ho ma sa illiteracy system no e kan ho na ma yeah what you say kakra na omo ni made no depend no ne book no e bu ye fa so you understand it senior utimi yes obi antimi ko school ko sua bibi kakra no o san ko hwe football so o senka yes because football and no politics big football among for two about a kuta vote football no football any politics in echo it the voters no doors so football as well woman to about so doors power football as well okay it football no the woman come so here you understand but we are high say omo be catch us coach enye it omo ko fa coach a onye matrama kwe na sa coach no o you brutal and o jitu meboa that was Milo and o kogu ye ni mati Akufuado o mu che ne bo so o mu ko gisa afcon no Cameroon aba no mu gu na ni mati and o mu sa share ne bo World Cup kakaka we yo say o mu trainer scout no mu di na ba no o de ye be do finance age cup no trainer scout o no mu ko gu Ghana na Akufuado we ni mati bi and a Cote d'Ivoire nso Cote d'Ivoire fireman Ghana for catch them ni nyina ye kan fire professional we so ye catch say minister no adwuma no sports wono onim FM what ma try no tournament wa ko nyina wawe including local blasters you understand wawe as sports ministry that means bibi ko you on check it football administrators and answer administration for the year. Okay. You understand? Okay. It wasn't a president. Any MPP for Sabi guy man for him. And a guy man for near MPP. Guy man for him. I won him there so at least one to shake football no fraternity system no money. Sir, honorable are not done prayer crown. You are majority chief whip or a guy. So a bar say Mustafa Lock and yet. What two tournament as sports minister no what do? You change the system. You don't I could for do two say why you not Guinea Baku say encophobia or no and one position woman you don't do that system no so people for no so so you uchem mobia and Tony B we are back a we so say even minister ya we if you was a Mustafa May minister only kwanka fanise sports no ko betumi aye esiama kono utina make so why so we in free ono ni ade ne bad wa ko two tournament ato aso ankoyi to only no say kan hu say no there's a problem it wasn't kani kwa say sa Cote d'Ivoire we de me ma woko na minister we ye be hwe so on free Cote d'Ivoire yimra na on be hwe all African games okura we mu Nanim Guasis and Kangana. You sack him. You don't need to. Also, any question money at Twaso. All African games in this. You see Mustafa and the war sports minister in Guasia, but can you grow him on?
Oracle.
And yesterday, Biami Pese,
Mamena,
be born in Zio. But Monokura Munka, any Adina, Yabe, Amana ya, Nipo Betumaya, Muman in tea. And the piano. I will always keep people on your toes and fire you. Professional.
Oracle Dasepa, Yamin Shroud, Tiabesan's wedding, Comobio, Countryman Songo, and the attaining Cano, Enti, Sadiq Adams, ma Memfa Unye, concluding remarks. Now, you're honorable and not on pray. And I'll pick honorable and so thoughts on this whole conversation, especially the issue of the budget, no? Say, as MPs, budget by money, man, I said to saying. But, Sadiq, finally.
Obi,
yes.
I think make us say the able boss already. Yeah, they are long term, but in short term, no. Your best year, I am 90 from now. Young country on Saturday, every day. Ubia, you bet me no akasa kama. Maybe I done a coin. Now say that average age of Abia 20. Near far Kodam, near far. Yes, and your corner share in part. You say there is a plan. Now you may the investment in the right areas. Do
you support Songo's call? Say the sports minister would have to be fired. Esco Nunyina should be forced to resign. Oje Tum.
Especially Esco no. Yes, football no structure that you know. Omo resign to who? Nyadia possible and access our possibility ne wa. The bit yaka be free or more hono. And they say, more clubs and more ball will come and more form 90 from no more call emergency congress. Now, move a structure, minister and sweaty the cum because the Omaya day and Guasia my enough for 2 upcomes there. And Guasia, but said the air cannot. The day Saki we are now we be free or no. Osha said the FE, Ayo Majuma said the ministry of Majuma. Mine our work out and so on Saki. Yet honest. And I nipa your resignation and so do I know Canada. I think say easy, but Ghana for your system, you know, resign and yes, your bunny and your point to cry. Now, Vampany, the appointee or no person tower, the Obeka man will be obedient. If you force us to born your modia, will be end to me Pamobi. But it's me convince or more stakeholders, Mamoko emergency congress. Said there is an emergency in Ghana football now. This is why it should be done. And also now make us a minister and so we'll say, but there is a lack of understanding and cooperation between the ministry and the football. And nowadays the can be a number.
Ma menna say minia bibia ni e be san so di nkomobio. I know the issues involving journalists or mubufu ya atemidie bi be mu ene ade no oni unuanom no nkasa say eya no manya abotre. I mean as professional journalists that was a bit overboard. India yes eya no manya abotre. Yeah.
Some of that could went overboard.
Yeah, it's true.
Any of my customers just say the brain na kra na mkwazo mo ye du Ghana bibia to etwa.
Mate. Ekosiisen On Asempa FM. Enti yebeda se Sadiq bibia ne yebesan so edi enkomo bio. Sadiq Adam Sport Obama and ye training kano. Yebeda ne ho aba yeba the majority chief whip atnase or ye MP for Nsawam Adwejiri constituency. But we say, Obi, the government must be ruthless. 1 win in 10 AFCON games, unacceptable. The government should intervene and rebuild from the FA from scratch. They should stop monetizing the national team. Representing your nation should be a proud moment, not these players with their entitlement mentality. This is embarrassing. What are the ministers or the KPIs of the sports minister? Lawyer Roxanne, Ewo in Trakwa and Co. Lawyer, thank you so much for coming through with your thoughts. I've gotten a lot of messages. Ewo Ekosiisen so. Yeba be kind in ede amamo. Yentie we emra. Honorable Anodon Pratna say. After this short break, yedin komo. Stay with us.
Across Africa, a new era has begun, connecting us with one purpose: to create and share opportunities to grow. Across our continent, across the world, we are creating a better way to a better future. A Pan-African future. Together. EcoBank. A better way. A better Africa.
Blessing, do you know of any good medical school I can take Kofi to? Oh, Fifi, is that why you're looking all moody? Then I have some good news for you. The College of Medicine and Allied Sciences, COMAS, Accra, Ghana, is a degree-awarding institution, and they offer Bachelor of Medicine and Bachelor of Surgery using the Graduate Entry Medical Programs, Bachelor of Diagnostic Imaging, and BSc Health Information Management. All these programs are accredited by GTEC. Their bilingual curriculum prepares you to consult in French. But I'm worried about admissions. Admissions are ongoing. Contact us on Facebook or on Instagram at info.comas or call us on 0208-456-556 or send them an email info@comas.edu.gh. COMAS, the citadel of a holistic professional medical education.
Sami sorry no pa. Kel Chaco toothpaste na me de twitwi missing. And mommy confidence the money nyina.
Se wushia ama na me sifite guso na mesre a. Eya wanwa hu. Me de Kel Chaco toothpaste ene twitwi missing. Obo ade ni pa e wo bidie mu no. Ene e dia ye Kel Chaco toothpaste. E boy sin ho ban e free mowa e boy sin mu tokro. E sin ahye ene enumunka. Sure say amani Kel Chaco toothpaste so nie. Yeti center for.
Me dia magical Chaco toothpaste at tubu. Me shina no pa. Na dwa me kodano. E ma me sinye fita. Confidence level kwaso etibinama. Na me si 32 ni na guso.
En kaneno ane ma menum di bidie twitwi yense no. Asaya bebie mu o. Bidie wo Kel Chaco toothpaste mu no. MSC e fita. E mana hoden ne sayi nkabia. Ma wanum ye hwam. Enunti mu amonom coffee, wine, any tobacco e kamo seso no. Aba mamo Kel Chaco toothpaste. Sankofa ENG.
Kel, happy smile.
Enkratoi FDA ajiatum.
AFCON isn't AFCON without you. You bring the pride. You bring the electric energy. You make Africa's biggest football tournament great. Be a part of the Africa Cup of Nations 2023 with GoTV. Experience all 52 games live in the best picture quality. Live every pass, goal, and celebration with the finest commentary. And stay in the game with in-depth analysis from the finest analysts on the continent. Games are available to stream on the go with the GoTV app. GoTV. Love it.
Minya, Aqua Safari Resort Nancy, and near Maminka Michelle Huna Minya or Aqua Safari Resort for Fronon Show. So what do Aqua Safari to my phone again, Nigenis at Joe. Now what do 24 hours Barcelona at show? Nya in Niger Strungo and Summa you may be able to say jet ski rides, kayaking, water sliding, flyboarding, and a cast net fishing. And in Naka, you made your Pierre Aqua Safari. Mark 24 point for non found go forte so bontingo mia every year. Who no one and no mahu radar professor. I don't know one diagram now Mawendiane. Me mom dear, Minya ni just strong. Na means me trains and mess with Chako Aqua Safari Resorts view.
OneXBet. Bonuses are kesiye. Odds are kakraka. Ani nkunim die nkwa. Download the OneXBet app no. Na ye deposit ninya 300% bonus. It will do 3,445 Ghana cedis. Upe we na upe die. To make a register with onexbet.com.gh. Na use promo code Welcome Ghana. Ninya welcome bonus wo first deposit so. OneXBet ma ube brave. Gambling ho atruti kan wa hwe ye. Nya ma wa wundi if you do what. Gaming Commissioner Jinka to we atum.
One tough question. The ultimate game show is here. What game are you willing to play to win some money? What question are you willing to answer to win some money? Join us on One Tough Question, where the strongest and the smartest battle in quizzes and games. Don't miss the suspense, the laughter, and the edge of your seat moment with your host, Lydia Forsin. Showing Monday to Thursday at 9 p.m. on Aquaba Magic, DSTV channel 150 and GoTV channel 102. Dial star 759# to stay connected.
Hey, Penny, Nadiana made so far in Yuma Yebabekai.
Ani, Ghana Statistical Service. Eka Omanumu in Yumanina, a friend of Integrated Business Establishment Survey. Our friend of IBIS.
Ejumaya Biahora Yebekai Momu. Didn't know more, yes, sir.
Senuma Betminina, Ebe here say, when you're a Jumemu in Yumanina, who sent this Jinae, Nama one first war, anyone couldn't be Ayakasi.
Hey, ain't you not sure, sir? Me Choba no Kanwana.
I no crack, a Juma Biara, say a Juma and Fasoso, and I say any Juma and Fasoso.
Eh, yeah, no. onsem no would you say omunda nedi
ente sakra obekra nsema obeboaboa no so na wodi edidwuma e wo akontapo mu nko a enti ho nsem no de ya po ho ban
so eye no kre enti brebe na ebe sha ase na meye den etumi aboa
sa dwuma de ebe sha ase January 2024 obetimi de ho ahye mu de nam nsema e fata wode bema edwumayefo a obeba besra wo dwuma no so
kai wa GSS ma show ni SSW na ma wetuma eni o man koso aye
2024 IBES data for prudent business decisions.
Yasaya de mofrenyum to against na baby mo and Shoma season 6 ani and Shoma season 6 launch no e basu kwesiada 28th January 2024 e West Hills Mall Accra Kaswa Pantim Ponoso time e 3:30 p.m. on the dot Bray never show magical performances free and past contestants Emra yeah outdoor your selected contestant for season 6 Righteous Van Dyke Victor Chum Ampafo any our brand here Yebema mwa kakai emra no omo competition ni mo no oba pa Christy enso so beba na so wonim se wodi wo ja e na ebewrem na keche so de wo mo de ebeba be bom ye ba be wo so West Hills Mall abra ye pa Enstroma season 6 hontoma Enstroma yes right Adum TV yo wazo ye I'm moving baby you let us
Ghana for why ready ana Game Park Limited a lottery company for ewa Ghana Kromha e dia grow for Abeja na e sase every 15 September 2023 so abeda wakoma so every the number 1 Ekosiisen 36 chani boom na share nim say wo be disika bocho wa bra ye number na pie bobo wo na ye ready say wo be di mula wa bra wo twa from 1 Ghana cedi to 350 cedis na face kana wo be chano fa bo ho predio no nsia me kire 26 times e was up pick one game yimu but star 946 hash e wo networks ni nyina so and now betting download the Game Park app no e wo your website ni so www.gameparkgames.com share live draws e wo Adum TV anopa no nkron e wi adumie no e na nwumre no nsia de bia Game Park more mula more power Sagrodi National Lottery Authority in Sashase undi mfie du nwoche a endi Sagrodi bono wa hwe yiem.
Hey, lala didi lala wa worry aso de na me de ye me Africa Queen Mackerel bonejuma wo sesan Africa Queen Mackerel ide wati ase owunia se wo de ye aduane a e dance tomato sauce na egu ho no so e ye rich e pise wo nti e me aduane ne de ye stronko enam no so shemu ma na me kire se nam panko a wa wo beti ase na wo be checking so e ye grade 1 na me se me twa kwa me nkwan na me tu bi gumu a ato ne term so honey oba papa oh hima me jo Mr. Say, John Love, Gary Photo, rice and stew, and piscine gravy dear. Africa Queen Mackerel ni mo. Intimi now. Africa Queen Mackerel. Shawenum keke, nam papa no.
Africa Queen, shawenum keke.
EBS, Rufi Papa Fie. Ya said ya baby mo Ghana for. New Year, DBS Industries Limited for say. One more bow down is summer free. I want in the year free bonto. Nye hiane sa obeto mo roofing sheets a papa. Woman dia be drama suni mu biabi. One more be boss mo kama. Won't ya she? Ain't you way the NGSM? Obeto me so from what the free estimate. From OCCA. Accra number no 0240-844-444. Kumasi so dia 0506-004-141. Dakra dia 0506-004-242. DBS Industries Limited. Roofing Papa Fee.
Across Africa, a new era has begun, connecting us with one purpose: to create and share opportunities to grow. Across our continent, across the world, we are creating a better way to a better future. A Pan-African future. Together. EcoBank. A better way, a better Africa.
Be part part of the moments to remember with AFCON 2023 on DSTV. Experience Africa's biggest football tournament with all 52 thrilling games live and in HD the way you like it. Enjoy expert commentary that will blow your mind.
It's a gorgeous finish. Super goal.
And the finest analysis to keep you in the game. Live your pride, passion and love for Africa's beautiful game from the 13th of Jan to the 11th of Feb on Supersport or anywhere on DSTV Stream.
Secretary.
When you code one,
I don't know you. Last boss in your code, you know, you approve ya a meeting crown with Charles one. A drop no market to Brenna, a quantum hand. Make a top Flimal triple action. Oh, sir, Flimal triple action. Hey, you know, boss, didn't send a name minimum. Hey, boss.
Good afternoon. Hey, not because of Jumam Hankon, some of the Monkamu. Boss, no. Flimal triple action. Boame, papa, everyone, I don't know.
Flimal triple action.
Anne, so called Rachu, who was here, and as I promise you, Cope Fruma triple action. Then to just amount them cry.
Wobenya Flimal triple action. Our pharmacy, any over the counter medicine sellers. At a phone call, Action Pharmacy, Kumase 0208 196 165 and 0270 911 199. I pay for about a woman for, and then Koda one in fear do me nunca. FDR JJ Kratoyatum.
Flimal triple action. Action Kwa.
Senior won't you how Tibiano. We hear Syntax Tanko. Free say, Syntax Tank to me, Jine, a real sacra bia. Empire, ne bonus so ye kama say. When him say, Syntax Tank ni D kaye double layer tank organa. When him also say, Syntax Tank Korea, any D kaye tank muda hokai. Emu fite. Na say siadie, ubeti match size, color, type, biara wope. Syntax Tank, beyamao. Na nini ne chino. Ekita 7 years warranty you. Umpewe, na upe dien. Frakra, ewo 0244 335 168. Kumasi 0505 555 666. Syntax Tank, emu dahokai. Syntax Tank, eye strong, eye tough.
Hey, Kwejo, Nansen, who ya Pedrianu?
Ama Kingdom Garlic Bitters and Capsules no me no me no. Menu mo atosoma. Ena Nansen wo se obesore na me na ho. Eya na me kwajogin o. Ahoɔden na bedwa. Mitimi nante afuru sane a mente brebium sanse. Emoja ne timi free adwuma. Ana immune system no so eye na adwuma.
Kingdom Herbal Center for Dre. Ena wudi ho adanse no.
Men na mese wo se de ofura mefro wusane nso a mesane.
Anya Kwejo, mesme di asem asio. Kingdom Garlic Bitters and Capsules na daroma. Ene amama yo Betsima.
Oyiwa Kingdom Garlic Bitters and Capsules dra Food and Drugs Authority for Ajatum a boost to immune system. Why kesi boost for obesity wedropa eni ana rheumatism arthritis. Kingdom Garlic Bitters and Capsules. Mo amopedo do to enko Kimberlin Avenue. Okaishi Draglin ewo enkran. Drugstore biemu we sabetimi akabi. Etimi afre Kingdom Herbal Center for 0275 804064 and 0302 938153. Kingdom Garlic Bitters and Capsules.
No challenger.
Anytime I feel lonely, feeling sad, only one station makes me happy. When I wake up in the morning, only this station makes my day. Oh, Asempa, Asempa. Asempa FM. Asempa, Asempa FM. Oh, Asempa, Asempa, Asempa FM. Asempa, Asempa FM.
94.7 Asempa FM Sony Ekosiisen Dwumedie no asoguso awutie no ma yena mu nyina asene yensan so ma kwa abadie emfa momra dwumedie. So we've done 41 minutes after 3. So the kind of two manim no the majority chief whip in Ghana's parliament, member of parliament in Sawema Dwejiri constituency, the honorable Frank Anodompre abekansa ewo studio ha honorable akwaba na pom te saying
minia be my fisher pa
afi papa nkom to yen
fisher pa am of Venezuela bia ba be kan obi ever diplomatic nyamia do me ho ye pa
nyamia se
I think conversation and interaction in a phone. So for a long time, Intimimba studio.
Sure.
Made that the production team, the Dominic, led by Dominic, and for the Anna than me.
Yes.
Sir, a membrane and Inkita Onka, Madame Wasipa. Yes, now, me shot, me constant.
Sure.
It's true, so me shall see a fee. Otukwaju, Nama Bakwesi Krum, Kwachi Krum, or Dare Krum, Nama Ba, Opari Krum, Nama Canary Cortes, Mifi Canary Cortes, Makwa Hujo, Mako Photobi, Mifi Photobi, Maba, Baba Bedu Jam Krum East, Jam Krum West, Mifi Jam Krum West, Mako Dobru, Ankwa Dobru, Mifi Dobru, Mako Damai. Maba Densisu, Maba Achinasu, Mako Sechikru, Mako Pampanso, Mako Krukesi, any Dwadiche, me down Masipava. Obi me what 29 electoral areas.
Oh, 29?
Yeah, 29.
That's towns and communities in Dawson.
Towns over 400,000 villages.
In Sawima region. 400.
It's huge. We are in terms of population, no? Voting population, next to Kufodia. In fact, there's a marginal difference between Insauma Dredge and Kofodia. It's huge, yes.
New Joabin South, New Joabin North.
No, just New Joabin South. Aye. And me man fire dear pa, they've never let me down. And it is that the entire leadership of the National Council of our party, the General Secretary and the Chair of our party, National Chairman. A young man growing up from Madreji, and Unyam Shekesiom Dimami, if you look into the history of our parliament, arguably the youngest to have occupied this position. It's a huge tax. And Unyam Shaum Diamami, I cannot be more grateful. Let me bow in humility and show gratitude to our National Council and our party, and it is through your party rank and file, Sauma Dreji. When Unyam Shaw Mudiamami, then the caucus, the entire caucus leadership, and the entire 138 members of the caucus. The support has been massive. Obi, if you share your Bakosemwa, First Republic, Second Republic, Third Republic, Fourth Republic. Arguably, this is the most difficult parliament in terms of numbers. It's the most difficult parliament, but we've steered it by the grace of God. And
remember, I'm sure some of the issues dominated the last. Since they are more officially more on break, right? More resuming.
I think first entry into the second week in next month
of February. And I'm listening. Resuming. Yeah, the last parliamentary in Nioma. Some of the highlights in Parliament and Nioma. But I know, sir, when you. This time around, you are a member of the Pan-African Parliament, right?
Yes.
We're a member. Ghana member saying in a Mufri High Pan-African Parliament.
So representation is by proportion.
Okay.
We have 5.
5 from Ghana.
5 from our parliament.
Okay.
And I said no, because were majority, here were 3. And the minority for it, 2. The delegation is led by First Deputy Speaker Osei. Usu.
Okay.
On the lead.
Okay. Joe Wise.
Okay. Joe Wise, the leading delegation, and myself, Honorable Ophelia, and then
Ophelia. That's in Fantiman.
Yes.
Okay.
And then Collins Dauda and Yeramuntaka.
Oh, okay. From the minority side.
The minority side.
And the Munamoko Pan-African Parliament. And I know sitting the course in South Africa.
Sitting the course, South Africa Midrad. Honor your office Nankasawo. And then sometimes you get me call Ethiopia.
Okay.
It depends. Sometimes sitting yet to me change baby or one, but the permanent administration Nankasa was Midrad was South Africa.
If there are no sittings, no in a year, Mokobe how many times?
Practically thrice in a year.
Okay.
Nanka ideally be once in a quarter. But sometimes depending on the business at stake and what we want to do, it may vary.
Oh, okay.
But Mamin Kasa means Chad Day, that Pan-African, I mean, share BBC reports here, and Koyukra, because for a long time, near leadership of the Pan-African ever rotate, and then that has been the practice.
Leadership meaning said the Speaker of the Parliament,
the President,
the President,
and other bureau officers never rotate.
Okay.
Because of a certain protocol, if it's a Maputo protocol, and they are signing on, even though they ratify, and it was become a convention. But ne enkosa, because the French for no one numbers now more often than not no mubule
Anglophone
for no. It was a tough battle. Sometimes you call Parliament cry typical session. It's me resorting to fisticuff violent exchanges. It's not about 2 year 2 year president cry. It was a huge tax and to me so. I mean, Chad, back and forth negotiation with the AUC, the African Union. Then your core, then I was appointed as the electoral commissioner.
Oh, okay.
Yes, I was appointed as the electoral commissioner and as supervised election together with African Union. Because now for a long time, no money into me cost.
Yes.
Now I'm humbled to say is that first time you hold a very successful election. I elected His Excellency,
a president.
Yes, Cherumbiwa Onufi, Zimbabwe. And under my leadership as the
electoral commissioner.
No more be break so and again so you share my society mra no na your standing orders ni bi wo mu a composition of committees and powers of oversight to be given to plenary and the parliament because parliament be no be said you no. Bottom line is your oversight.
Sure.
By Koba said near what committee be African Union form and no a committee of all foreign ministers. Into no one oversight over
of the
African
AU
Union.
Commission.
That's right.
Okay.
But one a junior Pan-African Parliament, now junior take say the Pan-African Parliament would do oversight over the African Union.
Over the African Union.
In
the African Union, the executive.
Yes.
Not the Pan-African Parliament, the legislative arm.
Right. That's
okay.
Right. Perfect.
Okay.
So it will be what they all have been. Ain't Ekobasa ain't me oversight.
Okay.
It's near CSI and Mran. It was difficult. See, I am any near African Union, near integration. You can with ease, but Obi when you meet it real head to head, it's easy. And Anglophone and Francophone countries, and no Nayadi and I mean, Chad, it's me all these amendments. So see, there's some lingering misunderstanding here. Of course, you said you bet me a resolve, but all said and done, no, yet me as a sire mamra, no, it's me elected bureau officers. I hear you say going forward, the Pan-African Parliament to be able to do its real oversight.
Oh, okay, that's interesting. I mean, a lot of us know about the African Union and the African Union Commission, but the linkage to our Pan-African Parliament, I'm getting it really well today.
Yes.
In the Pan-African Parliament, and just an ordinary gathering, be among for who play a very critical role.
Yes.
The other thing I'm a person who say in this Parliament, no say be said the legislative arm of Juma is to make laws. It is a monomosha emra. In that oversight role, no say was Mushem Rebia, Musha Samrana, and what the force of law, Juma.
No, and Timing take his the idea, any idea for the model law.
Okay.
And oversight.
Okay.
Intiming do intiming activate legislative function.
Okay.
Because of the vagaries of our politics and the political climate and the geography. Won't even go Shemra, Pan-African Parliament, enforcement very difficult. Do Hoye. See, a baby, 1 year oversight, and no crying their question marks. And Obi, if you look at the history of the European Union, say, who said, when the Kwame Nkrumah, the Fufu Boyens, and all the big icons of Africa, almost shall see a Kasafa African Union. Not the European Union,
sure.
But they've gone way ahead of us. And you know, this are blockade now 2 years so because we are not ambitious enough to achieve something. And I say we are too comfortable with baby. And only idea is here pushy. And idea back also near a part of oversight. Near see said. We've agreed a process of governance, which is democracy.
Okay.
So African government be me in any BBA suddenly there's a coup d'etat. And now somebody takes the bar of the gun over oust the constitutionally elected government. Which means I understand take any drastic action. But African force. And I say even sometimes the European force na here but in to restore law and order. Sa said the Pan-African Parliament can say Abia Sudan, just for an example, no man of course Sudan. No, you better work as a Sudan for as an mundi democratic credentials, and we were able to do it the last time. Now yeah contest now me electoral commissioner. Now Sudan for contestant. But because no man was against our protocol, we had to bar them. Yeah, must Sudan for no uncontested. And for me, it was the first major dramatic decision I take here. And Obi, Mitifi when he as a very young, a very good,
calm, diplomatic young man.
Obi, if we have to insist, we'll insist. And I'm very proud. So I've got cooperation from the African Union. Openi Musa. On one kasa penny or the African Union Nankasa gave us the mandate to go ahead as long as you are within the protocol and the laws. Friend is saying Sudan for and now Malawi for so no more try to bend the rules and also the name see to make sure say on why you're the right thing. Obi, this continent is blessed. African Union and in Noma, war of the potentials in it boils down to leadership. Because sometimes if you look at the genesis of the African Union, now European Union, now be up to now. Because Yankasa Yenye agency pesi Yenya Bibi my home. And now I ask African Union no you soon pay any more some so I didn't ever talk baby I so ye bomb pie ye baby a corner crack immediate name siwa. The African Union we are desirous of seeing will be able to do it. And it will translate into democratic governance on the continent. Into Obia BB Obemusa don. There's a bigger body that can take us on. There's a bigger body that can come and exercise oversight over us. It's me as I and a bit me why to move ahead. European Union also a member of the European Union now breaking a protocol. Germany, which are European Union now, the fulcrum of the European Union is Germany and France. Germany and France. Two huge powers. We be I don't come after you. Trade sanctions no more why now you have to conform. That's true. It's a non SMA any break. Now you drew that level. It does our level, no. And it will translate. It does translate. It will reflect in poverty level reduction. It will reflect in GDP growth. It will reflect in trade. The niceties of the things we talk about, say integration, trade, it will just be a mirage.
Yeah, it's true. Honorable Frank Anodon Preni and a member of the Pan-African Parliament and or a majority chief whip in Ghana's Parliament or a MP for Nsawim Adwejiri constituency. He's still on that ballot paper on Saturday. Number one on the ballot paper on Saturday. We'll come into issues on Nsawim Adwejiri. But answer honorable share the current Parliament. We a majority chief whip a woman. My last sittings, the highlight obviously will be the budget approval and I suppose, and the controversy surrounding, the in quote anti-gay bill. Any baby do about a huge issue, and the identity. How do you assess last sittings here and Sanamoko breakaway?
Okay, Mr. Maybe said. To be honest, your bar office and there were problems. Okay. Because now, even though I'm a committee chair, foreign affairs committee chair, meaning you are Fenyo Market, honestly a third-term member of parliament, but Usha Lydia last your second term, or bet twice, so Menkai at here for you, the late husband. And Habib Idris was one of my deputies. Now, Osha, none of us had experience in leadership. Except Yenya Penny, Osei, Chairman, suppose. Into a buyer, difficult, Kakra. It was difficult. But into and it reflected. Your first assignment will be almost 2 years. You can so the election of the speaker. But we lost out. May Kasha Christian Nunyam also to the glory of the entire caucus. We regrouped and you can't say, okay, so this is the initial stages. Obi, from that time, BBBI a major policy, be it IEA, a budget, appropriation, bills, loan agreement, BBBI is a passive parliament, we have never fought it. sometimes Uber snake it is, for instance, the last time the majority working away on its own budget. A strategy. Now, said your name though. Under the leadership of Yura Haruna Idrisu and Muntakano, you buy for no more much. Haruna Idrisu, heavens know the number of times. Muntaka Wachewo, Ahmed Wachewo for a very long time. They were very experienced and versed with leadership and parliamentary proceedings and duties. Into yes, we had Nyabutre Paswa, myself, and under the guidance of Yura Mensa Bonsu, Afenyo, Habib, Lydia, we all came to a conclusion. Say, guys, this is a battle. This parliament, yenye debate be to succeed within a fleeting period of about 3 months. The first session, yet to me, we picked up the nuance and they started to reach out. I mean, Chade, within your second session, now you pick up to the surprise of Haruna and Muntakano. Nothing, we've carved a niche. I knew Juma. We're passing things among us to their dismay. We're passing things. And the Koba said, well, I don't know, but minority funds I say, oh, your influence or more. I am Mitias, if so person be bow level, I saw also so conform. In Tiobi, so your whipper, you are more like the fulcrum of organization of the caucus. Inti debiano wona say you do all the groundwork. Inti andope bia mean by 6 na me office. 5-6 na me office, 8:30 na me Haruna Idrisu office. 9 o'clock na me Muntaka office. Me yesadie no continuously sa me ko hu se na Haruna, let me admit, so on one case, no, madam for. Okay. Long before I came to Parliament. Okay. So he was once a Nooks president.
Nooks president, yes.
No, leader, no, I think no, may name 3 years.
Okay.
And so later on, Mr. Bayer Nooks president. In the was I Uncle Fan. If I mean, Kassa, Haruna, ye BBR, some joining NDC. When we were young student days. Or ye BBR, but naturally, no. Naturally, and also from my upbringing and my father and my family, UP4. Okay. So that was why. And I respect the NDC. Inti yebe build this hard niche na say, Obi, I could do baby no see baba be ye bibi, which is an action of patriotism. My idea ye pass ye mana bo mine now. It's difficult for our colleagues in leadership on the other side to say no. Because how can I say me animal? Unfortunately, any minority, the party didn't understand. Now we've had an undue influence. Then we move on, fast forward. New leadership, so by very aggressive.
The Atoforsen.
Yes, the Atoforsen. And you see, Atoforsen is one of the most patriotic guys on the other side. Sure. Atoforsen was the ranking member for Finance. Now, once upon a time, I'm a member of the Finance Committee. It gets to a time Atoforsen can swim against the current, the position of the caucus and party, and say that, guys, no, I have been at the Finance Ministry before. This thing we can't go against it. Okay. And tiny decisions, acts of patriotism, BIO, you know. Ama obuoni ni dia me woman no. It was so hugely. I can single him out. Obi is Ahmed. Ahmed will do all his politicking on the floor. But when it comes to a country business, I dare see a year money bore my because Onia Udi and Yashi, dear, a better coin be any and then we move on. Okay. Then the minority whip Kwame Agogo governs, you know. I have a personal relationship. Most of me, I grew up in the Votary. Okay. So I speak away. Quite well. Fluent, yes. Before because of language, you know, you've connected. Okay. And you'll be a very punctual. Time on year leader, crime is will be first to be in the chamber, or not here. Naturally, there's an affinity. And check against the expectation of their party. So already we have a rapport. Then we forge a working relationship. Okay. Even though it's now the battle became a bit tough.
Yeah.
So, on my Bible phone, they have to
also prove
of course. Pay masters a challenge. In the initial stages, the challenge are not shit. But I mean, gradually we all settle to understand that this is a parliament and we have to work together. Now, back to your question about the highlights of main issues. This LGBTQ I can say that against all the challenges now, the Ebebaso Embaso we hold the press conference we can say no. They be na adia bako fellow parliamentarians who say Obi, we can do all the talking. It gets to a point so we have a country to govern. Because you know, sabi yon kweche, se BBC se siya adia mimpese manu bide manu be boso. BBC se siya Parliament is the first point.
Sure.
You dissolve a parliament first.
Sure.
In today, we pinch ourselves and say that, well, guys, let's do our politicking. But the NTS said there is a clarion call to deliver on welfare package and expectation for our country. Inti, yes, I didn't know near Jim Manaka. Into shares, our bill way back and forth. It got to a point, yes, was firmed up. And then we started the consideration stage. And I can tell you...
And you see our consideration?
Yes, just consideration. Yeah, many of the clauses.
Okay.
As at the last checked, I think we've done more than 20 clauses.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, more than 20 clauses at Ekosiisen.
Okay.
And come and look at the wonderful cooperation. About lawmaking, I'll be in him set. Osei, he's huge. Ain't he? And then the proponents of the bill, no? Led by
Sam George
and the colleagues.
Yes.
Come and look at the views. They be a mobile leader ho, and a Pamako leader ho, Kwaji direct is no more bar. Backroom consultation. It was beautiful. Then you come to the revenue bills. Revenue bills, no, when it said no, and in no good area. And it was a decision of the caucus led by. I think their flag bearer was also against it. Inti, ye di kukuomu nkomo. Because I know, well, ye nimso person passes idea we. Betima catch us a hard year. We di betima boa mama pass, but we di yempene. And that is beautiful. Unsurprise you on the floor. Inti, Nyamin Chadi, we were also able to marshal our numbers. It was difficult. Obi, because of the structure of our government and governance, said two-thirds appointment come from parliament.
Yeah.
It's not practicable. Say ubetimi
MPs, you know, at every point in time or parliament.
Into to the bia na say won hwepe. But o hwepe ni nduru ho. Nipa na to kwan or official duty is out of jurisdiction. And no wo ba hwepe ni saying. It's difficult. Into your devising means be this a decision days. Into decision days, you know, we put together decisions and then we rally around certain days that you make a decision.
Not just by that day, and I'm making sure as a member be a president.
Yes, and also your more prior notification into any member of the executive who is part of parliament, you know, any program year into a week or two ahead. So this day be decision day, and it worked. Decision day
innovation, this leadership,
yes, and I must be humble to admit, and your leader Ankasa, Afenyo Markins, Habib, Yenani Transi who said no. Said the near money kono. Say be year, then we must give meaning to that decision day. And that decision day is something we didn't reinvent anything. Idea it happens across other parliaments, especially where it's very, very difficult, sir. And decision day is why made me pass it. To say BB to say revenue bills as here pass it. Some significant agreement as here pass it. The budget self appropriation as here passing the kakahunina. Into decision days na boa. And it will be remains on my pass. My admit the commitment level of our members. Obi share a to the beer. MPC be said on tiapo. But for the love of our government, for the love of our country. Now no bekaya inya to Pharaoh.
Union accident.
Yes. Yeah. No was shaman. At a point it appeared sa item ni yemfa. Then we suddenly had to change our position because of Nyomabi. Then he had to move from Ashama and come. Nyamenkwa Albinia very fatal accident war. GIG honomo. Into Obi, we've gone through a lot, and leadership, near experience be our leadership. The best was me and I'm a committee chairman, but being a committee chairman doesn't come anywhere near. So we chief whip. Into ya dear, young Crawford, now I'm praying, sir, going forward, no, you better prosecute your campaign in a manner that will help us to win more seats.
But the other thing also would be, sir, at the last count, Honorable Obi Amwa, another very experienced parliamentarian, had a letter by, say, withdraw from the parliamentary race in his constituency. What it means, they say, that will be number 22 NPP parliamentarians, almost your own sign M. Kobio. And that includes the majority leader himself. Clearly, the next parliament, no you are losing a wealth of experience.
Obi and it is with deep sorrow that I have to respond to Asempa Wuken. Obi said, how did we come to this decision? From whichever way you view it. A bit will make the counter arguments. Okay, it was Obi and quiet bed. Yes, but in the context, it said Oni pana woni isi akan no the core number ni wa maintain your winner. So maintaining the core numbers ni nyina and yes also should be because parliament, you know, that every parliament is as strong as its committee level. It is obey committee chair, committee membership, committee level na one a real business in the cost. We are near the reporting about reporting by nipa ba ko mienu bi and ekasa near adopt a report no. But the Juma Nankasa Ekoso ewo committee level. That is where you need experience. And sometimes you hear all the argument. Then you need Obia what to bring in hindsight experience. No, I can say, okay, now no say in a year, no, because you may not have the hindsight even readily available. People who are like a working experience. Or bet me now so a koti bibi see, and that one you cannot take it away from your penny. Your Osei Mensa Bonsu. Inti on that score, no, kwako about primaries Saturday. No. Well, there are unique circumstances for every constituency. But so nipa na yade wako baako mienu no work experience. In the face of the fact that yem crofo no mache ofie honi nyina ekono, eso mo hwe bibiye. Sabe bese paniko ni haban. Your quiet taseno. Yanhwe ni yi a will constitute an inexperienced side that ebe higher pa. Ebe higher. Inti anu de yebesre party rank and file. Maybe we may have to learn from this as a party.
But some have also argued, sir, 2024 election is shaping up to be a parliamentary election. Inti ebe it will be fought on the strength of parties in the respective constituencies. In who is your parliamentary candidate critical, say, or you'll be a amount for penasema, then on where to me I draw more vote at the amount of presidential candidate and so. And clearly, in some constituencies, new faces might do the trick for your party. Indeed, how do you then draw the line?
Obi, it's not, you have a point, but it's not necessarily, it's not an absolute situation. Okay. To say some of the orphan constituencies are Irani, names we knew, or some of the orphan constituencies, it gives hope.
Okay.
It gives hope, and when it gives hope that we will be able to annex a number of our orphan constituencies. However, the American say, with all things being equal, so we were an incumbent. Our show signs of brilliance, both in Parliament and
in the constituency.
In the constituency, you see, generally we have a challenge to say acquire some. But unfortunately, the acquire some in our MPs, which is most unfair, because the MP need lobby. Not getting to me, you cannot put the blame entirely on the member of Parliament. Yes, to say me Osei, I'm privileged. To say me not quite be brave. But it's also because of my privileged position. Yes. To say because we say Ramwakwata na de na kabe me ensakro the menim ferie because on him say or the normal beba obe hia me say me pass. So my situation is not necessarily the same as obi or what another constituency or new leadership. Into the main share say se nipa na sha se ya de nkakra this year menim say there will be a number of cocoa roads. With the support of Ira Brian, one of the wonderful ministers we have. many of our rules are going to be done under Cocoa Board. And quite be baba ye. Say many of the rules are here for a long time. Baba shasi yenina. Even though they are prospects, say be air more are coming. Why? Because of my position. Well, into amonhwe ni ye na bi kan kasa be se panic ko ni haba ye quiet so no ya nhwe ni ya we would throw away the baby with the bath water and then ye be ba knife parliament na kwakoye bibie wo ho say na mesre say ye nuane mo nhwe ni ye obi ti say ye wura Sylvester Tete yes oba efie ho no he shown signs of brilliant which ni bibi kitwe bisisi anu atiase and you know so see as a vice chairman for communications it's for a reason yema obi or your first timer leadership in committee just for nothing maybe will show some prospect show bit to say OPK prior so is the vice deputy ranking for public account. Public account is huge. So the public accounts bema obi o ye first time and not just was show prospect. Some crofo way ye nipa no a say etimi ye bomb ho ban because already know your vice chairman or your deputy ranking. Say ye yini fi ho no obi bow the nipa new person ba. Nipa ne be go through the ranks again. Ebe take America kra and so wetimi apeke. Ma men ka the pe say a dear Mabel born is just one or two names examples and yes, I'm giving them any preference. In fact, as a whip, say leadership of committee and you're in trouble. This is a finance committee. I was a member of the finance committee. Yes. I took myself out because me who said the be me chamber. Me nya time enko your friend is saying. Me nya time enko meeting. Sure. And then the finance, I'm denying them quorum. It will be the first to say, wow. Of course. Wonderful finance person. And he's doing exploit. Obi to say Collins Adoma Kumensa. Wonderful. Now Collins Adoma Kumensa, the first time of Casa Parliament, me man is our opportunity. No, true. I'm saying Collins, you can do it. Do it. You are a banker. Speak to this. Oh yeah. Your leader Ankasa was amazed. Wow. We are beginning to build Obi to say Sheila Batas. Yes, also Sheila, a member of the finance committee. Wonderful or yadipa. Some crofoni na me de share na me share party for say. Mumi en hwa de ni ye. Yan hwe ni ye we will not have in future the chairmans, the Ambrose Derrys, the Nitty Woos who have all gone through the Dampo Chase and all these the Joe Wise and all these so all those who have shown brilliance, young bombardier, young bomb hobai, baby achi and young no, the uncle yen your casa or quine passo, no more no omuntiena sopem, no more correct your so that we can build a very strong and dedicated legislators on which we are prosecuting agenda.
That can be true for ABA Obia Wako first term into Collins Adoma Kumensa, OPK, Sylvester Tete, Sheila Mo, Dakwa Newman, or more first term, you know. I think your argument will resonate with delegates, no. But that cannot be same for BIM fans wako 4 terms, wako 3 terms, any other. Don't you think so?
But there are exceptions. Okay. There are exceptions. So be wako 3 terms, yes. Then he who much is given, much is expected. Yes. It is wako 3 terms, yes, but it's a certain extent of infrastructure, a certain extent of welfare to your party rank and file and a reach out. Yes. And he said, no, there's a one to be dear. I'm not speaking absolutely. Nipa no what. I don't know, dear. And I'm really kind of admit that there are peculiarities and inconsistencies. So Nipa need to mean yes, dear na. And then you'll be in a commentary. In my case, I can tell you, say I have done a lot in his house. And then
after 3 terms.
After 3 terms. Me call first, I'm opposition. Opposition member.
That was 2013. Okay.
Yes.
In the 2012 elections, and how did we need first time as MP?
Yes. Second term, Papa Kufuor Dubai.
2016.
Then I became a committee chair.
Okay.
This time they can see it. They can feel it. Or speak to. Now saying surveys or more is reflecting. Speak to 10 people on the street of Insaum and they will tell you they are real audacious, infrastructure outlay. A quine been more for 50 years. To say A1 quine. For me yabo from Papa Dim could dia kwama on swam. 50 years, almost 50 years. A1 quine my and my any other quine with the pavement blocks in my year. You route one of
and okay say why I mean say one lobby am
yes, I'm lobby am why
okay.
Hope I have to take the credit.
Oh, of course.
Yes, I'm lobby for it to be done. Yes. In some with a pie quine, a Kofa Mortuary Road. For more than 40 years, it used to be a footpath. Once upon a time, a member of parliament, Rawiafe, or Kone Crate, you mean from the currency. Sa Quino, Yagusua, any pavement, a crani, we Hawaii, who runs some market crossing, Sa area honing in a pavement from MPP office, Kopie, education in a this year, actually next month, massive outlay of asphalt. It's a parkour quine. Uban so is in some one of our major challenges parkour quine. And I've kept assuring the moment through parkour quine from commercial bank could do or there Crum Junction asphalt. Then we'll do or there yaw. A fahon na mortuary we see a starting the pavement. Ye baba be ye in some township in and from Dobro Ekochinto, one of the major roads in Ina. Ye baba ye asphalt. Cha by next month no. Obi, we see, we make us okay. As a primaries, binding our compliance. A condition siache. Obi say we be quite approval. Na aqua contracted me mobilize your bus agenda from. To say park quine say no. NDC 4 year. Yes. And na MPP buy a re-award ye. Ye di ma contractor not only capacity. Or one to Chadesa, so by a children so akakra, no I got a wakakra, and I'm a call for variation order. Variation order basically to say, sir, drains in a walk lines. To have variation order no crowd to become successful and go through, it took me about 1.5 years. Obi easy because you see, at the ministry, no, imagine say there were 275 constituencies.
Yes.
MPBI Baba lobby project. It is sometimes I need the paper in my almost okay. As I didn't chat to do. Because everybody is pushing. And I would cry media crying the park crying near award year we. And I may cause someone sacre mu. Namun for drains ni being come because one for drains ni being come. I'm saying about the Obi cry the young award in the year. That took me 1.5 years. Yamin Chadie, the variation order has gone through. Young award in the normal bit to me. The side the asphalt aside there at the account. It's a massive in terms of roads in fact. Essence song for your book MPPA are buying a basso. I do na assign a basso.
But that would be in Sawoka say over 400 communities. It is a obi any in Sawim Township, in Sawim Fia, Sandy Panel. So what do you have to tell that person?
For instance, Parkro Quine along Parkro Quine from Commercial Bank could do Otukwejo. We have about 9 electoral areas along the line. Then from Dobro, in fact Dobro is the most populous electoral area. From Dobro to Chinto, Nipadosu Wopa. You see some of the Aquine echo through various communities. I strategically touch some of these roads because meaning the effects, the larger effect on the entire community. And our free commercial bank, friends, hospital PWD, and now PWD now kofa in some government hospital, huge population and the communities dotted along is huge. Into your quino, you should select for maximum effect on the people.
And here just any road. These are roads that pass it through.
Yes, these are roads
a lot of the communities.
Yes, and apart from it, you're saying reshaping. Some of the said it's Pampanso, Eko Krukese, Ekufukrum. These are farming communities. And they are not yet even any bit to me because we don't have the resources. The area is a year reshaping. almost every 3 months bia be pay grade and na kwako ye reshape because ho na nnuane dodo na afiba ufa kufu chrome ufa pampanso ufa krukese ufa boahin chrome ufa esikabio honom na dodo na kuafo dodo na ewa ede nnuane ba. Into what we need to do is to make the road more trouble so that they can link to the bitumen roads and bitumen their back in some market about Tom.
Yeah. And for being your third term, I mean, you said the last primary, unya contest, nipa mienu never contest, right? Nipa bako. That same person they contested you, and
Nanko contested, but was stepping down.
Oh, lawyer no?
Yes.
Lawyer JD was a JD
too.
Okay.
Or no stepping down. I didn't know they are tie back which.
Oh.
But Obi
and they say am I mienu
2 horse race.
And I order number 1 on the ballot.
We made that number 1.
Oh, okay.
And JD did that number 2.
And on one step it down.
One step here down. But there's not going to be any reballot in there. Because I'm not printing ballot papers in the Ukraine. Because the time of the decision, no, I'm saying I'm sure I'm manted. And I'm not printing ballot papers. We ain't you know.
It means that JD and Nemo will still be on the ballot.
Yes, but Obaba out Abeka or the support. But we're trying the region, Baba Beka. When we say I don't want to run him down. No, Oba and he gave a Obaba Kakanins and Bebre. You see, Obi primary soon could be there. Oba for Frau Bekasa Kasa. But Obekasa Bebre. Yato abani wie.
Yeah.
Out of about I think 700 voters then. 700 delegates, only 114. Yes. And about you so about so Kasa is all over the place. Kasa Bebre. You see, in the setup, on the political setup, and one fear people will mislead you. Because as a sitting member of parliament, me, and also as a leader, no, they be me with parliament.
FM.
Into people catch us, oh, don't bro, why you unpopular? You always find a group of people who will come out and say that. Into one fee, you know, so one year where you my year.
That
you believe me?
When would mislead you?
Sir, a year or so I step it down, didn't support a man, the third person. Obi markets then the other time you have a catch say I will make 70%.
Yeah.
I nearly made the 70%. This time I'm making 80%. 80%. And that's the minimum. It could be more. Odi obon so obesa ya be share bi make say don prebe kan. Obi ma bre me ho ase asome manfo. Both government, party and my constituents. And if you speak to the average delegate, they'll tell us, oh, don't pray who saw ye adwuma. And their welfare has always been at my heart. So we share never be to say education. Sabi me nyansa kakra sabi onyame di ma me ni school kakra me koe and ma be do baby amedu. Now I am psyched that my education was funded by not by my parents per se, but to be hunu le boa me. Inti nkrofo suku kode bia na damakoma so. Obi so bansa woma 2013 am be fa konyi. Na BC performance, we were not even average. Near that we share ranking now in the whole of Eastern region near rate. And I'm sure classes in kakra na me ko UK na makofa books na me chiche kakra near church and crofade na me motivate you more and also getting SME to buy into the concept say extra classes yembo ankorano na me promise you more laptops. Last 2 years BC ananke we know ranking a buyer near BT Kufuria, we were first in the whole Eastern region.
In Sawim?
Yes, in Sawim Madrid. The whole Ghana, we were third. Then last year, this year, ranking, this year was even worse. Because your previous students, obi onya 91s, 81s, 61s, Lenovo branded laptops to motivate them. Into their quarantine, you don't want and for the first time your teachers award, the teachers award be a kokosu other constituencies. Ubashani teachers they be a 20 teachers award, be a 160 teachers award. I mean more BR award. They say umesua aya kono once ho. Many books to Africa in the UK are called into an agreement. Every 2 months be the books, library books. The call. It is saying Quran King kind Dondology Quran Hokusia Obi, it is taught in English. Into the basics since our Quran between your phonics, no timia can kind. Meti me de mensa ato me boa say all public schools in Insaom mamobia library books. And see as me see 2 libraries. 10 years ago we had a small library. Your first MPM ame vada yebua nyame fa ne kransie. I will see small library in Insaom Methodist. Me see an ultramodern 2 libraries. I may see baku ewo Adreji Zongo. And no, it was a concept I mean Mustafa Hamid. No, yeah, Zongo Development Fund Chief Executive. Say beboa my nuanu mo was Zongo so more kind. And then we set that up. See my finish the books a goom and be a commission. And I see another 2 extreme ends. Me see another one in some opposite for the Wiggers. And you see a structure and we alaka crabin and also
when funded by MP's Common Fund.
There be way be a middle bet.
Okay.
Middle bet in a fund this idea way. Then baby see a 3rd library and no baby seen wo Dobru, Uncle Dobru, and a medical catch say Uncle Dobru and Nipa do pa a walk. I know say baby a share among Monsieur and the Suya at the tre etimia koso. In terms of education, my mission and vision, let's set up standard. It will match up to all the excuse my language, the so-called big schools in the cities. But match up. And if there's a trend emerging for the past 8 years, you be seeing quarantine in your first category schools, the Preseg, the Disada, and I followed up their performance. Obi, I have a team. I mean, Juma. Ye near one paninya the first choice you ye resource to monitor sa diena wo ye no. In fact, enjoy my parents in Nkwa. There are a number of people so I born maybe your PhDs. UK. Nyame ya do time me foreign affairs committee chair and minya a number of opportunities. Be brave about masters and PhDs. In Saum is the place to be in Eastern region. They be a Befi. Was a Befi no me mates or University of Cape Coast. Okay. Yeah, differs a woman's regional capital kwa. A bear jumana the job day ground. Yeah, bear jumano. That's right. Now over ICT centers. So they own name Obi. They say the ICT rules are well. My year close to 12 ICT centers for schools. Baby to say St. Martin's. St. Martin's in your ICT in Kwana, me ICT mom we you know. Besides mom library books, be library books in we na Obi, it was pathetic. Say a school like St. Martin's, no money even washroom. Sisi amenoka say my boy my ba kuma me say a modern washroom asan dia mom. O fi ho ano akọ na no Sejan. Na no Sejan my ICT mom, my washroom mom, my say mom library books. In fact, na no Sejan any there's another private school we share results no analysis na omo no mo ya de pa Osejan we feel Osejan no consum SDA omo nyam ICT center o ka Adreji Presby RG school in Sound Prison school MA school Zion school Adreji Methodist in Sound Methodist na sa most of these schools ni nyina no I no be any public place of convenience be a washroom so far me see washroom no water closet, modern washroom for most of the public school, about 20 washrooms I may see I'm a schools, you know. Because of you a bus school or musia dear or because or co aquaxabi or coyen nanya dio besia ababim. And no, I'm told has motivated enrollment, just like school feeding, you know. I'm quarantine, they stay on campus. Baby to say Tieku school. Tieku school is about 70 years. Now Tieku school no edu baby na obi ampo yi ni ba fi school mo no makoye washroom amom me ye omo kwan amom the last time because personally co motivate teachers no for 30 years results a BC results a bar for Tieku school no more record this our results na da ni nyina ye no ma me ye wo enwumesu a
your critics will say these are assembly or central government project.
No,
necessarily the MPs.
No,
project.
there are many. This is ICT say, okay, if that is the argument, I don't think that MPBA yenye be my MPBA. Obi, it's a flawed argument. Say you're in government now. Obi timi nya 12 ICT centers. No, obi nya 2. You cannot put those MPs on the same pedestal. Obi nsemu edu. Obi kasa edu echire ye obi timi lobby more Obi you much more influence. And Obi I differ. Toilets and washroom na me you see for school, so they are not central government project. They are projects me and some through my statutory funds. I'm the year. But I won't say, and I don't want to yes, I mean, yeah, comparison is because of some kind say central government, you know, and I make us answer my show. Ain't it necessarily central government? Of course, it be a central government. They say ICT centers. He say me lobby, me call, me mama, get fix one.
Yeah.
Me call era, me mama,
slow
so wine. They be also more be 10, no more be 2. There must be a reason. There must be a reason. And I don't know who you credit the free me why ye. Yanko health. So far, I'm putting up new chip compounds, about 3. Me back with me put another 2, such a chrome and a yaujam. Uban Soma, because of your position, geographical positions, you know, most of the constituents are more you who are in labor, or Uban Samu Ebejiawo. Now, in some government hospital, the last about 2 years ago, I'm a call labor ward for who be me rehuye. Say Emma, they are sitting in tents or tables or benches. So I think we're multimedia running documentary. It have been running around to build a new mod Nico Center. Me DH me quite as funding ho quite as nisika me so me common fund ain't me so there's already pressure me to school fees me yet decks me see school dine won't be yet. I mean for feed the case so embominia NHIS boss Okoboy because mimi nua kasa no jitum and then must start it you're almost a lantern me see a modern Nico Center, first of its kind, when some government hospital would do baby labor ward ne a cheaper and also koso IBB koso. Then there's an accident center who wrap in some OPD or Hodoma. We shell when some Nifasubu say a modern accident center koso with the support of the member of parliament. Any doctors say, oh, when he set his idea up. Then most of the chip compounds, were about 12 chip compounds. It's almost super. On a regular basis, every year, be more equipment than hospital beds. Me importing over 200 hospital beds from US, and the match full all the chip companies they will call concerned about no bed syndrome. No, even though we have not resolved it entirely, no, idea form absolutely. So I deal with say central government who be me no when it is my own instrumentality. I'm a lobby. Na my GFE US the abanti.
But there will be this other questions. There are some of your colleagues in parliament in their constituencies or more called unopposed. And yet you'll be a contested one. After 3 terms, and you have some work away in the constituency to show. Say they were taking you through. No? Why are people contesting you then?
That's a question. Probably that's a question they should answer. But you see, the answer will be given on Saturday. You see, initially, I'm in microphone on oppose, and people said, no, yeah, man, in call on oppose, ever contesting. No. The real answer will be given on Saturday. The vote, I mean, and a better reflective, then indeed, the guy was very popular. And the day and nothing no more, yes, sir. But our contest, meaning maybe a free.
Asempa FM.
Yeah, the facts will be contested.
Meaning maybe a free. Nipa no so tiemia, or no sunim. Obi, you see, Sandy Pano. Asempa be catching say yen tiny pa for no reason.
Or any power party mo.
Or your party ni or your minister were holding 2 very important portfolios in this government. Or the normal parliament me jam nine so Obi on a typical day ube to me with parliament me you work about them. Me ba very early. And yes, I may dramatize it. Obi bia more reporters and nimi bia they will tell you.
Yes.
Me ba no papa but nothing. And make sure say minister bia or what duty bia my friend na sa nipa no obekaya last time be rise ni niema odi ba parliament very very important project me gina me na so me pass ni nyina ma no na I have nothing to say yankopon asem say woni mo ko a nyame nko bi ma me they make catching is that person should read the book of Romans. Romans chapter 12 verse 19 to 21. Vengeance is the Lord's. Now, with the minister, you are not even in my region. You are not even in the eastern region. Now, me for whatever reason. Now we yes idea we are. Me GDA say.
Are you saying say but for that person and can be unopposed?
Most probably.
And yes, Andy Pan.
Yes, or send you Panukutu. And you see, Obi Adam for you, Obi so Adam for.
Sure.
And Obi, miss me what the for. And it's a nipa be numa kwa koshia. Obahwe no badwen so mu nyina time, but no
yeah, but Obi do.
And there are people who day in day out tell me say, "Ora,
when na ekoso.
When na ekoso." And especially omo ka chem say they see your potential. You hu ni say more kwan ubenyi you grow up to become something very future. Important for our party and our country. Until we will not be part. I have a senior. One day I'll tell you the name. I have a senior journalist. So hear me seriously. Na me nima the crop and oba me office. No say unya hwe hu ye pa. And I'm say adan. I said a meeting be akosum penifo bi wo one meeting mu party mu aye meeting bi. And now mo ye I told them I cannot be part. The agenda is simple. Get another prayer out.
But you also heard say because of vociferous support for the Bawumia candidature, no, there would be payback for you in your constituency.
No, Nipa no or yes no or Bawumia. That is the mystery. Nipa no only the charge, no.
The charge against you,
against
no?
me, also Bawumia. So that argument never comes in.
I get you, but you heard that argument, and so
of course.
Say, well, publicly of all the MPs, don't want to say Mudijina when you say push the Bawumia agenda, and the anti-Bawumia camp no will come after you. So what say no
so, but I'm telling you, sir, the Ekosiisen
in this case, it
is not
pro Bawumia,
yes, it is not anti. The forces and the big men know what is happening.
In the lawyer JD now was step it down. So a part of Nipan agenda now.
It is part of it.
Step it down now through support because mostly say one against one.
It is all part of the scheme. Set through support behind this person at the last hour.
Now to another
but don't to me.
And you are saying that despite all those machinations, no, Ubenya not less than 80% of the vote.
I have been a police station executive before.
Yes.
I have worked at the region as a regional youth organizer before. Me, yenua to brakweku Gabioche Dako.
Yes.
Yenye seti up Dankwa Institute. I have done politicking both at the top and at the grassroots. Sani panosope so tuna, you have to be very careful.
Yeah.
And you must have your strategies right. And besides the point, Sabio, I am not done yet. And you see, I got the signal earlier. Me signal na a check. Into me di kind damn so. It's not like they are taking me by surprise. If they take you by surprise, sometimes when people come, no engineer, you know about Chadikani. Me said this is the grand scheme against you. So go all out.
Nah, but at least what might have surprised you and say the person behind this from the Bawumia camp.
Well,
you didn't expect that.
Well, you can say yes. But Nipa no me investigation and who's a personal.
Oh, okay.
It is personal.
Okay.
Then I had to discount Sophie Bawumia camp or not. Of course, me supported Bawumia. I'll be back to the Asema Okano. And you see, I supported Dr. Bawumia not because of the no catch me. I'm on record. Time I I'm not a bay for Cabo and a national youth organizer.
Yes.
Now me a regional youth organizer. A bay for Cabo. Come on with Dr. Bawumia ba first time. First time with Dr. Bawumia ba me I opposed.
That's the 2007 decision.
Yes, I opposed. Why? Because next time na me nimo no.
Okay.
I wasn't convinced about him. Obi me obi asabi. I'm a very frank person. I was convinced that he is the man who can stop JM. One, he will reduce the votes in the Zongos. Secondly, he will do damage in the northern region. These factors put together put Dr. Bawumia on a higher pedestal. Now he'll be to
convince you, sir.
I was all out, and I can tell you, me can be convincing many of the members of parliament because they said they all can say me fa kuku ni swai. Me fa swapa. Now I have no regrets. No, say Dr. Bawumia nti inombe sisame as member of parliament. So be it. Because then the party has even approved of him. For the first time, Obia Oko flag bearer for the first time, no nya over 60%. It tells you that Nipani are very popular. He had 740
Asempa FM.
in my constituency, as against the other candidate, we have 200 plus. It's granted, sir, but we have phoning number 2 mine is a foregone conclusion. But me catch or say, Dr. Nya 740, minya 800 plus. From done my analysis.
And this year, or delegates near saying
the delegates plus or minus almost 1,000.
Oh, okay. As against 714 the last
the previous one. Yes. Dr. His Excellency Assembly there, it was out of convention. It was out of convention. And it means I went out of my way to speak to people. Let's break this jinx for us. Nentia says a party and ya account for party. The very people who founded our party, the original Northern People's Party, started in the North. And you see, in Crophobia, no more dramatizing, no more could dean trash, Japan. Ken is somebody I respect. But on this occasion, I differ because Nami GDS and this material time, Dr. Baumi and the Bitimaya Bedeno. And it is not with any disrespect to him. Mean Wabobra Seme. Or your penny seme, or your party penny seme, but Bibia and Shame set Minko Dinechi, especially knowing that Mijidi is a winner, but Mijidi is obey. Inti, Sa, you need dear, Unia, and fly well. My main kind messages, Kakrana Fe, Yanshani and Rapia, meaning so meetings and Umrani and Ya, and Kokotwa with Jumaso, we say Obi greetings. My conversation with Honorable Anodompre, and this is Collins Adomaku Mensa, MP, and the message we have. Also, my conversation with Honorable Anodompre, and this is you speaking. Collins, you are debating on Tuesday, so get ready. And Collins responded, Chief, that is not possible. I entered Parliament just 2 months ago, and I need to find my feet. And you came in. No, Collins, I know you can do it. I watched you speak on TV the last time. Collins came in. Boss, I really need to get my groove on before. Dompre came back and said, you speak after Honorable John Jenapo, get ready. And that is how I got the opportunity to speak first on the floor. The rest, they say, is history. Thank you, sir. You are a good man. Collins Adomako Mensa, with that very, very touching message to you. We say, Obi, we the youth of Nsawim Adwejuri are proud to have him as our member of parliament. We are proud of the massive transformation and development in the municipality and ready to vote for him. He's made me who I am today. I'm a delegate and I'm voting for number 1, Castro Ananu Ewo Nsawim. This one says, Obi, please ask him what is the problem between him and the constituency chairman in Nsawim, Lamtekin Rashid Ewo Tema, Gulf City. This one says, Obi, please, this man in your studio is a gem. Honorable Frank Kwabena Ano Dompre is a strong pillar to the progress of Nsawim Adwejuri. Please ask him what breaks him down. His relationship with the constituency chairman too, please ask him. The new party office in Nsawim Adwejuri. Okay, into one of the questions, what breaks you down? What's your relationship with the constituency chairman? And what's the status of the new party office in Nsawim Adwejuri? Eric Dankwa, aka EKD 360 from Blue Skies, Dobro, and all the way up. Obi, for the records, let your guest MP know that there is no course called Dondology in any of our universities in Ghana. Which is an example.
Yeah. And okay, into Charles Kwatinwa Denta. Charles, thank you for your point. We say Obi, please, Musa Abattoir Ewasawa. So I say, ask Honorable Anodompre, how did he respond to the statement made by Kennedy Japan that he would make sure he loses the election? Frankly speaking, even though I'm an NDC person, I'm disappointed in him, the way he conducted himself during the NPP presidential primaries. If you're a leader, you should be fair and balanced to all and not to openly show your preference. It's weakening the party's base. It's free advice. Musa Abattoir Ewo Asawase. This one says, Obi, I have a 25-acre farm at Pakro, but the road from Nsawim is so bad that the farming is not profitable there. It must be fixed as soon as possible. Angelo Enediwe Abre. Angelo, thank you for your message. We say, Obi, Honorable Anodompre is a solid, fantastic material, and he needs to be maintained. Pa Abele uo nungwa ode abrayen enono. This one says, Obi, good afternoon. Special greetings to Honorable Frank Anodompre, the Majority Chief Whip of the 8th Parliament, and MP from Nsawim Adrejuri. On 27th, we're pleading with all kingmakers of Nsawim to vote number 1 for Honorable Anodompre Silas Befi and on the way Abrain. This one says, Obi, I am part of the team that started Dankwa Institute in the year 2008 as a campaign correspondent and media liaison. Myself, Eugene Ahin, Herbert Krapper, Sophia Koko, and others. He has sacrificed a lot since then till date. He's been well trained in politics, and I believe if he continues on the path of legislature, he would be more impactful. Ian Okwe, Ewatema Central, and on the way Abba. We say Obi, greetings to Giovanni Nana Osei Tutu, incoming MP for Esekado Ketan. I wish him well. That from Nana Kofi Kusi Broja. Or no, their brain and no. We say Obi, Frank Anodompre is seen as a great leader, but there is a rumor that he is he is arrogant, and it's so, and if so, then he must change because people are watching him. Cheneboa Kudia Edia or no diaba, and the Honorable is here to respond to that. They are also arrogant. Obi, Honorable Anodompre embodies the hope and aspirations of the good people of Nsawim Adrejuri. He's brought more development, provided more scholarships and more job opportunities to the youth of the constituency, among other things. He is thus the best candidate to lead our party, the NPP, in order to maximize our vote. He's also arguably the most hardworking chief whip the NPP ever produced in Parliament. He will definitely win, inshallah. Idi Muhayuddin Esquire. And or the way I pray. Obi, good afternoon to your guest, Honorable Anodompre. In fact, politics can be brutal. Please tell him it is well. Richmond, it was Standard Chartered Bank. Any lot of messages here. Let's hear your thought as well. 0548 443 523. I was here any wrap here. Honorable level other meetings. Honorable, your response to some of the questions.
That's a par for the compromise. Here, wrap here. There's a debut and next time be let me can't wait to answer. I'm responding to issues, observations. You know, when we say the whole country. And women can't good be anymore. So again, is from central government is also the difference in lobbying powers.
Okay.
The whole 275 constituencies in Ghana, me pe na me wa AstroTurf 4.
AstroTurf, so
yes.
4 Adrejuri.
Baku Adrejuri, Coco Park. Baku RG Zongo. Baku Adrejuri and some Methodist. Baku Damai. 4. Again, the difference in lobbying and tactics. Apart from no. Now, me person we make your comments kakra or blaster say you know sure. Who say adie back no songo can ye playing field I a problem se see I know some start me develop 15 community parks apart from the AstroTurf 4 na me wono ma start wo ahujo ma start wo photobi basically what I do is that me level playing field
Asempa FM
you are not playing field in yet near dua grass and for near ye standby ball whoever supply in so near your post near your wall of found camera near your floodlight ya shall see for to be me ye be we edipa ma start you okubeye me fi okubeye ya me kokofisa me call kwesi krum me call there krum me call sechi krum me call akwemu me call edipa me call bank road ne ma call dobru ne ma ye amanfrom
and no mono ye natural grass pitches
natural grass you know FIFA cries out cancer artificial turf and it's not really sustainable and no your natural grass are made here. Obi, in the next 10 years the place to be in Nsawim business wise investment sa one district one for to me come two nano me and me lobby asset up nano specialty be or use locally local materials say ginger ne yomri beer on the way to Damai or right hand side me and me lobby is a project number so it's just by the by and some really know reactions are bapa crokwan most next month ya started asphalted from Commercial Bank all the way to Odekrum Junction and the rest is normal bitumen me chairman a basic thing Nipa or baba contest me no. I won't me personally caught too much into the thing because in Pedifat Nazima year dia 2 year. Nipa ne cancer me chairman na mobo. Or chairman na mobo or na moto so just in same just to spite me. Into a bar sano, the delegates started asking questions. Said MP, now chairman in here see why mobo then why am. Then I came out to say the things I've done for my chairman. Ordinarily I wouldn't have. Obi coming back. And na man ka chairman no ko no mama yaman. Other constituency executives the maya ma me kan. Then my man takes offense.
Chairman not take
He takes offense. Well, that's all they make public. But the people are demanding to know. Well, it's just unfortunate, but you better Yankopon.
Meaning say more relationship now in Shada and yeah as it used to
but it's okay. Say you know nipa. Obi sabi only we require damn pass. So to be when you kakra. Very normal. And I have grown in this party. Minim said you handle a chairman for any constituency executive. Cool. Party office ma to a new story building. A service kanka crack. The very first hotel a Bonsu, my friend Pacific Hotel. Yes, ma to dino. Me year renovation, me year wall, ACC dining, about 3 months time, you be then I hand it over.
Oh, they be a party office.
Party office, yes. You be my flag bearer, baby piano. No be busa the stage of it. You be so a year renovation. No. Then no be say me arrogant. Well, me name so be arrogant. Yeah, maybe the way I speak. Yeah. Professor, I make kasa with a bit of aggression. Me name I grew up at the barracks, and I've gone through police training and military training. It's many so ashikakra. Who me first time about me very mild, but all the force about one show
force be
it is a new party who make us a bright cross on penny once that you underrate me. Into the tradia banner the tradition wise dear on penny pa me arrogant. Well me a nipa. It is a nipa cancer they see a semblance of arrogance. What it means is that as a Mrs. the metie na me yehu adwuma. Omo kasano. I don't fault them. Because why yehu adwuma. Se be nyina ye nipa. Penny said you utwa sani nim se nechiacha. Then on the flag bearer contest no.
So now we a leader you should have stayed neutral.
Okay, sa nipa na dwen so no. Mesumi gidi say so your candy for you must show the way. We your candy for no who the papa be say ade we ni ade beboya. Probably the way I went about it. But obi men gina baby and obi atem. The mekan and say well we ni ade nti amome to abama Dr. Baumia. Men gina baby and obi atem. Enti no well ebi enyesu ehunu bi wom. Next time no you be kwan ya you be adjust it in the context so we are leader and a bit of balance kakra ya here. Obi, to draw the curtain, my call around all the 29 electoral areas. Me share, I think 3 times. I catch just about 3 electoral areas. I have 3 times round. Asama me party for the do na catch them and say, you so uti a chre abanim kakra be ye committee chair kakran kakra ko nyankopon adom wa ba ye obetini. We see a line of progression. That message has been told. Catch me. Almost once I catch me, so don't pray. Ye party phone ye hear a certain skilled welfare matters. I am also meeting as super. But all said and done, Obi may catch show their shake Christo and Saturday by 5 p.m. Inshallah, I'm winning a minimum of 80%.
80% of the total vote.
Yes, the turnout. What do you say? So, me 80%. But definitely, I'm going to get more votes than His Excellency Dr. Baumia, to the glory of God. And we are determined, saying some seat, we bring it back to the NPP.
To the NPP. Sure. And it's there are some videos. In the video, we're not more than
video na me ko inspect pavement block pavement acquire me on some market
na traffic light for ni see no
traffic light no baby a friend no total PW the junction on new traffic no but we in some market
okay
and you see this has an average lifespan of about 40 years. Into most of the places are very busy, I'm awarded me cocoa lobby for Kwana de Mamivia. Then I go back for variation order because of said you're busy, you're any pavement and I had Obi Camille fee from in Sao Mochi Road, lawyer we have Kwano. The stretch is about 1 kilometer. Me per any consistency, me what a stretch of 1 kilometer in the pavement. Pavement blocks, and so it's also the difference in lobby. Me bana person be ya na me require me no be kasa be ya and it's a special grace from the Lord.
Very well. Honorable my yena se na yemfa ensi, we wish you well. Nyame ya domo after Saturday ye be sign so edi enkomo bio na ya hwese de nioma esi ekon. That was Honorable Frank Ano Dompre oye Majority Chief Whip in Ghana's Parliament, MP for Nsawim Aduejiri, and Moten and Kano. Happy birthday to Desmond Frimpong Manson, aka Cockroach, Mayor of Achimota. It's your birthday today. Happy birthday. A belated birthday to Abena Sewa Ajekum, Head of Marketing, Fresh Look Eye Center. It's also your birthday. Okay, belated, not just a Enra Nase, maybe some of those other days. Belated happy birthday to you. Let me also say once again a happy birthday to a very good friend of mine, Eric Ewudzi Arthur, Assistant Administrative Officer, National Identification Authority. It's your birthday today. Happy birthday to you. You're also an incoming Justice of the Supreme Court of the Ghana School of Law. Eric Ewudzi Arthur, Assistant Administrative Officer, National Identification Authority. Happy birthday to you. Ma yentie we Emra enti yeba would continue with the conversation on the Black Stars. Namenya seasoned sports journalist here at the Multimedia Group. Victor Achutamaklo will join me here. Daniel Crantain would also join me here. We'll be speaking to Godfred Akotobuafo on the phone lines as we further dissect the issues with the Black Stars of Ghana. And to stay with us after this short break, Yedis and Common.
One expert, bonuses are kesiye, odds are kakraka, and inkunim di nkwa. Download the One Expert app no. Na your deposits ninya 300% bonus. It will make you 3,445 Ghana cedis. We now open the. To make a register with onexbet.com.gh. Now use the promo code Welcome Ghana. Ninya welcome bonus will first deposit. So One Expert, mau be brave. Gambling one truth can wash you. Yeah, man, what would if you do what? Gaming Commissioner Jinka to way out.
A bank that supports you, a bank that cares for you. Hand in hand, we stand with you. So lift your head up, big dreams are waiting. We'll walk with you wherever you go. Where all your dreams come alive, CBG. Make you smile, we will rise with you. Your business will flourish, your name will stand out. Consolidated Bank, CBG, we stand with you.
Dachimbo Ganie, Masanso Ababim, Sese Kingdom Home Real Estate Development Limited. I am for Kramaye. Hey, Caneno, so Benya Sasi, ever a pre and I say Cropon, Nem Pobit Messu Deriano, a moon Samu Ayapi. Nanso Enadia, Kingdom Home Real Estate, SCC Adana Riokra, or 3-bedroom and 4-bedroom houses are West Area Waton, and a 2-bedroom apartment, Nina be Ewo, and Sony Kania Sodia, a floor 247, Neba security some de Abambo, and yet Mudakra, CCTV cameras, a Tramweshia, na a was serene environmental, a good weather condition pa. Dear Nijini, dear Nikane say, so it's an estate Nimua, not to the site, I would go a Tramweshia, a bit to say, a brief Botanical Gardens, Boating Falls, Aqua Safari Resort, and also a Bentete Kwashi Hospital and also, and Tisawati Kingdom Home Real Estate dia, not with you fear and Casa. Enti, Minuanuma Mufra Bridge Laba, Namope be a good weather condition what Aqua Quatnadi, Mumbra, and Naso Pesor Todine, and the Mamomini Poppy, better baby or Masumba Juamodia, and your Black Kingdom Home Real Estate, and your Irakwan Kra, you will be a well coupon and a bin so a breed, Ufri Adenta Aircon, a 30-minute drive with pet, no word, one more at Dinos. so de ye fofofo enti se wo pedan atode a ene afre yen sesie friend Accra office no e wo 0240 521 276 and also bet my friend Akropon office it was 0555 612 611 Kingdom Home Real Estate Development Limited Kasa Capon Travel and Tour Yasaka Yehobio AFCON 2023 Yadi Ghana Fono Bio Pesoko Tournament Nibi wa Ivory Coast so Kwabon himself Bana Kwen 21 Sheshe and Kankan Tournament to say we are Yachino Bieni Ho NTF 30th January Kosi 11 February I have 2 packages Yadi Kanya 1 in a room package and 1 room I know you 23,000 Ghana cedis and you 2 in a room I know you 15,000 Ghana cedis a Biaba with breakfast you beside the for nice places in Ivory Coast luxury bus road trip and a match tickets what the metro matches no be register this year office Abria 24th December 2023 let me afresh 0209 194 507 and 0247 431 602 at Inchirimubia.
Provident Insurance.
Provident Insurance welcomes you to a new year. Remember to insure your new car or renew your existing motor insurance from the 1st of January to the 31st of March. You can win free gifts such as fuel coupons and several other branded Provident souvenirs. Rush for insurance cover now. Terms and conditions apply.
Insurance, your future happy days.
With Provident, man, you are covered.
Be part of the moments to remember with AFCON 2023 on DSTV. Experience Africa's biggest football tournament with all 52 thrilling games live and in HD the way you like it. Enjoy expert commentary that will blow your mind.
It's a gorgeous finish. Super goal.
And the finest analysis to keep you in the game. Live your pride, passion and love for Africa's beautiful game from the 13th of Jan to the 11th of Feb on Supersport or anywhere on DSTV Stream.
Ghana for why ready ana Game Park Limited a lottery company for Ewa Ghana Kromha e dia grow for Abeja na e sase every 15 September 2023 so aba da wakoma so every the number 1 Ekosiisen 36 tani boom na share nim say wo be disika bocho wa bra ye number na pie bobo hu na ye ready say wo be di mula wa bra wo twa from 1 Ghana cedi to 350 cedis na face kana wo be twa no fa bo hu predio no nsia me tire 26 times e was up pick one game yimu but star 946 hash e networks ni nyina so and now betimi download the Game Park app no e wo your website ni so www.gameparkgames.com share your live draws e wo Adum TV anopa no nkron e wi adumienu e na nwumre no nsia debia Game Park more mula more power Sagrodi National Lottery Authority in Sashase undi mfie du nwoche a endi sagro ibi bono wa hwe yiem.
Penny, Nadiana made to find Numa Yeba the kind.
Ani Ghana Statistical Service, Eka Omanumu Inumanina, a friend of Integrated Business Establishment Survey, our friend of IBIS.
Ejumaya Biahora Yebe kind woman. Didn't know more yes,
Senuma Betminina, Ebe here say, when you're a Jumamu Inumanina who send this is Jinae, Nama one fast war, anyone couldn't be IKC.
Hey, ain't you not just a metroba no can one?
I no crack, a Juma Biara, say a Juma and fast also, and I say any Juma and fast also.
Eh, yeah, no. No, would you say Omundanity?
And Tisakra, Obekra in Sema, Obebuano, no so, now what did you ma or Akunta Pumukua? Into whom Semnody, Yapo.
So I no cray, ain't the Bribena Beshase, no may a day it to me a bois.
Sajuma di Beshasi, January 2024, Ubet me the one Shemudenam and Seme Fata, would the Bema Ejumaya Foa, Obeba Besra with Jumanus.
Kai, what GSS, Moncho, yes, away, Nama Juma, and your money costo, aye,
2024 IBIS, data for prudent business decisions.
Franco Trading Enterprise still phone Papa Fie, Samsung near, Nokia near, iPhone near, say our printers, or mobile phone, accessories. Franco Trading Enterprise, our no TV, I this satellite, any ultra panels, and Bomuma
Facebook, Sauko Franco Trading Enterprise page. Nasa likes number 100,000. Ayoma, and you Muniga, Samsung at www.francotrading.com. Android app, Franco Trading, Instagram, at Franco Trading. Nani Papa the 4 dozen Franco, at the Momo Pay code number 189480.
Your branch branches on the Bebre Wagana baby. Nemum head office on the Twaya Dabraka opposite Roxy Cinema.
Tema Franco Community 1 waterworks ne die nim cycle opposite Odor Rise. Madina 100 meters away from the police station. Kaswa Franco opposite Kaswa Polyclinic.
And now for your number 0246 422 338 and 0546 133 188. Franco Trading Enterprise. Still phone Papa Fie. And you're not going.
Not a grown any penny out of you. You're a not a way. Malaria fever, Montabia, typhoid fever, Montabia, body and menstrual pain, Montabia, cold and jaundice, Montabia, loss of appetite, Montabia, mono, Montabia.
Across Africa, a new era has begun, connecting us with one purpose: to create and share opportunities to grow. Across our continent, across the world, we are creating a better way to a better future. A Pan-African future. Together. EcoBank. A better way, a better Africa.
AFCON isn't AFCON without you. You bring the pride. You bring the electric energy. You make Africa's biggest football tournament great. Be a part of the Africa Cup of Nations 2023 with GoTV. Experience all 52 games live in the best picture quality. Live every pass, goal, and celebration with the finest commentary. And stay in the game with in-depth analysis from the finest analysts on the continent. Games are available to stream on the go with the GoTV app. GoTV. Love it.
One expert, bonuses are kesiye, odds are kakraka, and inkunim dienkwa. Download the One Expert app no. Na your deposits ninya 300% bonus. It will do 3,445 Ghana cedis. Jack, wait now, open game. To make a call register with onexbet.com.gh. Now use your promo code Welcome Ghana. Ninya welcome bonus will first deposit. So One Expert, ma be brave. Gambling one truth to can wash a year. Yeah, ma wa wundi if you do what. Gaming Commissioner Jim Krato we atum.
TV. Yasaya de mofrenyum to agency na baby mo. And Shoma season 6. Ani and Shoma season 6 launch no. Ebasu kwesiada 28th January 2024. Ewo West Hills Mall. Accra Kaswa Pantem Ponoso. Time 3:30 p.m. on the dot. Bray. Nebesha magical performances free and past contestant. Emra. Outdoor your selected contestant for season 6. Righteous Van Dyke. Victor Chum Ampofo. Any our brand here. Yebema mwa kakai emra no more competition ni mono. Oba pa Christy enso so beba. Nesu wunim se wodi wo ja ene ebe rem. Na kecha so di womo die ebe ba be bom. Ye ba be wo so West Hills Mall. Abra ye ba Enstroma season 6 hontoma. Enstroma. Yes, right. Adum TV. Yo wazo ye. Amubeni baby, your letters.
Anytime I feel lonely, sad, only one station makes me happy. When I wake up in the morning, only this station makes my day. Oh, Asempa, Asempa, Asempa FM. Asempa, Asempa, Asempa FM. Oh, Asempa. Asempa, Asempa FM. Asempa, Asempa FM. 94.7.
94.7 Asempa FM so ne Ekosiisen dwumedie no wasoguso a wutie no ma ye na munyina ase ne yema makwaba emfa momra dwumedie so be. We've done 11 minutes after 5. I told you earlier, and yes, dwumedie na ase ne ye ne Sadiq Adam Sport Obama din komo live from La Côte d'Ivoire. Countryman Songo enso ba studio ha edio no so na dwenkyere eba betudwa in the most radical fashion, said Yemunim, a countryman Songo. He's calling for the head of the sports minister and a resignation and block of all the FASCO members. As to how, I don't know, we leave that for another day. But Masai Enya, two of our very best in the country about sports panditry ewo studio ha in the Daniel Cranton Abekansa ewa ha from Joy Sports and so and Victor Achu Tamaklo and so from Joy Sports Abekansa I said him kake ne Godfrey Akotobo afon so be din come on the phone lines sometime in the show in my mind you know me akwa ba na fiemfe en come on and share so my kai mo say Star Times airboy ne de Ekosiisen dwumedie abremo say enjoy digital live flumal triple action a yedra action pharmacy ediaba cold and a how pa wedra and on cold any flu when your nasal congestion when your sinus problems maunsanka flumal triple action omudi your visa post paying so be a ton no organ hebia ubenya bi etimi ato Nations Cup ni yeguso den NTNA Star Times say all the 52 matches are airborne you shown live in HD only on Star Times. It's for a cool 180 Ghana cedis. Obesha 150 matches ninyina. 52 matches ninyina, sorry. And na se who need Star Times decoder ni be crowd ya. Oma in 339 Ghana cedis. Ebema o decoder, ama o dish, ama o cable plus 1 month super package subscription ninyina Star Times offer ye de emamo just to make this AFCON memorable for you and your family. For your hotline is CCR 0242 437-888 0242-437-888 na oni and Como Star Times enjoy digital life DBS roofing and so say free roofing promotion you so oba ye come buy roofing sheet na yemfa nkobo wo dan so ma free nti installation charge no free obeto chance ne na de abo dan so ma kwa DBS nkwa na yesade fraying it was 0240 844-444 na oni yen eni enkomo a roofing papa efie unim say obapa product omo de Africa Queen mackerel obapa sardine and obapa tomato paste aba jaso easy to open we no ede anunsuo na ede papa men Canada mo amopedodo etu no Africa Queen mackerel obapa sardine obapa tomato paste for 0302 668357 na oni yen enkasa opedan atwa ewo ebri anase kropon the serenity of bepones no se wani ense o katre eho ye kama papa se wunya dan wo ho a high standard security service ye stable electricity nsuo wo ho ye backup generators ewo Kingdom Home Real Estate ye estate ni bi we ebri ebi nso we kropon ebri de no just close to Ebri Girls Senior High School. Ekropon so right after Latte Junction, we who sa dine egu ho FPA. Oma in 50 to 70% down payment. Near spread the akanama a period of 2 years. No without interest. In the fraying CCR 0559 671 144. Na only in the Encomo Kingdom Home Real Estate, where your dream home becomes a reality. Daniel Cranton Akwaba at saying. Bibi akoye and me yimu nyina from comfort zone mo beka twi pa ba se ahoden ho official panso Victor Achu Tamaklo Charlie na okoye bia
nyam na dum ready penyo
Charlie okay welcome to the family.
Thank you
Charlie it was always going to happen and we see the nyamiase fantastic in the mention Daniel Yenshase ne yenhwe Blasters about 3 matches at the tournament. General impressions then BBS wo Cote d'Ivoire ye onwa as somebody who follows our game.
Debbie.
BB anya onwa.
Debbie. The only surprising thing.
the fact say with 7 minutes to go, now you lead it 2-0. Now you were 4 senior players on the pitch, and no yet justification for taking them to the competition. When it is crunch time, they will be able to show their leadership on the pitch.
And the 4 senior players,
Richard Ofori,
okay.
Andrea Ayew, Daniel Amati, and Jordan Ayew on the pitch. Out of 11 players on the pitch, 4 had a minimum of 3 AFCONs under their belt. Minimum of 3 AFCONs. So, and they didn't just play a part. They were integral. There were 3 AFCONs. So that is enough experience on the pitch. Into a coach, if I put these 4 on the pitch and only 2 started, so Jordan and Richard Ofori. Then later in the game, Medidede and Yamati Abem. I expect that in the last 7 minutes, with my instruction, they'll be able to see the game out. But when you have the captain, who is playing in his 8th AFCON, has played for the Black Stars since 2007.
Yes.
Having his hand out like that
in the 18-yard
box with 7 minutes to go. If Anka Nyama or Kudus or Pencil, one of the younger players are understandable because that is inexperience. But you can't have this experience, be on the pitch at that time, crucial time, and have your hand out like that and say it's a mistake. It's not a mistake. That is not a mistake. That is a massive disappointment. And that shows the state of your game. It shows that maybe you've already locked out of football. So you should kindly leave and let people who are sharper be on the pitch or come and put on the Black Stars jersey and represent us. Secondly, if it was Wolacott or Atizigi, players who Wolacott only one AFCON, so only one international competition for Ghana. Atizigi only one World Cup where he has played. If it was either of the two of them who had made that mistake, where Bono call out to, like Obi, and you say like now Ojina Hona Bono bow. He ran after the ball, so the ball was going out, and he chased the ball. Then he touched it.
And a man is on Bono couldn't baby. No chase the ball. My dream, everyone of me dream. Obi. At the point I thought, say, Obi, I don't understand.
It is either you see when you watch this thing, it's either it's intentional or shedder, or it's spiritual. You can't explain it.
You can't explain it.
You can't explain it.
There's a goalkeeper. He signaled to defenders and they say, we were born there, call out. I can't believe it.
Then you touch it.
How he touched it.
At that crucial point. And remember, Obi, now you're 2-1.
Yes.
At that point, it was 2-1. So, my main stress or experience. Experienced players at the time. That was 6 minutes to the end of the game. In fact, no, the corner came 93rd
minute.
So, yes, so that was 4 minutes to the end of the game because it was plus 7 minutes. 4 minutes, that is when your experience should tell you that every dead ball situation is an advantage to us. As in when we are winning it. It is a goal kicker. You can use 2 minutes to kick the goal kick. But he touched the ball. Corner kick, we've conceded. Already, Obi, Yamboshi.
In Enra game.
In the Enra game, Yamboshi. And you see, let me use this opportunity to differentiate between the two, the Egypt game and this game.
Okay.
In the Egypt game, and I'll always stick by what I say. Once I believe in it, once I'm
coach, 10
out of 10.
Yeah.
And I gave the coach 10 out of 10 because, Obi, everybody sees football differently. The way you watch it is different from the way I watch it. So Pep Guardiola, the principles here: control, possession, the chance creation, attacking football. So we read about Jose Mourinho. Mourinho say when he doesn't have the ball, that's when he's in control, because if he doesn't have the ball, he can't make mistakes. So these are two different ways of seeing football. So I respect how Chris Hughton sees his football. I don't agree, but I respect it. And based on the way he sees football, for me, in the 6 competitive games we've played under him, the game against Egypt was the game where we looked the most defensively organized. Because in that game, so share on the eye test, so share statistics, numbers, Egypt did not create one chance. There was no point in the game where Egypt forced Richard Ofori into a save. The only time they went behind us was individual errors. And individual errors are not down to the coach. So if I am basing it, if I'm giving my assessment on the way the coach sees his football, that is the reason why I'll give him a 10/10. Because for the first time since Chris Hughton took over, I was not afraid of conceding a goal. But if you watch the Cape Verde game, any Enra game, organization zero. We were all over the place. Look, like you said, Senegal. Because look, it was almost like some Mozambique person or they can do it free. But me tweeted Bribi at halftime. Because say we've been poor. Mozambique haven't yet had a chance. They've not yet created that opportunity. But we have seen the scenarios. That chance, it will come if we continue playing like this. So if we are smart, we'll hurry up and get a second goal and then kill the game. We got a second goal, all right. But did they say no?
No way.
Richard Ofori, almost there be. So on the whole, if you ask me if I'm surprised, no, I'm not surprised. Because football is science. Trends continue. It's not miracles. So if you watch our games under Chris Hughton, the only surprise was the Egypt game for me, how organized we were. That's the only surprise for me.
And then was it down to the coach and as a player's determination to want to make a case?
Look, I think it was the two. No. Because so share shape as compared to the Cape Verde game. When I say organization, spaces between the defense and then the midfield. Very tight. Very difficult for Egypt to penetrate. That one is coaching. But you see, with coaching comes application. The coach can tell you when you go pass. If you go and you shoot, it is not him. So, coaching and then the application was good. Individual errors let us down. But when I say that, I'm not saying that I enjoyed it. Do you understand? I'm not saying I enjoyed it. Because again, I may not agree with the way. If I got it's our program with English. You understand? If I got like this program is English. But it doesn't mean I don't like the program. It doesn't mean I don't want to do it. I respect that it's true. I'll do my best. The same way, I don't agree with the way Chris Hughton. I don't like his football principles. Me pet defensive football. Me pet Mourinho. I mean, I like Pep. Me pet attacking football. But it is not fair for me to judge Chris Hughton by attacking principles and by attacking metrics.
When on football differently.
So that will carry me on to my next point. Let me wrap up.
Almost say Chris Hughton, no? We're coaching with English Premiership. EPL. Chris Hughton.
No difference.
No coaching.
Now say Chris Hughton time now Brighton. Simple 4-4-2. If you like, Man U versus Brighton 2016-17. Omo Man U 3-2. Simple 4-4-2. Game plan or left back to your friend Bongo. Say what kind of Bongo. Boom, long ball into Murray. Murray like Glenn Murray. Or you're some tall striker. Or body. Obey na go. No attractive attacking party there be. Ono the yes I did.
Oba Newcastle
Oh, mami, let me give you a typical example. The last club job, na Nottingham Forest. 11 games into the season. Now we're winning one match. Now we're relegation zone. The season before, now Nottingham Forest like for example, they had financial troubles. So they gave him the job. He stayed in the championship. He did well with the tools that he had. When I say tools, I mean the players.
Players are no one.
But the following season, they wanted a bit more. 11 games, 1 win. Defensive football, but conceding goals. No bazaar. Then they sacked him and they brought Steve Cooper. At the end of the season, Steve Cooper had qualified them to Premier League by playing attacking football. Because the state of the Nottingham Forest team at the time didn't require a defensive coach. So Obi, I'll take you back to last year when Chris Hughton was getting last year, March 2022, right after the disaster in Cameroon.
Yeah.
Now we were different platforms. So Mika says simple. I don't want to sound like I don't like good things, but I know the people of Ghana. Me, I know Ghanaians. I know how we like our football. Put Chris Hughton's body of work aside. Watch his football principles and watch our squad of players. Our squad of players requires an attacking-minded coach. That's how you get the best out of this team.
The Black Stars.
So if you are going to give Chris Hughton the job, and me, it is my principle, my personal principle, my journalistic principle. Whoever is Black Stars coach, me they may support you. I may not agree with you, but I'll give you the needed respect and support. But I gave a warning that he is not the man to carry this team forward. If you take him, maybe based on his experience, if you give him time, a lot of time, he'll be able to let the players understand his way. But per where we are, and this generation, with an average age of like 22, 23, this team is not for him. I'm not saying he's not good, but this team is not for him. That is why at halftime, when Chris Hughton is analyzing a game, he's not seeing it the way we are seeing it. He's not seeing the fact that we've not created chances. He's seeing the fact that we are conceding too many chances. That's why his mind is going too fast. So he'll fix that problem before he fixes the offensive problem. And in fixing that defensive problem, that's why he'll take out an offensive winger
in
pencil and bring a more defensive player. In the first game, we saw him take Iñaki pencil out. He brought Iñaki and Dede Ayew and kill the momentum. Because Osei, he's afraid to lose. He doesn't want to win. He's afraid to lose. Safety first. That is him. Obi, are you getting the drift?
I get you.
That is him. Again, I'm not saying it's wrong. I'm just saying I don't agree.
You don't subscribe to that.
I don't subscribe to that. But it is what any defensive coach would do. It is normal. If you knew him before, you will not be surprised. It is why at halftime yesterday, he looked at his team, saw that we were disorganized, took out Joseph Pencil, who was the only player on the pitch who was offering anything offensively, and brought in Andrea Ayew.
Yes.
Me, I can't explain to you why he brought Dede. The only thing, Obi, I can try to explain to you was when Dede came, they didn't go on the wings. Dede went to the top. And Semenyo came, yes, and Semenyo came on the wings. The only way that I can try and explain to you is Semenyo offers a bit more defensively on the wide areas than Pencil. So it proves that the man, when he's looking at the score 2-1 to Ghana, he's not looking to make it 3-1. He's looking to prevent 2-2. Do you get me? That is not who we are. Because we like majority of Ghanaians like a certain brand of football.
But that would also mean say not as a country, you're definite on our football philosophy.
Thank you.
It informs the kind of coach.
The kind of coach that you bring in.
Yeah, because if we know, say, a football philosophy, attacking football,
we'll bring in
Chris Hughton will not come in crowd
at all. And that's when this one let me give through pass to That's where the FA comes in, and the incompetence of the FA. The total incompetence of the FA. This thing is not a fluke. And yet by chance. It is not spiritual. It is incompetence. Because since 2019, AFCON 2021, group stage is last. World Cup group stage is last. 1 point. AFCON, World Cup group stage is last. This AFCON, 2 points, 0 wins. Black Meteors under 23. last in their group. They didn't qualify in the group. Under 20s, Oman qualified to tournament in pool. They didn't even qualify to the tournament to be last.
So that's a group stage.
We came out to the group stage. That was we were lucky because Morocco didn't take part.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it was Morocco who didn't take part in the CHAN.
Yeah.
No, was it Morocco? It was Algeria.
No, it was Morocco.
Morocco who didn't take part in the CHAN.
It was the Olympic qualifiers. Now you call Morocco.
Yeah. Then and so under 17, under 20, under 23, Black Stars, Black Maidens are under 17 team.
They've been banned for 2 years.
That one too because of age cheating.
Yeah.
That is due to administrative lapses. Administrative lapses till today nobody has been punished because they like it. They like incompetence. They've subscribed to incompetence. Atu pass.
Mate, Atu enti now a friend said Daniel Amaye on the pitch.
Yeah.
You know what happened on the pitch, coach in the philosophy, and clearly he should not be our coach if we had our coaching philosophy and our football philosophy right. On the FA's side, really, and Nambi Busasongo, and then Uncle FA me because point they say yeah tournament. FA no year imagine say yeah mamu good camp here the more South Africa Ghana for so mompe. Almost mumra Kumasi, or mama bus come, mama hotel, or we the Marco Cote d'Ivoire. FA not provided with then what should they have done?
Okay, I'll come to this question, but my point of departure from the Danny's brilliant analysis was that the only philosophy that matters is the philosophy that wins. Forget nice football.
Go now.
Forget nice football. Urban international football. Go now. Yeah, pe go there Jauli on them 5 side. Yeah, pe go there Jauli. I'm for pe go so what that's out.
Yes.
The only philosophy that matters. I don't think the appointment of Chris Hughton at that time was wrong. And that was why a lot of us felt that the candidates that were being considered at the time, George Boateng, Didi Dramani, whoever, even Otuado. Look, the reality now is, if it came down to giving the national team for some people to experiment with their ideas, because these were rookies. They had never coached at any senior level before. And it didn't make sense, and it will still not make sense now to give the team to them. The option was Chris Hughton, and so for me it was a no-brainer. The only problem is that Ejuman Wanye, it is not because the principles were wrong.
Wanye Ejuman.
No. So when Danny talks about why he would want to make a defensive substitution, why he will be fixated with protecting the lead, stopping the chance creation, there's nothing wrong with that too. The problem is that he failed to do that. It has to work. So when Jose Mourinho says that he's more comfortable when the opponent has the ball, you won't question his logic because he has the body of work to back it. Right? And you can point to several matches where his teams laid in siege. What's nature? What pack back? Bas no 2 banks of 4. They are closing down this. The Wafre BB half space penalty box ne nim area hawk 10 years. They have blocked that space. You are not creating the chances to score. The current iteration of Jose Mourinho has lost credit because the principles that served him so well these days no longer deliver the results. Mourinho hasn't changed. He's not playing attacking football. His teams are not seeing more of the ball than they used to back then. The only difference is that these days the methods aren't providing the return on investment or the results. In Tinka, Egypt, and you see, against Egypt, for me, it was not a containment assignment. It was an assignment to go dominate and get the results. On Intina, in the second half, your free in-game management, the match those tactical tweaks a coach would make, because then when the opponents, it's just like a game of chess. They are moving the pieces around. In the second half against Egypt, what the Egyptians essentially did, Rui Vitoria, what he essentially did was that he decided that he would throw caution to the wind, threw the kitchen sink at the Black Stars, and added an extra man to the attack. So they essentially were attacking with 5 and 6 players on occasion. So at any point in time, they had 3 players to combine. That was why very often they drew rings around our defenders. So was it game Nina Bejina, young fullbacks, Gideon Mensah, and then Dennis Odoi. And we were forced to make many last-ditch tackles. For a quality team, those scenarios would have been converted into goal scoring chances. Into Danica there's a Yeshia Senegal. Because we all understand that them situation on your chance move. Yeah. But if you give that space to a quality player, Obama BBSC. Yeah. So we got away with it. That it did not mean that the game plan worked. But on the issue of the FA, I think the real question should be, what have they done right?
FA for now?
Yes.
And that's what they want to qualify for the tournament.
Look, the extent, I'll cut them some slack to the extent that what we're seeing now is perhaps the product of years and years of mismanagement. But they have had 5 years to do something about it. And that's why they have failed. They have had 5 years to roll out this. Whenever you speak to Prosper Senado, and they tell you that, oh, 1G is raising Komo to find a way to introduce
bring back
more
school sports now.
School sports, no, and find a way to get more instructors, and even look at what Azar was a chairman from Anna. It's just talk shop.
But I don't know how long should it take, because Asante region still. Why? Now says why inter school.
It's just talk shop, right? And the mazana yen no, some of our best players, they go out there to play, and then the feedback from the coaches there, it is damning. Not only on the players, not only on the coaches who train these boys here, but on the people who pretend to be running football in this country. If we Banier's coach at FC Sion.
As it was Sion.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oko first no. Daniel Basam no coach in the also the fundamentals don't exist. Basics no. Nyaman ketin na nka bia Eko primary school or that what they show as a footballer. How
to kick a ball.
He doesn't have it. The natural talent.
And he was the best player in our league.
Oh yes. Abdul Fattah Isaku.
Yes. Oko Lisbon now.
Yes. Fattah's Sporting Lisbon.
Sure.
B. Not even A. B. It was the same thing that we were told.
And this was the best player in Africa at the youth level.
Exactly.
At under 20 when he was 17.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Now, this thing is damning because when you look at where Yeneti and for continents where their players go to and what happens and the feedback that comes from there. One of the best performers at this tournament has been Lamine Camara.
Yep.
Senegala.
Yes.
Small boy now.
Small boy.
So not the best player under 20 now.
Yes.
Only Bobo.
So Abo. One best player from under 20 no, compare Ono to Ghana and best player from under 20. It's taken Fattah Isaku 2 years to get a semblance of decency. And even then, it is in the English Championship with Leicester.
And Lamine
plays at Metz.
Straight.
On his debut, he scored a goal from the center.
In the French league?
Yeah, in the French league.
From Senegal?
Center.
Straight
also
to
going
Metz.
from center of the park to the opponent's net.
But some of your academy player.
Yeah.
But the quality is so good that you can throw him into the pressure cooker situation and he will deliver. What is the difference? They are able to influence the development of the talents at an age where the players are still malleable. Age from an Chawana because in the Abrante Bijonaka the win about 20 years, 21, they are no longer teachable.
Yes.
They've missed about 10 years of their development. So we don't have that. Rather, we are interested in throwing money on the players. And the players have also come to the realization.
If you want to do this project, because a capital intensive project, because football, to build one world class talent, investment is huge. You know, even though when you eventually sell, you would recoup and make even more. In the investment, where should it come from?
It should come from the FA and the ministry.
From the ministry.
No, my ministry will be FA. FA, the recent FIFA forward and goal project reports that came.
Yes.
They told us that they've given Ghana excess of $8 million.
Which can build you a decent academy.
Do you see the evidence of that investment in Ghana football?
8 million now.
Yes, $8 million.
Now balls now what chairman club or first anything. Balls no confess anything. Say maybe only be no other 12 balls.
I had to restrain myself because and come and be. Sabi or today ebia abrante bia commission. Oye janka.
Yes. Yes.
Onye boafo. Na obi a che no 10,000 cedis. No say them 10,000 cedis no. Or that nyama bia by the time about 5 p.m. and San Azerbaijan, comes in only is no busy, only be over that. But what says can?
Okay, Mobo, in the FIFA goal project, them scano.
Yeah.
Oba with a specific ada what they be ya.
To my example. Eko Mauritania.
Yes.
And Mauritania is one of those countries I'm confident I'm born because even as of now, they have not completely outlawed slavery from their constitution.
Okay.
But in 2016, their national stadium was still not complete. They needed to play an international match and they didn't have a facility fit for purpose. So, and at that time, FIFA, Washase and CAF, they were being strict on these club licenses.
Sure.
And see, if the facility does not meet standards, baby. What did they do? They used the FIFA and listen. Stadium. Those uneducated guesses, the lies that out of propaganda and wickedness people have thrown into the space to give people impression that the FA cannot raise any significant capital or make any capital investment. We need to disabuse our minds of those. They used those monies to finish the Olympic Stadium. They built a technical center, built a medical center, built an academy, and then used that to properly structure the
FA.
Yes. FIFA one forward is Kanomba Ministry be our wonimu.
On what
association, yes.
Direct.
And they had $11.1 million. So they used it
to do all of that?
Yes. And then also properly set up their women's football.
11.1 million.
Yes.
What the year the Madi in
Dalj Ketokweku or Prosper Arisanado, Dr. Randiabi, and asked them, what is the evidence of the money that we have used for our football? I mention these figures because even beyond this administration, there have been significant power brokers in Ghana football. Prosper Arisanado, until before the Ketokweku administration, was the general secretary of the chairman of the DC. Ketokweku was an executive committee. Then they used the nomenclature then was executive committee. He was on that committee. We know all about Dr. Randiabi. Call them, ask them, where has Ghana's forward and goal project monies
on them Skanoba Abaye
GFA cumulatively
and 8 million.
Yes, but I've told you as I been wasn't one day.
And are you saying that with that 8 million, no,
we don't have followers evidence of what we have used for?
Nothing. What's where boreholes been at? Oh, and
America, sabi.
Oh no, you know for them Kenima. No, that's why boreholes. Not mobile.
Sabi.
No, but that's true.
Sabi says it's ma Afroba Jimmy for
I know.
Baby, I would
but it's true that we're boreholes.
Yes.
It's true that we set GFA Foundation.
Obi.
I want my former players. Are they from those monies?
Any smart, futuristic management of Ghana football will allocate these resources such that it reflects a certain appreciation of the needs of our game. And even more importantly, an attempt, the evidence of that attempt to correct the needs or to provide the needs of our game.
Yeah.
So it is not enough to say that, are they the most important needs of our football?
So at the FA, who watches the watchman? If, for example, say FIFA goal, Sikaba, who is to supervise and monitor and see that what
I want to answer just to conclude.
Yes.
And I hope we'll come to the players.
Yeah, we'll come to the players.
As well. I want to answer. They have the executive council. But unfortunately for every football enthusiast, the people who are supposed to check those who make the decisions, the people who are supposed to check the Dr. Randiabis cannot do that because, and meaning no disrespect, a lot of them do not understand the power they have.
Only a one
and they are
football owners now.
Yes.
I want to form delegate for one congress now.
We'll be here. Imagine and Sisia, why am the people who can actually influence and have a proper conversation with these guys and hold them accountable, they are not interested in it. Eko FA Congress, some of the people that you will meet there, excuse my language, are like me. Nobody's like me. But imagine if Ketokweku went to the table and he met the Asante Hede there, and then he meets Togbe Afede there. He meets Nana Ajibambedu.
Yeah.
The sort of message you communicate to them
will be different.
The sort of stewardship you would explain to them will be different. Instead, the reality of our situation is that a few months ago, BetPower pulled out of the Ghana Premier League sponsorship. All they told the clubs was that sponsorship So whatever monies that they were owed have either become bad debts or the FA will take those debts on and pay. Now here's the thing. The clubs did not know the content of that of those bets power deals. In fact, when a lawyer Monday raised concerns about why that was morally and legally wrong, that the clubs will sign up to that, he was victimized. So whilst we speak at length about the rots at the FA, the incompetence there, the people who can hold them in check are
not doing it.
Because if, look, how do you tell me that Yako Congress, they have presented the FA accounts to you? Over time, they have told you that, oh, this is what FA made this year, this is what we spent. But over the 8-year period, no, you are now coming to the realization that, okay, they spent about $8.8 million from FIFA. And you, I want to be a Congress, no, you don't see the evidence of that. And over that period, they have not been able to raise any issues. But it's journalists that have to come and complain. Now, I get
your point. Microphone line, so Godfrey Akutubu for Haba and Sanano, Danny, now person can be on FA and how we use Susika FIFA Hoban.
Yeah, so FIFA for the money, no. There are a list of things you must do in order to access certain amounts of the money. Okay. Now, there's a portion for projects. So, example, Achuma on the technical center in the Olympic Stadium, it falls under projects.
Okay.
So you must present your proposal.
Yes.
And how you plan to go about it. Then FIFA will fund it for you. In the last report that we received, Ghana projects column 0.
Really?
So, and everybody gets up and I think at about 10 million per
project.
Yeah, not per project, but in a space of time. Let's say 10 million every 4 years. So that 10 million we could have used to fix Pram. That would be our technical center. Something like what Morocco have, what Senegal have, what Mauritania now have, what Cape Verde use theirs for. We don't have some. It's non-existent. So we'll come here and go and pay hotel bills and complain that we don't have facilities. Meanwhile, FIFA says there's 10 million there. You just come and tell me that you are willing to fix it and I'll give you the money to go ahead and go and fix it. Our project's 0. And these are the same people who, just a couple of months ago, September or August, launched a Ghana DNA football, some DNA book B. How they plan to implement it, they didn't tell us. The content of the book, the content, that is basically the syllabus that we use to teach our footballers.
Yes.
The thing that Efriye Barnier's coach in Switzerland was complaining about.
That we don't have.
That we don't have. Now we have. But the syllabus that syllabus, we don't know what is inside. It's only at the FE. So, you don't have a technical center. As it stands, you don't have a technical directory because Bernard Lepet, he's gone. He left in September.
Yes.
But you have a syllabus. So it's like GES saying that let's reopen a school. There are no teachers, but there's a syllabus there. And they say it's okay, fine, the students can go. So when the students go to class, what are they going to learn? Or who is going to teach them?
In the way hard money and KBH media project just to debunk or more FAD and your Majuma project.
Cape Verde are doing it.
Yes.
Mauritania are doing it.
We could also have done it. And maybe we'll look at what government can also do. Mamene Godfrey Akotobo for ending komo. Akoto akwabe Ekosiisen Soni.
That's you be official fans.
Afi papa bibi aboko there.
The movie.
Fantastic. In the meaning, sir, you didn't come bebre as to what really happened. But now me person komo you focus more on the way forward. 5 years from now, 10 years from now, where we want to see Ghana football and the things we have to do now to achieve our vision. Any idea see I've heard you complain as somebody in football management. They say even from our junior teams, no. So what baby are players no FIBA into under 17 into under 15 any under 16 any under 20 any other that's clubs been na hijackers are collapse into almost clubs in quantity free ever. Is that the case?
Oh I think there will be a deboy chibiano or your observant or kind of culture say they must sakaka process na here. And me say ninti hard dream is a ko anymore. Players na CC wo IF omono. They don't emerge into the national limelight or baby boy at the senior level. Enti ema ye team building no eyedin. Ninti who here see be nyasa level no right. Nasa level no be almost completely impartial and necessary. Obekaya you're not two great generations of Black Stars in the last 20 years. Okay, Obekaya, so 2 generations no came out of 2 generations of year under 20 and 17. Into Yebeka Derek Boatini ACMO Diano, Argentina 2001. That was 1 generation. And Andre Ayeomo generation no. So Obi Beka no crash 60% of 2 teams moved on to play in the Black Stars properly.
Yes.
About 40% of them went on to have very successful careers. About 30% of them had reasonable careers. In the ocean margins now, it was very acceptable. Now, in the last 10 years or so, you bet me I can the same thing and there be then assessor. The assessor they say the way I need free players, the way I teach players, you know most to do. I can never be great. Never na ye to me ya. It me my 2 pounds. Ye jai sa never near and na ye everyone kakano. Obi. Never na ye no. Say. Can't you say ben ye na eshian na near no. Ena omudi sika and the planning at home. No omudi 2 pounds. Yeah, near at the time that am I dominating no. Ye jai sa near near. Ena ye dey say ye be building national team na Black Stars na esoro no. Ye jai se ntia ye kosoro kobo. As a macho man and the suru ding so na see sana ye football na ye enu na ye kode bia ni akopim e abutre ni eni e na nokre eni empesi e beka eno na dia bisi ne na obi
but eno no how do we change it and who will change it for us?
It's again eno ye omo football and aban in 2 different ways. Because the DBA say, Krobia and one the ball, Aqua Moa, a buying send. I will be FIFA interference. There is a certain football for any abine between your relationship, any relationship, Brunibaka say a hostile. If you never say who interfere. What I said, there is positive collaboration between the 2. So collaboration, so most of the time, it comes only with the Black Stars. And yes, a Black Stars Tiketia, Black Stars Hotel, Black Stars Campina. You rarely see that collaboration. And Kadintina junior national teams into Akuchiska. And then a Black Queens or Mubonosis Akeb, it tells you that the collaboration is very limited. Now, in order to fix the problems that we have raised, you hear infrastructure, it be pitches, it be training schools, it be district supervision. There is nowhere FA Ninko between IS Adiano. And Abine Ebemu.
When you talk about Akoto, so what about pitches now? Government can argue say under them and also my some astroturfs ebia quote 150 youth resource centers are launch for 10 of them in the regions into infrastructure being built na ye kan
obi o te dansoma me no te dansoma
yes
me bobo wa dansoma pacho oba no pese bobo wen
na that dansoma Carindorf Park ho
na sa Carindorf Park oba no ntumi wura ho nka so bobo keke say team ne ma ho kwan say onko gina park ne so a ma me ma typical example Ablekuma West me no yet Ablekuma West
yes
see ye can footballer your friend Accra West District no you 80 football teams so 80 football teams no you training when you na you to be training work Carindorf
yes
you na you to be training Lord Combi Park no Lord Combi Park no or rent 300 Ghana cedis some of the coast clubs come to Tunsu Kroguni Keep Fit Club when I'm team training your boy league match what is a live park it was Sahara wow sniff flat be sorry park it will be the whole for block 9 park it be ho e binu me training it was our park that's sniff flat block 9 so if you tell me say most infrastructure. What is the accessibility? Why need to mirror infrastructure? AstroTurf in the manner or can any sporting resource centers. Resource centers na hini ebiano in the past 3.5 years. Yebia Kufodiano. Kufodiano yebiano no pacho and yebia what is a coast teams ne Kufodia Brono so no honomu trainiana. What is a why ne supervise coast teams ne Kufodia Brono no so some co training or what? In the AstroTurf in the policy in there, Makawa say we be. I think say almost 30 and not idea no idea papa. But in the end, no, a beye bibia ase, ye di peska kakra, and I feel so, yen said and tiasie, Menti America say yen said and tiasie and say, AstroTurf na yes, no, e be a papa, e be your papa, mean to me, case, meaning your papa, and no be men call baby. But at least, what's the quality of baby? Make me a boy baby. AstroTurf, Tema Sports Stadium, AstroTurf, Wahunda, Obi.
Yeah, I think I've been there once. Why is Kobo Medal Lake?
20 years old.
Yeah, it was really well done.
What would say a party that?
That bit.
Call Fadama, AstroTurf, Nakoshadi. Dynamic, I say Joseph, the robe of many colors, no. Call Ajinga, no, Nakote. Alaju, AstroTurf, nice one, be any problem. But in your top, AstroTurf, name one. Senya obi one no dano kumasi ba ku bemu bie no indeed 2 years me hu video na inframa bo AstroTurf no te se obi ntoma a enam krum AstroTurf ben a ya the papam and inframa to me bo na AstroTurf ne tu na dem rim. That is the problem. Secondly, no access obi youth development about access in collaborate the say na me di kan ka kire in collaborate be na Meno ya Accra West ano. So me nya baby anye training ya. On be kofi. Ball no entumi nkosto. Chakola obobo 4-5 hours a day. Say obobo no 1 hour because e je na nsika beso. Nti e bia mo bo sika no Monday to Friday or akobo ball no once e wo Luso Park o 300 Ghana cedis. Yeah, this aniama no SC football development ne kwan. Ensure them be kwan sa because in Kola mo bobo ni free. The number of hours on be here you be developing and so then I understand say yes facilities are being built but one the quality is questionable again health risk at that home today is not the day I'm person be but all I'm saying is that infrastructure now yes and so that you're complete and then you're comprehensive two infrastructure now yes and plan beyond that one is feeding into the general development of talent about 17 about 20 now about Black 23 na ebia akura Black Stars ni mu sa niema no na ye hwehwe we yebo ni say me ka kire say enka tete no dano na me na ulikwe edin komo obo Starless I think 95-97 also for the 2 years no was Starless camp not Winneba Monday to Thursday Friday no aba no Olympics at the time obe train with Accra to Olympics no
Augustine Ahemfo so be can the same thing or her
no sign call I have also become the same thing.
Sure. Or become the same
exactly. Thing. Exactly. By the time, imagine players 15, 20 or matching together for 2 years in that facility. I throw mobile twice a day for 2 years. That is why we had the quality. And then, pram, it's me for a national team batch. You feel 200 players. Obiako 5 days. Near selecting. That even tells me, say, scouting now, players now, friend. You said that anymore because Anka, there is no way. You have a national team at Obi, you have 200 players. It doesn't happen. But that is what we have here. It is to me and fix especially at the grassroots now. And I see how here, it's not me said Daniel Cranting any achu not more cancer. Why are the facilities? It is not just about Black Stars, into me PMV rim, na could do smooth that park and storm bobo. So we knew what 17, we knew what 20. Yeah, we knew a 23 Obi. The Black Stars will never win. Instead, there is no way a Black Stars every year, year 17, no, I say, year 20, I say, and year 23, I say, it will not happen.
But and also no, despite what we all expect government to do, Achune Daniel made the point about FA in the FIFA goal, NEC car, EBA. Anka strategically if you bet me the nneoma bia anke betimi ame yenya result bi. That has not happened. And I don't know say omo call FA Congress e ya wo ko bi.
Me team the division 3 teams here ko Congress.
Na omo e ko Congress e hwan mo a.
No na me ka say anopay na me new din komo. And I was just saying say ye ball krom ha no. Niema na e koso ye ball mu no. Ye betumi aka ban, ye betumi aka FA, but ye ball no. Ye the most responsible for the situation here woman. And now kind no. Ye ko Congress nkomo be need. For the last 3 or 4 congresses, drama a year back as journalists did the obi why is not discussions ni bida. The man is not discussions ni bida. Obi pese sofa kweti kwanso e amend statute. Say na be ya obi tumi aba ebia 3 or 4 years. And I say BB I didn't player ebeba I didn't team ebe free ebia one division akwa another division. E rare say yako congress football for I said there be ball ho enkita ho bie the ball no be kwa ni men kai last time asan komuni bi see on the agenda na ye call ya for 2 days for the whole day and for 1 hour ni e din kita ho say okay adena pam ni nsi adentina ye course no I say then you betumi ya okay you free congress we no resolution ya pass ni enti say ye course ni e be ni say ye tumi implement ya implement ya people hold the FA to task. It has not happened under Ket, and it was not happening under Kusinya Techi.
No, are you saying, sir, Yenko Congress are on the agenda for Congress, no? The state of Pram, Abba agenda, Nesoda, Ebin Sida.
We don't have productive conversations at Congress. My dad's phone is well, they cover Congress. I've covered Congress. Nothing I cover the last 2 or 3 congresses I've not covered. Last Congress I cover the Congress that brought Keto Kweku to power as FA president. Since then, we cover Congress view. But the point is, since before then, I covered basically almost every Congress. In Komona Yekudi, most of the time, it is not the kind of conversation that the most pertinent need of football development in the country. Most of the time, it is the FA looking to protect itself because FA about your poster, you're very defensive. You're for the kind of the Congress okay. So we end up not actually having conversations about the true state. And Argentina juvenile football for so many years it was not happening until Ket by. We had not had coast football being played in many parts of this country for many years. When was the last time a conversation had been had about it? Nobody was talking about it. The state of Pram, who has said, okay, let us try and find money from here and here to fix Pram and raise it to a world-class level. Minutes of Congress, bro. Nipa ko raise this issue, no. And then for a debate, and then support here. Where were they? If they made the point, what was the follow-up? It's Yanoma ball, no. It's a pushy agenda for success, no. Yana Kasano, you're interested. It's in common and no, me blame Makasa, me blame Oma teams in your Modiano. And now me the ball net you know, and no Oma form a Dumunu. Oma teams in your
Modiano. No.
A lot of times, the owners themselves rarely show up at Congress. Or my teams in your Modiano. Into Uber realize some of the more powerful people away football are the people who are employed by
Jatasro Domi your friend is Sebosro consult Sebosro or a brutal Sebosro consult and I can be money you're from
exactly. These are the people who matter in football. What would talk about Congress
that?
You understand? But once in a while, if it is really a big issue, Ube who say ABA and Anasambru Butler will be represented drafts. And I say, well, who say, okay, Doma, my he owns Timber Congress. And it's not Timber Congress. But he owns a club. You see, and it's supposed to be the highest level of interaction between the people who spend their money. But most of the time, and to be honest with you, that has also not helped the state of our football.
Yeah, it's true. Finally, Godfred, in this Isiano, Black Stars, Nyame Boa, I hope Kakra, Though
I hope at the Cameroon ni Gambia on my board draw and I should be.
And as a first half a draw 0-0.
Into
your bomb pie say be conesa you bet me the 2 points not qualify.
But you other results you say other results I could
but say you qualify kwana say be fear. What are the top 3 things obviously immediately? And was say me the Ghana to me asha on say take decisions top 3 decisions when I'll be taking.
Well, I think the first one to move the game forward, no. As I said, the ministry, and by that I mean the government. As I said, improve Ninkita Hudie, where you're born, not as a Black Stars sponsor, but.
Too bad. Godfred Ahomano article Ekosiisen so high Asempa FM and remember back to the studio na fe yemra mehwe atuna opesa wo ka bibi fa players nankasa eho and then I come back and we look at the way forward say team ni ba bedua what are the things we have to because I remember say 2021 after the disastrous out in AFCON Cameroon you better had this ankomo way we made similar suggestions. By way, and as for mine, and like we always do, Kasa no be a tournament neighbors, a free place, Kakabia pay up nationalist sentiments. Now I am fan Quebec. Now Yakwani Akwaku when the Massanea. Mamma wrap you up with a tournament. Godfred, yes, into me wrap up.
As I buying in Kitaudia on a football association one, as I buying to Missimo Kenakaka. And by that, I don't mean say or sponsor national team. By that, I mean say, I buying this for the next 4 or 5 years, Ghana Football Association will plan the same.
Okay.
Born person we understand. We DNA about September. DNA no for the DNA no. Mu he sika sen e dey share DNA no. School be mu dey share DNA no. And by that I don't mean school as a classroom, but FA no facilitated seminars.
Oh. Dansuma network he had. Sincere apologies. Because I wanted to be yes, in the actual yes,
a brilliant point.
Yes.
See, one of the low-hanging fruits, there are the extensive long-term, medium-term plans but one of the low-hanging fruits, the things that we have to do in many years, is change the management culture around the players.
Management culture around the players. And on our saying, like player agents now.
No. The management from the presidency, I'm talking about Jubilee House, right down to the Black Stars team manager.
Team manager, this is here.
The way they hand, Shadow.
They're not Dreams FC, no.
The administrative manager.
I don't know a team manager. I'm a Black Stars of Ghana.
Yeah.
Aminu
Shadow, yes.
Why a footballer? And I know a day.
No administrative, but what's about position?
Dreams.
Yes, what's about position?
Before Dreams, not our Henfa.
I think he was a writer at the Ghana Soccer Net.
Ghana Soccer Net. Okay.
For many years. And then
you don't know a team manager, Cecilia.
Yeah.
Before him, now I need a team manager.
So I think we had Stephen Appiah. Before Stephen Appiah, we had
Sabankwe.
Yeah.
And Kwesi Yantichi, now I need a Black Stars team manager.
Sabankwe was under Kwesi Yantichi. So we had Pokwe Free.
Black Stars team manager, what do they do?
Remember.
But I think a Honsono can issues.
Remember, over time.
Yes.
A corner any players never do no. Oma team no sumbo mawan. Sabi obi oji enyamo ho sam no man pay na kopa ne chow. It is only in football. Like imagine a state minister misbehaving and then the president will call him and go and beg him that. Like a state minister misbehaving and then resigning.
Yeah.
Then the president will call him and go and beg him. It doesn't happen.
Yeah.
Why would presidents do that for footballers?
And African president especially.
Yeah. Andre Ayew, he was petulant in 2013. Kwesi Appiah cracked the whip. He decided the unborn national team bill. President Mahama called him and essentially begged him to rescind his retirement and come and play. In 2019, there was the Asamoah thing and all of that.
In Cameroon, so say on president interfere in
and you know
other occasions
beyond distance. Zibia players no more open away. 2019, in the midst of the whole Asamoah situation, we had Jan and Andre walking up to the presidency to go and negotiate for bonuses, circumventing the entire management committee GFA Executive Council, Sports Ministry, straight to Jubilee House. Esiama was in his constituency. Then he received a call that the Black Stars are here for an engagement. And then they called him to. What those two players did was to tell the president that we are going to win you the AFCON. So increase our bonuses to $12,000. The president agreed. They asked the president, the Umbra Egypt, Nombe Ghana first match. You know what the boys did? Against Benin, we drew 2-2. 2-2 against Benin. So you have a situation where when players break ranks and show acts of indiscipline and coaches even sanction them, you have the highest office of the land intervening and essentially making nonsense of the disciplinary structure.
Coach, and what they are
setting that aside. We did that. Today, that person is perhaps the most prominent player since that time till now. There is the Asamoah scenario that I've given you. When you do that, and the ease with which, and you see, after the 2019, when they promised the president that they are going to give us $12,000, when we made it out of the group, by the way, we won just one game at the group stage. They insisted on the $36,000. For them, their motivation is money.
The players.
Yes. And ever since, now we have created this culture, meaningless culture, where every time a national team wants to travel, they have to go and greet the president. The president has to host them
before they go.
Growing up, you meet the president when you've achieved something significant.
Yes. Now the trophy.
Yes. But the same President Akufo-Addo, when the players disappointed him, they lied to him. They failed miserably because at that tournament, we suffered. We had our worst performance until then in the modern era to Tunisia. Round of 16 exits. Just 2 weeks ago, he hosted them in Kumasi. Other Stoneboy in Sengaton, or friend
Ifua.
Yes.
So and now kind of management style around the team,
and the money aspect especially. These days, the only motivation for them to come and do well is the money. And it's kind of.
But is it the case? Say your players never were brutal, clubs need to
It's not that, but you see, here's the thing. For a lot of those players, the Black Stars is a free ticket to come to Ghana and holiday and go.
Okay.
Yeah, US, so they love it. The reason they wanted to go to South Africa is that Black Stars boys, they know South Africa and US better than Ghana. Every nightclub, every corner, every ghetto, they know there.
Into Amuji bonus now, chilling. Okay.
These are things that we need to stop. And you see, there is the modern.
But are there good examples in Africa of how other countries are managing issues now around their teams?
We don't need to look far. Let's look within. As an here,
even if a general football culture,
even if it is the culture elsewhere, it is working against us.
Okay.
Maybe I've been where you're born.
Okay.
But what is the benefit of that here? Right? You look at that situation and you see this whole concept of diaspora national team. The fans don't get to see them. The players, Odu Kotoka, straight to Alisa Hotel, training session, nobody comes there. Alisa Hotel, nobody comes there. We'll train you straight through their buses. Match the night about Pachau. We come and sit here and pretend that, they love the country, so please fans, come and watch a match in New Year, straight to Kotoka, then they go. But even the process of them getting down here, you have people who, if we had any sense of decency and pride, they would never play for us. Because for someone like Iñaki, when you open your mouth and say that you don't think you won't ever play for the country because you don't think you deserve to play, those conclusive statements, we have to move on. That we had to go and beg Salisu Mohammed, and he was one of our worst performers at this tournament.
Obviously, because he was out for 8 months.
Yeah, but I'm saying that if you look at some of the mistakes that he made, Obi, my grandmother will clear that last-minute goal that he failed to clear. Like, do you blame that on muscle memory or lack of sharpness? Look, for every professional player, you're a defender. Your natural instinct in that situation is to make contact with the ball and clear it. Then you turn around to see what is happening behind you. That is not form. That is not lack of muscle memory or much sharpness. That is because a person doesn't care. He's not moved to put his body on the line. So when you make it all about money, they will turn up, take the money, and go. They are not perturbed. On fano the only on no there. They don't feel any sense of disappointment or
but
sense.
Do you think say a Drew level if the country should take a decision say and a fair Black Stars tournament where I'm more kono ma bonus be
one
day comes
yeah, but now they feel this is the norm, and you know, for whatever reason, the people whose job it is to protect the country's resources will advance. Yes, they will advance. They will advance that argument. Until you betum ya corner you could feel, then we'll come to the negotiation. Tell me, how is it questionable that someone will go to cabinet, the finance ministry, and say that after you qualify from group stage, you know, $30,000 or they my players, so we have to pay. We're not Cape Verde, we're not Mauritania. This is a country that, even in the years that we have been complaining that Yenje AFCON, we are used to making the semis as a given.
Final.
Yet it is the group that is giving us our worst performance that are demanding even the biggest windfalls. And see, ye
30,000.
Boy, Cape Verde, Egypt's match. Na another DIA.
Yes. I may have dominated 2 points in the qualifier. On budget 30,000.
That is how much we're told they would receive.
10,000 per game.
Qualification bonus.
Yes, qualification bonus.
But why do we give them that much?
Obi, look.
These are millionaires already.
That's a no. The last match you took on Comoros, there was a player in the Black Stars team who was injured in the game at Yeboaha, who should not have traveled with the team. But per diem na Brunti, or it's not playing Okojiska.
But players, no, do they know, say, payment na you mu insist on no?
They don't care. They have relatives here. If I sit here and I insult them or I say something that is factually incorrect, it is a relative that will inform them, and then they will file the lawsuit. Until they know everything that the same way what it I cannot for being one friend our catcher. They know, they are aware.
Wow.
But the reality is that this is the culture that we have fostered.
It
has to look. Okay. I don't see why Ghana we have other each other more black because also be afum on the ancestors so into Yanko Panichan and above Black Stars. Like why must these things happen?
Management culture would have to change.
Yanko Panicho. And because you have former presidents doing that in the past. Current president
is also doing
Asemojan Yanko Panicho and right in the midst of that, what now it speaks volume of the level of respect they have for you because Obi Asemi wa me faro pa men country. Asemi wa me faro pa the masam men country. So that has to change. We need to be able to change or substitute the symbol that the players play for. That thing that motivates them, that moves them to cover that extra blade of grass, that thing that makes them want to put their body on the line to come and play even when there's only a 5% chance of playing. We need to take it out. In this moment, that thing is money. Yeah, because that thing is money.
Yes,
we need to, and it is non-negotiable because look, if you run a successful youth regime, you discuss now, you put infrastructure and everything in place, but at the heart of it, money is still the biggest factor. What it will do is that it will poison the entire food chain into the selection base. I want to work on the 17 one. Obianim de Skaoho into Ebutu and Sanakum.
Yeah.
Curiously, is Sky as Madam Boy saying now, we are doing this at the period where Black Starlets, Satellites, Meteors, Chan team
bonuses are in arrears.
And their coaches are not paid. So there is a direct relationship between the decisions that they make in terms of the players that they give the national platform to and the products.
Man must survive.
The only reason why we are now forced to fall on these aspirant boys who have no connection to Ghanaian football is because players now you don't want to under 17 or 20. So we can't promote them. So we can't promote because so why is that? Their career progression will be such that you can't avoid them.
It's true.
Here, Kudus Mohammed, right from under 17, under 20. I mean, Mohammed maybe because of attitude and some other issues in Yamankwe, but you could tell which of those players in the team had the future. Yeah, sometimes you have, like I've mentioned, Aminu, a year, Tokumo, BBNT, Clifford Abuajemo.
Yeah.
Life happens.
Even Toku recently. Is it Alkmaar?
Yeah. He was at Monaco briefly. The places, yes, the places where the
underage teams, maybe
under 17, and the under 20. Maybe a place no Befano. It will show you because at under 20, everyone wants quality. They will not discriminate. And if this team discriminates, Kudus was at New Zealand, Ajax. Amin Mohamed was at Manchester City. A year was at Monaco. Toku was at AZ Alkmaar. Respectable teams. The platforms will call for you.
Will call for you. It's true.
Find out which teams, the last under 17, under 20, and under 23 teams, players are.
Terry Yegbe.
The last under 17 and under 20.
Yes.
Players, no.
Or in fact, other teams now.
Maybe
like Jose Mourinho said,
yes.
Where they play, what they play, and if they play.
But it's because also if you're more in your tournament beyond.
Not necessarily. The main point is that when you're into one qualifying.
Foreign scouts, no. Talents, no.
Yeah. And no more new more share.
Thank you. Force na mankwaya. Onye league here, yes, league here, and over fan kwaya.
Yeah. If you don't have it, you don't have it. In your mobile mom foul. But Danny Inti way forward, no. If the team gets back to Ghana. Already, your World Cup qualifiers have started. The next AFCON next year, right?
Yeah, start you. World Cup qualifiers.
Yeah, start.
Yeah, but next
AFCON.
Next AFCON qualifiers. How many bonnet time, man?
I think from mid-year.
From mid-year.
Yeah.
And you remember alongside World Cup there.
Yeah.
In the bar, the next big things will be the World Cup qualifiers. No. Yeah. What should we do immediately? Team Nibe Drew Ghana. Yeah. Ebi say disband the team. Sack the coaches, yen sign start, yema yen hobe 5-10 years, yen build something new. Ebiso kasi current team, no, yen maintain Kudus and a few other players and build another team around them. Really, what should we do? Coaches to BB.
Look, Obi, to be frank, the current team, no, I like the idea of building around the young boys.
Okay.
So. Maminka say Kudus because he has gone through the under 17 and under 20. No? He's a proper Ghana material. So Yebefano, then we'll take the Kamal Deans, Ishahaku is one of them, under 17, under 20, under 23.
Yeah.
These boys build around them. But my fear is they may not win anything. Although talented, they may not win anything.
We hear time.
Because we need the time. And you see our football is so disjointed. There's no connection.
Yeah.
So player development is here. Coaching, training too is somewhere. Yeah. The point is, and I mentioned it earlier, if you are not going to give Chris Hughton like 5 or 6 years, then let him go. And if you sack him, which coach can we afford that will suit this current coach?
But on the evidence of the record in the last 15 years, our best national team coach has been Kwesi Appiah. No.
Milo.
Yeah.
Milo and Djokovic.
In the last 15 years?
And Abraham Grant.
You sure?
Yeah.
Grant took us to the last final.
Yeah. Milo took us to a World Cup. He took us to a final of an AFCON.
Yes.
Grant took us to a AFCON final, AFCON
but
semi-final.
in terms of identifying good players
yeah.
and putting them together to play very good
in terms
football.
Of style. In terms of style, enjoyable football, I'll say Kwesi
Appiah.
I've said it time and time again. He's been the most interesting coach, or he's the coach that has given us the most interesting Black Stars to watch. Yabobo under him.
Because that Ghana-Germany game in Brazil, oh Jesus Christ.
The Ghana-Egypt game. In fact, let me give you a quick stat. From 2000 to 2020, that 10-year period, our biggest wins as Black Stars came with
Kwesi Appiah.
6-1 against Egypt, 5-0 against Ethiopia, 7-1 against Lesotho. It was all Kwesi Appiah. And
with proper football. With football out was a Ghana bubble.
You see, different times.
Yeah.
The Egypt game came 2013. The Lesotho one was 2012. Then 2017 with a different group of players was the Ethiopia one, 5-0. You see, I'm not saying we should go back for him. What I'm saying is with the current group of, and you see the way our football is structured, the way our talents are groomed, we are a very expressive nation.
Yeah.
We produce players who like they are good on the ball. They have flair, dribbling, goals. Like look at the ACS, our peers.
Yeah.
There's some skill attached, some flair attached to them. So then you need coaches who can bring the best out of that flock, and that will come from a coach that understands that or sees football in those.
And you see, I am Farmer Hilton long term, and
Debbie.
He hasn't done enough to retain his job.
Okay, in the Pam Hilton,
I'll sack Hilton.
The Amahwai long term.
Charlie,
I was say a search.
Yeah,
but we have right now. We can't.
But we can't afford. You see, that's the thing. We know what we want.
Yeah.
But are we prepared to make that?
$100,000 a month.
It's even more than 100,000.
That thing is the easy way out, because the decision and the determination of what is technically good for the team, it should not be a public discourse. I cannot tell what the Black Stars need in this moment. Danny can't. We're not technical people. Neither can Dr. Randiabi. They are not technical people, and that is one problem.
But they sat down to choose.
So that's one. See, the fact that Asher Ball Archer,
we had a technical director then. That is his.
The fact that Asher Ball Archer, does not necessarily mean that you can make sense of the nuances of the modern game technically.
Yes.
Going forward, one of the things that we probably have to institute is that technical directorate and leave them to give us the options of
coaches.
So perhaps they'll give you Perhaps they'll give you three, right? They'll give you three options, and that based on your budget, you choose from one. But this idea that we will form a committee, maybe one person, a government rep, and then two members of the executive council to go
scout
and then look
for
a coach. I'm not comfortable with that idea because I cannot trust that judgment any more than I trust my own judgment. It is a purely technical consideration.
And the result of that was the comeback of Milo. And the disaster that whole comeback turned out to be.
And you see, because they will choose someone they will be comfortable to work with. Ejai Abana, they will choose someone with the least economic stress
in terms of
on their expense. Yes. And someone like Heavy Renard, they won't even entertain that conversation.
But that guy is the person we need.
He is. One final thing that I'm free when I was talking about the players, the national team, I mean, I could be wrong, but in my mind, the national team is an extension of Ghana or government. The management of that team at all times has to reflect a certain appreciation of the pulse of the nation.
Sure.
You cannot in one breath tell Ghanaians that we are going through austerity. But if this team makes it out of this group, they are entitled to $30,000. That is not prudent use of money. Tell them that if you make the semi-final of the AFCON, $50,000 await you. There is more value in that. And not just the money aspect, but in terms of the people that we bring close to the team. George Boateng, we know his history with Ghana and the decision of which country he wanted to represent. In the past, Otuado, we know his history with Ghana during the 2006 World Cup. Not to paint anybody bad, but these are public records. The way they conducted themselves and what is said about their appreciation and how much they respect they had for the country, it is there. Elsewhere, when you are red flagged by any of these incidents, you are done. You won't be national team Libyo. I'm just saying that the management of the team has to be done with a certain pride.
I
right.
Get you.
The only time that you will make exceptions, and the world over, strong institutions make exceptions because for them it is the results first. As if you are talking about a generational talent or someone who actually ne body of work, actually ne performance, the results, you cannot question it. It makes nonsense of every other
indicator.
Apart from that, our management of young team, it should reflect. Look, the final thing. For some time now, whenever the national team travels, the national security has taken a backseat, and then it is a signs of Ketukweku. It is some people who we cannot even trust their education in terms of the job itself and their understanding of what it takes to protect a national asset outside the shores of Ghana. And every time there is this recent issue here, so Obiruko broke his shooting.
Aziz Bios,
Jimmy instructor.
Obi, in all of the years, now national security will protect Black Stars. Did you hear of any of these stories?
No.
The US Assembly was a gentleman was approaching without a pass, without. You think that in the past the national security have not encountered a scenario like that?
Yeah, but more ways of.
When you manage you,
I get you. But Danny, you any point? Danny, finish your point.
Yeah. So I'll sacrifice.
You'll sacrifice.
I'll sacrifice. But we are talking about the immediate sacrificing and putting a plan for the next 3 or 4 years.
With who in charge?
We have to search. We have to search.
Local coach, possibly.
I will not say local coach because we've not invested enough in our local coaches for them to be ready for the Black Stars. That is our fault.
Not even Kotoko's coach?
Kotoko's coach.
Ogum. For now,
I will not
giving him say 3-4 years.
I will not trust him with the Black Stars job. If I want Ogum to take over, then
assistant.
Not necessarily assistant. Okay. For me personally, I'll invest in him to go outside.
Okay.
And then maybe come back after a year.
Okay.
When he's gotten some, he's upped his education a bit.
Now,
then I'll give it to him.
But upping education in what sense? Or a PhD holder for crying out loud?
Look, it's football.
In what?
Football is
PhD
different.
in what?
I don't know.
Look, football is different. And you see, to be frank, for somebody like Ogum, if you give him the opportunity and you give him the little exposure, he can pick up things that will faster than somebody who's now starting.
And he comes across as
he's very intelligent.
As a solid guy. Yeah.
He's very intelligent. You see, when you even watch him with Asante Kotoko, although personally, again, because of what we've done to our league, I don't think it is enough quality to be Black Stars level. But when you watch him with Kotoko, he seems a notch higher than the rest of the coaches that we have in the league. So for me, if we have somebody
also a long-term
plan, I will invest in him, take him places for him to go and learn, and then come back, and then I'll give him the job.
And this year, we sack Hilton, we search for a competent
coach, affordable coach. And then a very important thing, we cleanse the people around the Black Stars.
And by cleansing, what happens to Didi and George?
Whoever we hire should have a team he's coming with, or should be given the liberty along with the technical team to choose the team that he will be a person. And when I say cleanse, I'm not even talking about a technical team. The management members around the team, the what do you call it?
Black Stars Management Committee.
Black Stars Management Committee, GFA people, members, government officials, the people who follow the team everywhere they go to. They are also one major cause of our problems. Major cause. And I have spoken about it when it comes to culture. Because Obi, if I come to I come on Ekosiisen.
Yes.
You are the boss here.
Yeah.
Asempa FM.
If you are talking to me and your producer is talking to me and I'm listening to your producer whilst I'm on air, it's undermining your authority. But imagine the case where the producer of this show is also your boss. You tell me that I should conduct myself in a certain way where I come here, and the producer also tells me I should conduct myself. Who am I going to listen to? I'm going to listen to the producer. But everybody elsewhere will expect me to be listening to you. So then there's a problem. And that's what we need to fix with the Black Stars. The people who hang on these things, look, since AFCON 2019, I've been saying this thing.
And we know the problem. We are just not ready to.
You see, even sometimes these people affect the quality of work that the coach can do. Because the coach may want something. The coach is telling, typical example, if me, imagine I'm managing Kudus, and I'm telling Kudus that, Charlie, and I'm managing Kudus, and I'm also a management member of the FA. And I tell Kudus that, Charlie, last match, you shouldn't have passed that ball. You have the quality. When you get to do your thing, and the coach is also telling Kudus when you get the ball, pass the ball. He knows that if he doesn't pass, the coach can't do anything about it, because the coach's boss is me.
It's you.
So get rid of those people. If we are serious about coaches working, about the team functioning, about there being discipline, a culture, players who will care about the national team, players who will come and they are so focused will be winning. We'll get rid of those people. So
it is a country, it is a England they call tournament. Na team, maybe a tournament with Ukraine. English national team could do her. English FA non call for near they
don't follow them.
No. Oh, you sure about that?
I'm telling you.
But Obi here, Mamika Femcho.
Urban branding. They don't follow. You see, there's a separation in the serious countries. There's a separation between the football side of things and the administrative side of things. In Germany, for example, their team manager, one person, he oversees all the administrative things attached to protocol. He oversees everything. So when the coach comes to camp, he has if he has a problem with the hotel room, he's going to team manager. Team manager will deal with it. There's no politician or FA member hanging around the team. If they want to watch the
management committee member,
they don't have those things. One person handles that, all that, and it's not some job that one person can do. It's not some job. Yesterday wasn't it the team manager who decided that instead of the players walking through the mixed zone, they should go and pass some corner and go and enter the bus? Wasn't it team manager? And he had the power to make that decision, and the players followed. It's one person who can do that. You don't need management committee members hanging around the team. It's nonsense, and it goes against us because we are paying for all of them. We are paying for all of it. It's our taxpayers' money. We are paying for all of these unnecessary things, and at the end of the day, it is at the detriment of the team. The players can't focus. The coach can't focus. Basa.
Because you know all this while I thought, okay, maybe for the African teams, you would find this in some other African countries. But best practice around the world, you are saying, say, the other national teams, we need management committee members. Our team, they call tournament.
All we are saying is that
maximum 3 people.
All we are saying is that there has to be space for the team to breathe.
Yes. With the technical guys.
Yes. Everywhere you have auxiliary support or support services. It can be technical, it can be administrative, whatever. Obiari and ejuma. Ono nchede ejuma na riyan for bishop players who service right? It doesn't need to be. Our colleagues who went to speak to Songo and the other journalists who were here and went to that US friendly. Everybody says it was like a marketplace.
A hotel, huh?
Yes.
In the US friendly.
It was excursion. If you want to go and see the team, they are in this hotel, go. And the players
I never got close to the team. I never went to the team hotel. I'm Angasa by nature, I'm in Pendom. I don't do all with crowds. But I found it so nauseating that so when it's time for the team to go for breakfast, instead of perhaps about 30 minutes at breakfast, they're probably going to spend an hour and a half. Because whilst they are there, the ambassador troops in. And when the ambassador comes, he wants to be recorded.
In channel.
The MP comes in. The president of the Football Republic, Odoboma speech.
Wow.
So in that small space now, maybe a coach, he would want to freshen the memories of the players.
And coach name a technical briefing crowd to players now.
There's been times where the FA president has walked into the dressing room. But we also know that the late Jones Atukwefiu sacked Iti Mensah at the Accra Sports Stadium.
But that's what should happen. No, but how did Jones know was Jones?
No, Michelle there. As a papa anymore. See, these guys, they are not stupid. They know what is right. But they will do it because they know they will get away with it. And they have done it over and over again to the extent that it has become a subculture. We saw Kwesi Nyantakyi very often around the national team, but I don't remember too many speeches in front of the players. His speeches will go to the press.
But yes, our motivational speech.
They be so anymore. When it comes to the football legends, Brazil, Italy, they have bigger legends than us. So Monday, you have Tony Yeboah. Tony Bafu. Tuesday, Sami Kufo. The next time, Kofi Pare. Then the ambassador will come. Then the leader of government delegation will come. All Kononuso and Kebia. And he will also give a speech. Then the minister will give a speech. Then there is a time that they will come and share the per diems and say amongst themselves. So what's it? What may go South Africa? Still, it's kind of in dollars. That's what happened in Ivory Coast. What's the young South Africa? But still, it's kind of per diem in dollars.
In the Danny Clemson, no. All these people should be away from the team where they can what we should do technically, and then what's next?
Then we fix our grassroots. Fix our grassroots alongside fixing the coaching, so that by the time the grassroots are getting ripe, our coaching is also ripe.
Yeah.
So that by that time, look at Germany, look at England, look at Senegal. Senegal don't have a Obi, let me give you this example. Last AFCON, Senegal's midfield partnership, Ghana Gay, and Crystal Palace guy Sheku Kouyaté.
Okay.
2 midfield partnership. This time around, just 2 years later, Lamine Camara of Metz from the under 20 and Pap Matassa Obo Tottenham Hotspur.
You pray, no?
Thank you.
Okay.
Obo Tottenham Hotspur. All these guys came from their youth teams. You look at the forward line. They have Ismail Assar. He has history with their youth teams. Point is, they are slowly changing into a new team. But because the results are still coming. They've done the right thing to the point that if I'm telling you that if Mane doesn't play, they don't need him to play to qualify for group stages. They don't. Mane has not been exceptional this tournament, but Senegal have been comfortable.
Very.
You look at their backline, the defensive partnership. Yes, Koulibaly is still playing, but in 2 years, I promise you, will not need him because they have somebody who will come in and do the job well. That's how you do it. And alongside, there are coaches at under 17, they're all Senegalese men. They are all Senegalese and they are learning as they are going. So, if Aliou Cisse, who is the head coach today, decides that he won't coach again, Senegal doesn't need to go overseas because they are already training their coaches, and those coaches are, you see, it's the same philosophy. If you watch Senegal under 20, you watch them under 17, you watch them national team,
the
same style.
You see, I'm about some top level European football.
Same style.
Charlie,
they've learned the same
match no
thing.
we need. I'm only Cameroon.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
You see, and it's Cameroon. They were facing Cameroon and they were playing that comfortable.
But when says we see Ghana team way ever after no match
like 7. Like 7.
Easily. Because the Odoi ne
Look, Obi. It is so important. And see, it is not, I always say this thing, Obi. If somebody hadn't done it before and we are saying we should do it, that would be something else.
Yes.
But people are doing it.
It's not impossible.
It's not impossible. It's not people somewhere.
And even we have done it. Now, how seamlessly introducing the demo team, no?
That's
into
how
the
it's
Black
done.
Stars, no? That's
how it's done.
2009.
2009. And before that, it was the 2001 under 20 team.
Asian Pencil, the Boateng,
and then remnants of the 99 and the 17 team.
That was possible because you had a strong schools and college sports then.
Yes.
And you had the players that they produce into, I think, August 9 for an example, a kind of.
Yes.
There was a deliberate attempt to teach football of a certain kind. Into Yabematsnaha, my pedabon, Yabetro. Right?
Yes.
So that on quiet they be under 17 for Kobo be the so by the time that 95, 97, 99 group of Ember Power, Don Bote, Essien, Ishmael Ado, when you look at them in the national team, they don't look like players who have had scattered different education. Because why? And yes.
To a national team, no, Charlie.
Obi, what I think has to happen, whatever happens next, whether Nyankopon or intervene now,
Gambia, Cameroon, 1-1 still.
Okay. Nyankopon intervene now, qualify. Look, Obi, even if by some magic we win this tournament, our football is dead. What we have to
I had 2-1.
What has to happen? Because my area, it is not sustainable. What has to happen is for the government to sit down with the Ghana Football Association. The FA, they are supposed to be the experts. They are supposed to be the policy people with the ideas, the principles, and what they want to teach. Tell the governments that this is what we want to do. Tell them your plan,
your budget,
and how you intend to fund it, and where the government comes in. Right? So that going forward, I mean, we have friends abroad. Sometimes when they tell us their stories, I feel like they are from a different planet. I have a friend in Italy. I have another in China. I'll be worrying, you know, uncle any of these reputable. Today, my work and then Koforidia youth resort. Uncle do Kuzagro, and then he will not meet an instructor there. And it's not one instructor.
Sure.
So say or a badminton or especially in China. Yes.
Once you enter
Obetren, they prepare teams, they prepare individuals with unique talents as well. And Enima, Obi, they know these things and they understand it better than I'm a limited knowledge. I'm American. And I'm sure if you have a conversation with them, even before any proper research, they can off the top of their mind tell you what is practical, what is workable. And
but that conversation say you promote under 20 players to be into the national team. You who say team we know players to be any into episode mokotnase. Say a young right full back from under 20 promote you know.
There are Obi here they be ameka the kroma no krona yinzintia. Yet no kroma 2 weeks ago Chelsea came to pick a left back. Chelsea, London, UK. They came to pick a left back from Accra Lions. David Odro.
Left back?
Yes, he's on trial there.
Obo number 3.
If they are good enough to be considered there, how come they're in Iron Young ranks no? Under 17, under 20?
2-2. Allah. Ghana be qualified.
How come they're in Iron Young ranks no? We cannot identify these kids. And there are only 4 or 5 places where these players are identified. Wafa, Right to Dream, Cheetah, Accra Lions.
Meaning the academy thing is the answer.
It's there. Obi, as for under 17, we'll get some people to go and represent us. But what will stop the rot? What will stop the decay? On you there. Have a conversation about these things. Look, and some of the things are basic. Godfred was talking about the playground, these facilities, you know. I know you need to national stadium, and also you need instructors. No, something has to give. If we say this is what we are investing into sports, let's do it right. In the past few years, I spoke to some parliamentary select committee members on sports, and they spoke about the funding components of the sports bill. What are we doing to that? Right? What, your plan for sports development will determine the structure of that sport, the funding component of that bill.
But I think one of the immediate things we can do, if Right to Dream results na why don't we as a country
just
have an either we copy
Obi,
or have an equity arrangement with them and own
you can. It is too lucrative. They won't give it to you.
So dependent.
You're on the side note. You know that some of the most profitable academies in Ghana are even registered as NGOs.
Oh, yeah, obvious.
Yes, you know. But I'm just saying that this has to happen. Obi, this has to happen. It has to be done. I want to weigh in. We need to be in.
It can be done.
There needs to be a conversation about this because otherwise, the whole conversation about the sports fund, it is just a talk shop. They are just pretending to be working because funding at the Koya you must have a sports policy in mind. And at each level, you understand what your objectives are, medium, long term. How many instructors do you want to produce? What is the cost of producing those instructors? Where do they specialize? We know that actually we love our athletics.
Are you saying, say, ESCO no Asia in their regular meetings?
Oh, they don't.
Are these the kind of conversations?
No, they don't. Because when they do, they
website. Congress.
GFA. Obi.
Obi.
Every time the executive council meets on a matter of significance, they put the story on the FA websites. Obi already on check GhanaFA.org.
Stories near
check.
Because
5-day training seminar for license D. Then
Obi said each Black Stars player would have received $30,000 if Ghana had qualified. 27 players and 10 technical team members. In your say 37 times.
Obi Misro.
No, we.
Or say
37 times $30,000. A year 1.110 million.
Cameroon are 3-2 up.
Oh
yes.
Now Cameroon's what no more exchange rate no 12 Ghana cedis to $1. In the 12 times 1.1 million, 13.320 million Ghana cedis.
Yeah.
13 million Ghana cedis. That's 130 billion.
And that's the country that says they are going through austerity.
Charlie.
Yeah.
Or say Mozambique has saved Ghanaians 13.320 million Ghana cedis. Or say the elephantine money should be used to pay YEA, NAPCO, and youth and afforestation beneficiaries. The silence of these vulnerable trainees is a threat to our national security. And there's a blessing in disguise. Archimedes and Archimedes Yadase Papa. Where's a hi Obi? Good evening. I think we should take this opportunity and take a careful introspection in how we are organizing football activities in the country. We should have reflections on infrastructural development, sport development and training, football identity, and how we would want to manage our football as a nation. Beyond this, we can now prescribe the national team. Prescribe the national team with its technical team members and start afresh, bearing in mind the areas of concern I've suggested above. Thank you and have a wonderful program. Godi Ewotema Nadia and Obi, good evening. The football people are doing it for their selfish gains. Can the government have its own team and put them on salary, use them to play international matches and use that process to pay the players? Doing that, we would have a team that has played together for long and know their movement on the field of play. That can also be a way of reducing unemployment in that sector. Gamel, Ewewutu Obrachre. And I think it's one suggestion, so up strongly. Say, maybe government can have a national team coordinating unit. Take our national teams away from the FA. Now, how they can, so the FA can concentrate on the association and the league.
It's not very
possible.
It's not feasible. It's not possible because to participate in a CAF competition, you have to be a member of CAF.
No, sir, we're a member of CAF.
Yeah, but
we are not disbanding the Ghana Football Association.
That message suggests decoupling it from the GFA.
Yeah, but the point is, there is no law so it says the national team should be managed by the FA. Is there a law that says so?
No, there isn't.
Yes.
There isn't.
Yes. The decision is that the management of the national team, we are taking it away from the Football Association.
Yeah.
It doesn't mean we are disbanding the FA.
Yeah.
You get it. I think another suggestion Abba, and you would see how that one would go. We used to say, okay, let me see. Obi, we have failed to plan, and it has been telling. When last did our under 17 2023 win anything? No, this thing we just have to qualify.
Charlie, God, you love you.
It seems we just have to qualify. No, but what does it mean is we more draw, you qualify.
No, then
and your chances.
No, then if these people draw, Morocco has to beat Zambia, which is more likely. That's why a lot of people's eyes are on this one. Because Morocco also need to win to top their group.
Okay.
Yeah, so
they have to beat Zambia. And if they beat Zambia, then we can qualify.
Then we've qualified.
Hey, and then Yanko Pondo Ghana. But I've heard people also say, and I think Adebayo said it.
The Wanja go no.
Oh, Wanja. Hey. Referee Nanje. Yeah, radio. We say, and it is because the so-called football people benefit regardless of what happens to the Black Stars. The earlier we took away the selfishness out of our administration of football, we are going nowhere. Adomako, Odia Brain, and no, it's really sad. But if Gambia ebetimi enya that crucial goal at the Aboa Ghana, as it stands now, no, say we no entimi anya draw there and We say, Obi, fine suggestions, but we have been here before. Nothing will happen. Kurt will come and explain their actions away with big English. And and I think that will be my final question to you both. You have 4 minutes to do that.
Yeah.
We've been here before. Said the text and Nakano. Yeah, discussing Black Stars, what we have to do. How do we ensure that this time, any business as usual? Daniel. Because it seems it might be business as usual, and we'll come back here after 2025 and have another discussion.
Then, if we're a serious nation, the government needs to be involved.
Yeah.
If we're a serious nation, the government we can't leave this to the FA and hope that
something will change.
Yeah, the government needs to take a stand and make sure that something changes.
Yeah.
And as Achua said, it's not they don't need to go and fight. But if both entities, if both the association and government are serious about the progress of Ghana football, they will know that something will need to change, and then the government will hold them responsible and put measures in place to make sure that these things change.
Well, so Obi, please, can't the government set up a department under the Sports Authority to manage and run all national football team affairs, budget, employment, and coaches and all? The FA should manage their league so that accountability and professionalism can be established at the same time. They cannot influence national team affairs. Alfred, Eddie, and I think I am beginning to love this particular suggestion, except to say, the National Sports Authority itself, more crimes or more issues. So, National Sports Authority, one of the poorly managed state authorities.
Yeah. Where from the trust and confidence in
the NSC, Charlie. But Achu, finally, I mean, what do you think we should do to ensure any business as usual?
The only way is for government to come to the table. Maybe intervention might cause some PTSD for some people, but to come to the table. Every other country work and then which in football, you can see the involvement and the influence of government. Not just their involvement, but their influence of government. Even for example, say football clubs are academies now, and when we import equipment, we use the kind of duty they have to pay. All of those are things that will either can determine whether someone chooses to set up a base in Ghana or in Mali or in Senegal, where already the markets there has the goodwill. But so all of those are conversations that need to be had. But at the heart of it is because government spends money in sports anyway, right? So it is their job to ensure that whatever CD they spend is used judiciously. And look at what the sports policy wants. And here, the question also needs to be asked of the sports ministry and what plan they have. You can only be there to be paying salaries and bonuses. No. It is actually, it is your duty to run sports in the country. So the sports ministry needs to have that conversation with the Ghana Football Association. Look at what policy, and more young there every time. And I agree with the listener who sends that text there. I like the fact that the government invested a lot into infrastructure, even though I wish it had been done a bit differently. But you cannot question the intention behind it. Let us see a more holistic plan, because it cannot be artificial pitches. It cannot be the end of it. Because, for example, you cannot sink millions of dollars into that facility and then we say that a month or 2 weeks after the Florida facility was commissioned, the Black Stars is running around the country looking for a place to train. No.
It doesn't make sense.
So you do that so that it meets the specifications in terms of everything the country needs, and also reflects the unique needs of the country there. The national team needs a place to train. In the area such that we will not have to go and spend extra money. But at the heart of it, because, and I'm speaking about the policy and all of these things, because those instructors, FA cannot pay them. FA can train them.
That should be government.
Yes, FA can train them. This last year, the Ghana Athletics Association, they were a number. I think the first and second quarter, they trained a number of instructors and used them for their various competitions. It has to happen on a bigger scale, but most importantly, with the intention of influencing talent development. Because that every conversation we're having today is because the talent we have in the national team now is not good enough. And when you leave it to people to train and then you go there and then handpick them. You will be left with an option like Semenyo.
Yeah.
Obi, in the past, you strikers be yes, we Emuzu on Yazi, Kwabna Yaro, Osman Amadou. Osman Amadou was a Champions League winner. He was a treble winner.
Yeah.
But today, players who, if you compare them to these guys, they will technically be superior to boys. Them boys now were inferior in the Black Stars.
Sure.
It is because we made no effort to train our own and produce our own. In theatre, the boy Obo UK. Another, Jeremy Doku.
Yeah.
Both of his parents are Ghanaians. Also Oba Ghana.
Sure.
But because no one really had any influence in his education, he does not feel obliged to play for Ghana. Of course. Also Oba Ghana day. But born in the Ombom.
Oh, mama.
Achu,
Mamena Senior Fancy, it's already 7. I appreciate you guys so much. Inti Victor Achu Temaklo, our Joy Sport. Sounds like Daniel Crantain, our Joy Sport. Midini de Osei Bonsu. Say Adia, Cameroon Gambia Mapon 3-2. Inti it's over. The Black Stars can now comfortably come back home. But there is hope in subsequent tournaments.